Good morning. It's Web Wednesdays, and we are going to be covering some Node, which I'm super stoked about because I feel like everyone should know some Node.
Yeah, Node is amazing. It's an amazing tool.
A little bit more Node in your life is never a bad thing. I'm Stacey Mulcahy. I'm a technical evangelist. Feel free to cue a little laughter in the background there. I wish we had a laugh track. I think I need one of those. I'm from New York, and so there you go. and today I am with
Remy Sayar from Montreal.
Oh, Canadian jokes.
Yeah, Canadian. It's Montreal's in that French province. It's you can get your own stereotypes, but
yeah, but the whole thing is that we have two Canadians teaching
That's
you
right.
Node. I'm just displaced. I got the Brooklyn attitude by proxy from living there for a bit. So today we're going to talk about building apps with Node.js, and we're going to cover a bunch of things, in terms of working with Node for you. And I'm really excited. We're going to go right from the building blocks into creating kind of like a chat application. So we're going to cover front end, we're going to do some back end, we're going to cover some Azure, Node, Express, all those kind of keywords that you hear. And we're going to be just pretty much delving right into it. So we're going to go over a couple of things about just Node, and we'll do a little bit of housekeeping. And the next thing you know, we're going to be right into the code and right into the demos. So This is me, Stacey Mulcahy, technical evangelist, like I said, out of New York. I focus mostly on HTML5, JavaScript, IoT, sometimes design and UX. Interview designers and developers. You can see some of the stuff I do on Channel 9. I talk a lot about marketing, and I have a whole new IoT series on Channel 9.
My name is Remy. I focus on the web, HTML5, JavaScript, Node, IE11, and I'm based out of Montreal, so I spend most of my time helping startups and developers over there. I sit in the Notman House, so if you're ever in town and you want to check out the really cool startup hub, definitely come to the Notman House. I'm writing a little book on startup culture, seeing as I'm always among them, and I used to work at a startup, and I love startup culture, so if you're interested, make sure you follow it on Twitter. And I blog on Canadian devs, very Canadian-oriented blog, but we've got some great technical content if you're ever interested in Node or IE or anything.
I like how you qualified that. Very Canadian, but there's technical content. Don't worry, we can handle it. So good. Also, instead of the web, it's got to be the interwebs. From now on, it's just the interwebs today. So a couple of things that we're going to cover today with the Node.js. We're going to go through, and just so you have a sense of the structure of how we're going to follow through on this, we're going to do introduction to Node.js. We're going to do an introduction to the Express framework. And so we're going to explain a lot of the things step by step so you have a really good fundamental understanding, and you can kind of just take it further from there. Then, kind of closing off this morning, it might be afternoon for some of you or even evening, but closing off this big section, we'll be doing building a backend with Socket.io and Mongo. And so we're going to show you a little bit about how you work with Mongo, the beauty of Socket.io. I say the beauty because once you kind of know it, it's one of those things you just want to use for everything. Creating a user interface, connecting the front end and back end, and then debugging and deploying on Azure. And so, it'll take you from the ground up all the way to putting that out for the world to see. So just to set a couple of expectations for our session. Target audience. I don't know what you think, but I'm thinking web developers, web designers. If you have any kind of experience in another kind of server-side language, maybe it's PHP, maybe it's ASP, maybe Python, Ruby, any of those kind of things, Node would be of interest to you. Yeah. If you're an IoT person, Node is definitely of interest to you. We have some suggested prerequisites and supporting material, so you can take a look at those links that are listed there. Once again, there's some books, there's software, all that kind of thing just put into one place for you. So feel free to, grab some of the, grab any of those materials and use them for further reference. And again, you can get 50 MVA points for this event. So we have the code that's down there. It's kind of shortened for building apps Node.js, and that expires, November 14th. So, use that code, get an extra 50 MVA points. and keep learning with the Web Wednesdays. We've got a couple things that are coming up. Next week is going to be mobile apps. The following week we have, I think it's going to be an intro to jQuery, which looks really awesome. And even a couple weeks ago we had an intro to Bootstrap. So let's just get started. Let's just dive right in. You know, instead of like talking about stuff, we're just going to get right in there. So introduction to Node.js. We're going to talk about, okay, what is Node? What do you need to know about it? Where is it used? Who uses it? Why should you use it? Why should you consider it? Kind of give you that little rationale that you need to get you onto that path of learning it. We're going to talk about setting up your environment, and this is going to be coming from a Windows perspective. Once again, just very quickly, some of the things that you need to do to set up your environment. Now, to give you an idea about setting up your environment, we did that just yesterday from scratch, so we can give some good advice on that. Your first Node application, just, it's like your Hello World example, and then we're just going to kind of level it up. And then we're going to talk about the Node package manager and just the idea of what it is, how you use it, and how that becomes part of your tool set when you're working with Node. We have a GitHub repo. We've put all the slides there. We put all of our demo code there. So anything that you need in terms of what we're going to be covering, you can go to this link. You can just download it, clone, whatever you want to do, and you can either follow along or you can get a sense of what those demos are for further reference. All right, if I feel like I'm rushing, it might be all the coffee in my veins, or it might be I just want to get to the code. So we're going to talk about Node. What is Node? Like if you had to explain it to someone, how would you explain it?
Node is a way for making web applications using JavaScript. That is the simplest way that I could explain it. It's really about it's this tool set, these libraries that all come together so that if you're familiar with either JavaScript or some other server-side language, you can pick it up and build web applications that are real-time, that work extremely well with the new latest technologies like WebSockets, and that are generally really high-performant.
So for kind of like an average JavaScript developer who's mostly probably doing front-end stuff, let's say, maybe they're familiar with jQuery or they're familiar with some of those libraries, suddenly now they can now put a whole nother kind of set of technologies in their tool set because they can leverage what they already know.
Yeah, if you guys already know JavaScript, then it's great because with JavaScript you can build the back end to your front end. And what's really cool as well is that you can also share some of this code. So if you've built these data models for your front end, you can literally copy the code onto your back end and use the same code and have one code base for that type of stuff. We talked a little bit about leveraging your current skills in terms of JavaScript now on the server side. And, if you haven't done any server side work and you do have JavaScript knowledge, this is a huge, huge bonus for you. Because suddenly now you can start writing all this stuff on the server side, image resizing, aggregating, social feeds, all that kind of stuff. And it's right there for you to do. And it's very, very approachable. Some other things, I guess, to know about Node that we've kind of mentioned previously or whatnot, still in beta phase, right? Yeah, it's still in beta phase, but it's actually being used in production across a whole variety of different companies. So it's definitely stable. I believe the reason why it's still in beta phase was simply because they still like to make some changes to the framework. But for the most part, it is very stable, very performant. Lots of companies are using it. We'll show some examples a little later. And what's really cool is that it's all open source, and it was created in 2009, not too long ago. And since then, the community around Node...
2009. That's about 5 years, right?
Yeah, and in 5 years...
Math is hard without caffeine.
Yeah.
But 5 years.
5 years. But the community has exploded in those 5 years. It's just huge. If you look at any other language, there's very few of them that have grown as fast as Node.
Yeah. I mean, if you go to GitHub, period, the number one in terms of just like languages in repositories is JavaScript, whether or not it's Node related, like server or, front end, it doesn't matter. It's JavaScript. So you can definitely see that trend is just like continuing, right?
Yeah.
So when to kind of use Node, that's always one of those questions of like, when do I use what technology? And so, Node has some really great applications.
Yeah, among them chat applications, which we're going to show you how to make one today. You can build real-time applications, anything that requires a collaborative environment. So let's think of document editing in the cloud, where you have multiple people working on the same document together. And that requires some real-time communication with the server. So if you need to do that, Node.js is a great tool for that, especially the way that it's designed with the event loop that we'll cover. And it's really a fantastic framework for building these type of real-time collaborative applications. You can use it for game servers. So if you need some fast, high-performant game server in the backend, something that needs to handle thousands of players at a time, it's definitely a great framework for that. If you're building ad servers, you need to handle thousands of requests a second. Another great example for Node. And as well, streaming servers. It's got some really cool tools that will help you stream between different sockets that you're data that you're getting through different sockets. And it's a fantastic tool for that.
Yeah, and those are some of those like more kind of complex, scenarios that we're talking about where, real-time communication is an issue. But, no, it's not just for real-time communication. You could just, instead of running your basic site in PHP, you could just replace it with Node, any of those kind of things.
Yeah.
So it's a nice, you can use it in a variety of ways, and it definitely excels at a lot of these kind of real-time applications that we kind of discussed.
Yeah. You can use it to build the backend for your front-end app. If you're building a single-page application, Node is a great way to do that. If you're a JavaScript developer and you just simply want to create an API for your application in the backend and you don't want to learn a new language, you can definitely use Node for that. It's not just for real-time applications. You can use it for any web-related project. I guess I'd like to ask you, so when maybe Node is not the best tool for the job? Because it seems like the way we've described it, it's like the best tool for everything. But there's a few moments where it's not necessarily the best tool.
What would you say? Like, what would be some kind of like warning signs where you're like, maybe Node's not where we should be going?
So the Node is structured to be single-threaded, and there's an event loop that runs. So if you're ever building an application that requires you to do some very long-running calculations in the back end, Node might not be the best tool for that, simply because you will be blocking all the other events that are going to come in. So if you started doing this calculation, the server won't be able to handle any other requests that it gets in the meantime. So for situations where you need to run long-running operations, Node might not be the best tool, but it's great for writing JavaScript code everywhere. It's one of the best tools for that.
So we talked a little bit about like, okay, what is Node? Why you should or shouldn't use it. And when it's one of those things that every time a technology comes out, I say, okay, give me some examples of it in the wild. Like, show me where Node is being used so that I can actually say to my boss or justify to someone else, yes, we should be using this. So we've got some examples listed here. Right.
Microsoft is a big example. We use Node to power Azure mobile services. If you actually are interested in Azure mobile services and you're looking for a backend for your mobile app, you can write that backend in Node. Literally just take your Node scripts and put them on Azure and you're good to go. That's one of the examples. But you've also got companies like Cloud9, the New York Times, and a few other ones as well.
Yeah, that's one of the beauties about learning a little bit of JavaScript is you start to see it being implemented in different places where you didn't expect it. And mobile services was one of them. I was like, oh, hey, I can just go and kind of configure what I want returned back from this, and I can just write in JavaScript. I don't have to learn something else, So for me, that was like I don't know, it was one of those shining moments where I was like, yes, thank you, And you're starting to see that across the board. More people are starting to use it. JavaScript's being used in very different ways, whether it's on the web, whether it's being used, to create, even native applications, however it's being used. Yeah.
Speaking of native applications, what's really cool is that you can actually use the Azure mobile services with HTML5 apps and with PhoneGap as well. And then you can share the same code that you have in your mobile app with your backend as well. And that's just for the JavaScript developer, you're empowered to do everything that you want with that language. It's like, I've seen and heard of you talk about IoT as well. And that's something that is coming up. JavaScript and the Internet of Things.
Yeah, we're not gonna put it any other way. It's a little pervasive. It's everywhere. And you've got some people who are just not a fan of it. Maybe it's dynamic. I like to say it's like a Play-Doh. You can kind of like mold it into whatever you want it to be because it's so dynamic. You can just add things and there's so many different ways and formats and structures that you can actually code JavaScript. So some people who like more strict typing, that kind of thing, not the biggest fan. But that's why something like TypeScript, for example, is really good for those people who come from more strict typing, object-oriented languages. Yep. They still have that entry point. So it's one of those things where it's there and it's here to stay, I think, for a while. Yeah. So Node in the wild, our backend in terms of mobile services is a great example. The one really great thing about Node, and we were talking about open source and the rest of it, the community is out of control, right?
It's huge.
Yeah.
It's huge. It's the Node itself is the third most popular project on GitHub.
Okay, wait, do you know what the first two most popular projects are? If you listed that, I got to ask you.
Okay, well, I believe the first one is Bootstrap.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, yeah. I just don't know what the second one is.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
I can't even guess, but we'll figure that out. Third most popular project. Huge. Yeah.
Over 2 million downloads per month, over 20 million downloads of the last version, the one that we're suggesting you download for this MVA. And the really cool thing, the thing that I like the most about Node is just how much code is already written for you so that you can just pull together.
Yeah.
NPM, the Node Package Manager, it's the central repository where all of these extensions, these third-party libraries that you can use. And there's 81,000 modules on NPM.
It's like
over 81,000.
There's like a module for everything.
Pretty much.
Like if you ever think that you need some functionality, don't spend the time like trying to learn and write something from scratch. Always just search because you'll be really shocked. Like the other day I was doing that. I was like, I really want to know if there's something that's that can handle, I wanted to do like, not just like basic email, but I wanted to do like the whole kind of crazy inbox stuff. And, is there a library for that? Yeah, sure enough, there's like a library for SMTP, like all those kind of things. So you'd be really surprised. And they're usually well documented and they're usually maintained, which is, one of those big things. Like it's great to use a module or, a library from someone, but you never know about if it's being maintained or if it's active. And Node seems to feel like the community is really just always active.
Yeah, and if you want to double check if a module is maintained, you could just go to NPM, the website, search that module name, and you can get all these stats about it, how many times it's been uploaded, and all of this information will help you make a good decision on whether this module is the best one.
Yeah, and
for you.
I mean, the other thing too about the community is that there's tons of meetups all over the place. And I don't know how many of you people out there, use Meetup. I kind of live by it, and it's a really good way to like learn new technologies or meet people in different areas. And so for me, I actually, I don't know about you, but I attend a lot of meetups, and I host one in the New York office on Node.js, which I thought was, they're like, Node.js and Microsoft, this is weird. And I was like, we love Node. Like, and I actually did a whole session on like where Node is, and everyone was like, I get it. I totally get it. So it's one of those kind of like defining moments where I was like, yes, like I've got Node.js meetup in the office. They're going through all these kind of projects, explaining their code, how they built stuff, problems that they had. Best resource. Like, I mean, you can search online, but, going in person and just listening to people talk about their process and their projects, one of the best resources.
I definitely have to agree with that. There's lots of meetups in Montreal as well. HTML5 MTL, if you're in Montreal right now, definitely go to sign up for that meetup. You'll get to meet some Node developers there.
Yeah, the one person from Montreal.
The one person. I don't know how people are from Montreal, so if you're from Montreal, write in the chat room because I want to know. Hopefully you guys are here tonight.
Yeah, you better represent. So we're going to just get kind of right in now that we've talked a little bit about Node, and we're going to talk about setting up your environment. And setting up your environment, this is something that we did literally from scratch yesterday. It was, I think, from start to end. By the time you kind of like, first of all, starting up your environment, no matter what language you're going with, you always have that kind of setup,
Yeah, there's a little speed bump when you get started. And it took us about 40 minutes to do it from scratch on really
I think it was
machines, but
40
maybe
minutes,
even less
and
than
we
that.
tested everything.
Yeah.
We tested all of our demos. So
Yeah.
I think to actually get set up was probably about a half an hour.
Yeah.
And so, just be aware, setting up your environment. Number one thing here is read the directions, don't skip the steps. And so I always tend to do that. I'm always like, whatever, and that's how I type too, just like that, just so you know. But I always, end up like trying to set up my environment. I skip a step, and the next thing I know, I got to go back and start over from scratch. So, we're going to talk a little bit about just setting up your environment. We're not going to walk through the process necessarily of setting up your environment here. We don't have enough time to go through that, but we have all this stuff kind of documented. So installing Node on Windows.
Yeah, so the first thing that you want to do is actually get Node. And the place where you need to go is nodejs.org. For Windows, you've got two choices. You can use the 64-bit one or the 32-bit one, depending on which version of those is installed on your computer. There's a simple installer. You just follow the wizard and you're good to go. And if you're interested in building it yourself, there's a few links that you can check out as well.
You're a little crazy that way.
Yeah, like some people actually want to do that. They want to try some of the more experimental things.
Yeah.
And definitely, like, if you want to do it yourself, you can. You can compile it for Windows and any of the other operating systems that you're using. One tool that I really like a lot is Chocolatey. And it's this really simple package manager for Windows. So if you're interested in using that to manage most of your developer tools and your installations, it's quite simple. You can go find it online and then just run a very simple command, choco install nodejs.install, and it will run the installer for you.
So one thing when you kind of go and you download this and you install, there's a couple things that you need to do after the fact. And one of them is going to be setting your path variable. And you want to be able to do that so that you can just basically open up a command prompt, type Node, and it just automatically knows where to reference where you've downloaded Node, right?
So the installer should do that, but it's always good to double check, just that way you're not, when you're trying to run Node, you run into issues where it can't find Node. And why don't I show you how to do that, how to double check to see if...
Sure.
In your path variable. And if not, you can check out, well, if you want to check it out later, you can check out this YouTube video as well. But what we'll do is we'll switch over to my screen. And a very simple way to do it on Windows 8.1 is basically to open up the File Explorer. So here I am in a File Explorer. I've got my Node project from GitHub, if in case you haven't downloaded it. And I'm going to right-click on this PC and open in New Window. And then what's that going to give me is basically this PC. And one of the things that I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the Computer tab and go to System Properties, which is going to open the System Control Panel. There's other ways to get to this Control Panel. You can just type in Control Panel into the Start menu, but this is the way that I like to do it. It's the way that I'm used to doing it. But of course, there's different ways. And what you'll want to do is you'll want to go to Advanced System Settings. In there, you'll get this dialog box that pops up. Well, the next step, and the last one, is literally you just click on Environment Variables. When you do that, you've got all the environment variables set for your machine. One of the things that you should double check is the path variable. Now, there's two places where that could be. It could be up in the user variables or in the system variables, depending on your settings. And what you'll want to check is press Edit. If you press Edit, you'll notice you get this really long, this little window with the variable name and the variable path. If you'll notice, Node is correctly included in the path variable value. You can see it right there. I'll stop the highlighting.
That's always my favorite. It's like that long string in a window you got to scroll.
You got to separate it with semicolons, but if it's in there, the minute you open up any command prompt on your system, you should be able to get Node just by typing in Node. The other cool thing that the other thing you got to remember is if you've got any command prompts that are already open, you got to restart them.
Yeah, I always forget that personally. I'm always like, why does this not work? And the other thing I think just to quickly note too is that once you kind of go through the install instructions, is that sometimes you'll get like an error, and it's kind of like I don't know if it's like an end of file error or what it is, but it shows up when you're trying to basically update NPM, which is the Node Package Manager. We'll get into that. And sometimes they'll say, oh, you get this random error, and it'll point to a directory. And it's basically just telling you, hey, that directory doesn't exist and it needs to exist. So you just need to go in and create those folders. And once again, this whole process is pretty well documented. I think we have it in our resources. So you can go ahead and kind of just go through that process and make sure that everything's running and installed. So we're going to kind of just kick right into, your very first Node application. We're going to assume that everything's installed and it's good and it's golden. And we're going to talk about, just running your very first Node application. And so we're going to have a demo here, and it's just going to be a basic Hello World application. I mean, I think that's a standard. I think we're required to do that.
Yep.
I don't think we can, go past and collect 200 unless we do this kind of like basic Hello World application. So why don't we go ahead and
Awesome.
walk through that?
All right, so if you've already cloned the GitHub repo, you can open up this project and follow through with me as well. So once you've got that open, you can go to the Hello World project. You'll find a file named app.js. If you open up this file, this is the code base that I'm showing you. Console.log hello world. If you're coming from a JavaScript front-end background, you'll recognize this. This is literally the only thing that you need to do to get hello world running. Now, let me show you what it looks like. Here I've opened up my command prompt. Hopefully everything is visible. I'm going to go into that directory, and I'm going to type in node app.js. And there we have it. Hello world.
Yeah.
That was fast. One line of code. This is just awesome. I love it when it's just that simple.
It's one of those things like the Hello World application. It's always like that moment where you're like, yes, it's my first time. I've done it. It's awesome. And then it's always like, that feeling afterwards. You're like, that's all it was. Yeah. But simple kind of just getting you used to the idea of running that. And once again, even to kind of go through, we're just console log hello world, but we opened up the console, typed in node, and then you pointed to the file. And I think that's a really important thing. We'll show a little bit maybe in the next demo, but it's important to know that that's how you kind of get node started. That's how you're running it. If you're used to doing anything in other languages, whether it's be Python or PHP, like with the CLI, that kind of thing where you're just running something off the command line, then it's very, very similar, right? So hello world, you've gotten the first step. So now we're going to just show you one of the more common uses of Node, which is running your server, right?
That's right. So we're going to get back to the demo here, and what we're going to do is we're going to open up the second project, 02 Hello World HTTP. And if you open app.js, you've got something that's a little bit more full. There's more lines of code. There's more stuff going on.
But less white space.
Less white space. Yes, more text on the screen. All right, cool. But it's very straightforward as well. So let's go through it line by line.
Yeah.
And the first thing that you'll notice is you've got this variable HTTP calling this require function. Now we'll get to require a little bit later. It's part of the module loading system. But the next thing that I want to point out too is this variable HTTP contains a function called create server. And what we're going to do next is literally call HTTP create server and pass it a function to handle any requests that it gets and to write the responses as well. That's all you need to do to create an HTTP server. One function call and you've got it. Now, what are we doing with the callback that we've handed to create server? This is a callback, this function right here. What you're going to notice is we're going to use the response variable that's passed into the callback. We're going to write the head, say 200, it's okay, it's good. Pass it the content type. I'm going to say text plain because it's not going to be HTML. It's just going to literally be hello world. And we're going to end that response with hello world. Now this function will return a object that we're going to put in our server variable. Mm-hmm. And this object is going to have another function called listen. And the minute that we call listen, that's when our server is going to start running. Okay. And we're going to listen to this port.
Okay. So in terms of, a couple of questions just to walk through this when we go through, the server.listen, you have 7,000 here. So if I was to go into the browser and let's say this was running, that would be the port number I'd be looking for, right?
That's right.
By default, what is a port number? If you don't do you need to specify something? Is there something by default?
So ideally, you should be specifying the port that you're running on. Now, if you don't specify one, I believe the default is 80, and that's the port that your browser uses, the default HTTP port. But on some machines, you can't actually run things unless you're in the administrator mode.
Yep.
So we like to use a sort of port that we use for debugging purposes. So in my case, I chose 7000. It's completely arbitrary.
Yeah.
Now, of course, if you search online, you'll find a list of commonly used ports and which application they're tied to.
Yeah.
But the one that I'm using is 7000. I think the minute you cross over the 1000 numbers, it's pretty much free.
Pretty
You can
open.
do whatever you want with it.
I do 8888 all the time. I don't know why. It's just what I do.
And actually, you'll notice that a few of these demos will have different ports as well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Way to screw everyone up. It's going to give you a different port now.
All right. So before in the command prompt, I was in the hello world directory. I typed in cd .. to get out of that directory and back to the parent directory. And then from there, I'm going to go into my 02 hello world folder. What you'll notice if I run directory, I've got the same setup, node, and then there's this file called app.js. I'm going to run it. Here we are. Something's running because our command prompt at the top is showing the currently running command, so it's still running. And I'm just going to pop over to the browser, type in HTTP localhost 7000. It's going to run.
Yeah.
There we go. Hello world.
All right. So we've
Through the browser.
So we've got the whole kind of, now we can start building web pages.
That's right.
Right.
And even if you just want to create a simple API, we'll show you how to do that with Express a little later. This is all you need, really. It's a few lines of code, and you've got an HTTP server. I'll show you one last thing, just to prove to you that this was sent with the right content type. I went into my F12 tools here, went into the network tab, press play to start capturing network traffic. If I refresh, there you'll see it. That's my type. I'm going to control 1 so you can see it a little more clearer. Text/plain.
Perfect. That was fairly quick to get up and running with that kind of thing.
Yeah, not a lot of lines of code to get an HTTP server running.
Yeah, that's awesome. So, hello world, basic, server going. We're going to talk about a couple more, I would say, fundamental, but also maybe a little bit more complex concepts with Node that are just important to note as we start getting into some of the more advanced things that we're going to start to do, right? So we have like event-driven programming.
So what is event-driven programming?
I don't know. What is it?
What is it?
Tell me.
Awesome. Basically, it's a different way of thinking about your program flow. Normally, in sort of the more imperative style programming languages, things tend to follow, the lines of code tend to follow each other, and it's a little bit more linear in terms of flow.
Right.
With event-driven programming, it's a little bit different. So basically, the flow of your program is defined by the events that are taking place. So if you're building a network application, if you're building a GUI application, typically there's an event, like say a control click, a mouse press, network I/O, something that came in, a request that came in. Those are all, drawing. Those are all events. And the way that you structure your programming in event-driven programming is by handling specific events as they arrive. So the flow is no longer linear; it's more split up.
Sure.
And you just wait for an event to actually take place for a specific code callback function to execute.
So I could be resizing the browser, and I could have made a call to a service that was going to give me all my Twitter API, feedback, and that might come while I'm also doing this. So it's also handling what I'm doing here, but also another event that might have happened at the same time, for example, right?
And there's a loop that takes control of which event takes, which callback is called next.
Right.
Now, if you'll notice in our HTTP server, if I go back to that, this is an example of event-driven programming. You've got this function, create server, and I'm giving it a callback, right? And you'll notice request response. The minute that we get an HTTP request, that's when this function is going to get executed. That's the event-driven programming part of this server.
Right. Because it's not necessarily a synchronous option. It's not like something just happens automatically. It's like there's a process that happens, and you've got to wait for that.
Exactly.
Right? So another kind of concept that, to cover that I think is fairly important is the node event loop.
That's right. So we're talking about all of these different events that are taking place. Well, how do we know what event's going to get executed? How do we trust that this callback will actually get executed, right? Because it seems like there's nothing to guarantee that in our code. Well, the way that happens is that Node provides you with an event loop as part of the language. So the minute that you call Node, you don't need to call a start function to start this loop that's waiting for events. You literally just put in your script, your code, and the loop starts the minute that you start Node. And it doesn't end until the last callback is called. So what that means is that if you started and created an HTTP server, okay, the end of that callback will just never arrive because you're always going to be waiting for HTTP requests to come in. And as a result, your program won't shut down until you tell it to shut down. Now, one thing to note about this event loop, if you're coming from other languages, the event loop is run under a single thread. So if you ever call a function like sleep, for example, which normally pauses the process, you're going to pause everything else as well. The event loop will simply just stop executing any other event. So anything else that comes in, it'll just have to be put on the back burner.
I think a lot of people are kind of familiar with that just in terms of JavaScript in general, how that works and how they capture things constantly and things like that. So we've got another big one that's important, and I think you already kind of mentioned this previously a little bit, was the whole idea of blocking, right? What happens with that?
That's right. So if you call sleep, for example, you're blocking the event loop, right?
Right.
Now, of course, there are other operations that you could do that might also block the event loop as well. Things like reading a file.
Right.
Now, what you'll see on the screen is this blocking I/O, and I'm basically getting the file system module, and I'm trying to read a file. But I'm reading it synchronously. So what's going to happen is the event loop's going to be blocked until the whole file is read. Now, this might not be very optimal, because if you think about it, sometimes files are going to be 100 megabytes.
Really, really big.
Like really big. So
why?
If you're running this HTTP server and you're getting all of these requests, and all of a sudden you need to read a file, and that file is really big, you're going to stop all the other requests from being handled.
Yep.
And it's just not going to, it's basically going to freeze your server.
Yep.
So
it basically locks out your user.
It locks out your user. So
it's just it's non-responsive until it's done.
There's a common thing that users experience called when the application freezes, and that's pretty much what it means. Like there's some long-running operation in the background that's stopping your ability to click on things.
I'm always like, I feel like when that happens, if I just mash the keyboard as fast as I can, it's gonna just make it go quicker. It's going to make it work again.
But the thing is, you're probably making it worse because you're creating all of these events that now it has to process.
Oh, I totally am.
It's just like...
Yeah. The problem's the user. I know that. Yeah. So, I mean, that's one of those things to consider is when you're doing those processes, whether it's synchronous or asynchronous, is that you have to be really, really, concerned about that and what you're doing to the experience in general.
Especially if you're using Node, there's an event loop that's built in, so you don't want to run anything that's synchronous. You want to have all your operations be as async as possible. And even things like reading from a file, you can run asynchronously.
Yeah.
Just to show you an example, if we just pop back to the Visual Studio screen, you'll see here's my example of reading a file synchronously. When this code executes, the entire file content will be in this variable. I'm going to output it afterwards. Now, if I want to read that same file in a way that's asynchronous, all you notice is the function call is going to be different. The function name is different. I'm still going to pass it the file that I want to read, but here I'm passing a callback. And what that's going to do is, it's the minute it reads a chunk of that file, it's going to execute that callback and then move on and let other events run.
Right.
And it won't just freeze until the whole file is written. It'll read it in little buckets, little buffers. And that's one way that you can avoid freezing your event loop. Yeah,
like back in the day where you used to go and read a file and you'd read line by line. Right, because at least you could read the line, use that line if you need to display something, read the line again, that kind of thing. So that's basically kind of what it's doing, just chunks of information.
Chunks of information. And in event-driven programming, your objective is really to get the program flow tied as closely as possible to the actual data flow. So if you're getting small chunks of data, ideally your callback should be dealing with that specific chunk of data as they arrive.
And you've mentioned callbacks a lot. Callback, 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 callback. You know, basically a function that handles or something that you want to be, you know, called when something's returned, right? So we got the whole idea of callback style programming.
Exactly. So you've got the event loop, and the minute any event occurs, ideally you want to execute something to handle what that event means. So that's what callback style programming is. Now, you can imagine when you're running a server application or just any application in general, there's going to be different types of events, maybe hundreds of events, depending on the application. So what's going to happen is you're going to have a lot of different callbacks. Now, this could actually end up with something that I'd like to term callback insanity. And let's just show you an example.
Yeah, if your eyes hurt when you look at this, our eyes hurt as well. We feel your pain.
Yeah. So in this example, what we've got is we got the file system again. We're trying to read a directory. And then for each file, we're going to check to see if there was an error that happened. If there is an error, continue.
Yeah.
For each file, we're going to read something. And then it just keeps going on and on and on till at the end, we're trying to actually accomplish something, which is just resize all of the images in this directory and then save them somewhere else. But this is what it might look like.
Yeah, just nested all the way down. It's like a big arrow. You know,
Yeah.
It ends up being like, keep going, keep going, keep going, oh, more, all the way back. And, you know, in some ways, like you look at that and you're like, okay, at least I know that this is happening, then this is happening, and then this is happening, but it's not readable. It's definitely not manageable. And it's really, really hard to debug because you're just following this crazy kind of, I like to call it the arrow, but it's just like, oh, here I go. I'm going to insanity and then all the way back, right?
Yeah, it's not manageable at all. But there are ways to handle callback insanity. And one of those ways is using promises style programming.
Yep.
All right. And basically what it is a promise is basically a function that will return a promise.
You will return a promise?
Sorry, yeah, that was very circular. let me try again.
I'll be right back. I got coding to do. I need some promises.
Exactly. Promise style programming, it's basically when a function will return a promise object that will return something in the future.
Right.
So it's promising that it will do something for you.
Yeah, I still need this. I need a lot of this. And it's the idea of like, you know, returning something to you and you can figure out when it's done, you can figure out if there's an error, you can figure out if there's success, and you handle it, you know, when you need to handle it and what it should do, and you handle those callbacks. So promises are actually, I mean, I think one of the first times I saw promises was like in the jQuery framework, and I was like, oh, what's this? You know, and you start to realize, oh yeah, it's used throughout, and so it's a very common kind of concept that I think a lot of people have kind of taken to.
Yeah.
You can chain promises together too. So if it returns something, you know, you can have something else return another promise and chain them. That whole kind of beauty of JavaScript thing that's going on. But promises can kind of help you simplify a little bit of that, right?
That's right.
So we're going to go into another demo, and I think just based on that idea, and it's going to be a basic TCP demo, right?
Yeah, so what I'm going to show you is if you open up Project 5, it's this classic server. Looks fairly similar to the HTTP server that we created, but in this case, what I'm doing is I'm using TCP instead. So I'm requiring net as opposed to HTTP, but I'm still going to return the same thing. Hello world, run server.listen. Looks very, very familiar. Now, if I run that in this little file right here, I'm going to stop the previous app. I'm going to get out, go into 05, and run node server.js. It's going to be running. Now, if I want to run the client, I want to get information from this server through TCP, it's going to be a little bit different. And this is going to introduce this concept called event emitters. It's a node concept. And what you'll notice is that things here are a little bit different. For one, you're creating a new socket as opposed to a server. You're telling it to connect to a specific port and host. And what's interesting here is that there's this new function that you probably haven't seen before called on. And what this function is going to do is it's going to say, hey, whenever I get a data event, execute this function. So on data, run this callback. Okay, and all this callback is going to do is just going to log whatever it was received and then close the client. So if I go back into my command prompt, so here's my server. I'm going to open up my client. I'm just going to move this on the side a little bit so you can see both of them side by side. If I go into 05, and you might not be able to see it on the screen, but here it is. I'm going to run node client. And there we have it. So the server reported a connection from localhost, and the client received data. Now, you'll see this is very different from what we've done with the callback, and this is event emitters.
Cool. And I think like for some of those more complex things like event emitters, that kind of thing, we have a lot of stuff that's listed in our slides, and some extra resources in terms of, where to go with those kind of things. Important concept to know.
That's right.
I think, quickly what we should try to go through is the Node Package Manager. And there's been a couple of really great questions in the chat, which I'll also try to, filter through maybe in the next module. Some really, really simple and awesome questions that are being asked. Some simple, some definitely not, trust me. So some of them like, whoa, yeah, you're doing something serious there. So Node Package Manager. Let's quickly talk about NPM and Node Package Manager is, a lot of languages have their own kind of versions of this if you want to think of it that way, whatever it may be. So NPM, official Node Package Manager for Node, right?
Yeah, it's bundle install automatically with your environment. Very simple to use. NPM install the package name. If you add -- save, it will actually install it to package.json, which is a file in your folder that will describe the dependencies that are available to you that are needed for this module. So here's an example of package.json, Node 101, MVA presentation code. You can see that you can describe the module that you're in and say who the author is, say what's the main file. And what's really cool about package.json is that you can also list the dependencies that this module needs.
Yep.
And then whenever you run npm install, without any package name, it will just take a look at this package.json and install everything.
Yeah, it's just like the requirements for your project. And the beauty of it is like you can say, I need this version of this library.
That's right.
Often you need to do those kind of things.
Yeah, and there's lots of great modules that are on NPM. And here's a list of some of the most depended ones.
Underscore, my number one favorite. I love underscore.
If you're a front-end dev and you love underscore, you can also use underscore on the back end as well. So you can see that you've got that code portability between the front end and back end with JavaScript.
Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch, whether it be async, request, popular NPM modules. Once again, anytime you're doing anything with APIs, there's always modules for that. If you're doing anything that's like utility-based, there's always modules for that. So always just take a look for what there may be before you go ahead and kind of try to write your own. We talked a little bit about how, the package JSON, which to me is kind of like a requirement listing, how it works. And it's the idea of just, that whole listing of these modules that this project's going to need. And, if you go into that project and you use NPM, now it's very common when you first start working with Node, and I still do it, where it's like I'll be Node NPM and I'll be like trying to run something with NPM, and that's not its job. That's Node's job. But if you go in and you say, okay, I'm going to install what's in this folder or the dependencies, it will create basically a local kind of Node modules folder and dump everything in there. So it keeps that kind of nice environment that's not polluting everything everywhere. In that kind of scenario. You can also install modules if you want globally. You might constantly use something across the board and assume that other people are as well, whatever it may be. So you can also, install those things globally if you want, which is, the same in a lot of other languages. If you're working in Python, similar kind of idea. Yeah. Right?
Yeah, and what's really cool, that one of my favorite things about having all your Node modules installed to your local folder is that I can just copy that whole folder and all my dependencies will come with me. That's just one of the things that I love about this structure. So
I think we're going to leave you with this module with some resources that are listed on this slide. Once again, we've listed the GitHub repo, GitHub repo. I'm going to pronounce it like that from now on. And we've also just gone through and some resources on Node. we've gone through the basics, so you can take some of these like for further reading. Definitely read up on things like asynchronous programming, read up a little bit on promises, get that kind of sense of what's going on and how those things work. In our next module, what we're going to do is we're going to cover just an intro to the Express framework and, just getting your very first Express app running, that kind of scenario, and, kind of take you a little bit further down the road of Node. So we're going to take a short break and we'll see you guys in 10 minutes. Welcome back. It's a Web Wednesdays.
Web Wednesdays.
And we're doing Node.js. That does not roll off my tongue. I'm sorry. We're doing Node.js, and we're going to be just starting in on our second module, which is kind of explaining the Express framework and how that works with Node.
We're really happy that you guys are back, to be honest. Thank you so much. Hopefully Express is going to be one of those tools that you'll use frequently. After you see how awesome it is. Yeah,
a couple things that we can do is quickly just answer a couple of questions that came up in the chat room, and we'll just quickly try to roll those in. One thing to note is that we're using Visual Studio to kind of go through some of the Node projects. There's, and I think I'll bring up the link here. There is Node.js tools for Visual Studio, and I have the link here that we can see on my screen, and it's basically you can download these, you can install them, and so if you go to create a new project or a new Node or Express project, it'll have those templates for you. Provide some of those tools. It will recognize those things happening in Visual Studio for you.
Yeah, and you'll see us using it towards the 6th module where we'll start doing some remote debugging with Azure with the tools for Visual Studio.
Right.
So you'll be able to see it in action.
Yeah, exactly. A couple other questions that kind of came up, was... let's see. A couple of people mentioned just blocking I/O versus non-blocking I/O. If you have something that you're doing that's a kind of like a big operation, the best advice I think we can possibly give is just go asynchronous all the way.
Yeah.
And once again, it's got to be one of those things where you got to consider, depending on what you're doing, if it's really data heavy.
Yeah. Let's say you're editing some video. And your service edits some video in the back end. What you'll want to do, ideally, is run it as async as possible. And one of the ways you could do that is by literally spinning up another process. There's the process module that will let you do that very simply. And you'll be able to assign a callback. So when that process is done, you'll actually get the result of it. So you don't have to run things on your server event loop at all.
Yeah.
It's one of the things that you could do for long-running operations that are really mandatory and blocking.
Right. So just that, once again, it's one of those things you got to consider architecturally and when you're building your application. We had another question just quickly. What is TypeScript? TypeScript is produced by Microsoft.
Right.
It extends the functionality of JavaScript. Unlike some other kind of, there's variations that people kind of slotted in with CoffeeScript and things like that. TypeScript kind of extends it. So plain JavaScript will work. TypeScript. And it gives you strict typing is one of the number one features with it. So you get that idea of, especially if you come from a language where it's a little more structured, you got strict typing, all that kind of good data stuff that you don't get right out of the box in JavaScript. TypeScript extends. So it's worth checking into if you come from, let's say, not a JavaScript background and you're coming from something where you're, like C# or that kind of thing, where you're used to that kind of, ability to type to variables and things like that.
Yeah, it's really powerful if you want to do some static typing. It's a superset on top of JavaScript, so all of your JavaScript code will work, but the additions that TypeScript offers only works if you're then using TypeScript to recompile it down into basic JavaScript. So it's very similar to the way CoffeeScript works, if you've used CoffeeScript before.
Right. The beauty of TypeScript is that your JavaScript will just work. You don't have to worry about anything else. So you can, write a line of JavaScript, or you can, write it in TypeScript and you're fine.
Yeah.
We got audio is fading in and out since the break. Thank you. We'll take a look into that. Awesome. Number one suggestion for audio problems: refresh the page always. So let's start getting into Express a little bit and talking about the Express framework and how it works with Node. And how we can use it, and show a simple example of maybe building a really, really basic REST API. One of the things you can start to do if you're not sure how you want to use Node is that Node is really great. I mean, all those server-side languages, but Node's great for really quickly getting up and running an API of some sort. Maybe you need to get data that's pulled in from somewhere. Maybe you need to create something that's like fake data because whoever is doing the services hasn't finished the services yet. Any of those kind of things, you can get up and running and build something like that in Node quite easily, and have something working and that you can test with, that you're not just pulling in a JSON file or writing a bunch of objects out that you think are going to emulate the data. So that's for me, that was one of the first uses of Node that I came across. I was like, I think I'm just going to build a basic API because I always need those. I always need to save data or get data or whatever it may be. So when we're going to talk about Express in this module, we're going to talk about, what is Express? Some people call it Express Web Framework, Express Framework. I hear it mostly as Express. We're going to talk about installing and using Express. We're going to demo, creating a very simple REST API and kind of show you where you could go with it a little bit. And we're going to talk about a couple other things in Express, whether it be templating, maybe some the idea of middleware you'll hear tossed around a lot.
Yep.
So we'll kind of just walk through those things for you and give you kind of the basics. And again, when we start building out our chat application, which is coming up, all these things we're teaching you right now, we're going to be using. So we'll be using the Express framework. So this will give you a nice, good kind of starter point for that. So, what is Express? Often, if you're searching the web, you'll see the mean stack, for example, right? So you'll see, so that's Mongo, Express, Angular, and Node, for example. So you'll see something along those lines. You'll see Node always with Express. Sometimes it's Node, Express, Mongo, right? Angular seems to be something, a little bit client-side framework tossed in there. You tend to see them quite a bit, right?
Yeah.
And so what is Express? How would you describe Express if I said to you, okay, I know a little bit about Node. I know enough to write basically, I want to start serving up some web pages.
Yeah.
How do I handle things in terms of building out this website?
So Express is this web framework that lets you structure your web application to handle multiple different HTTP requests at a specific URL. So if you remember when we did our HTTP server, we had one callback that would handle all the requests that our HTTP servers got. But as you know, websites are not just one page for the most part. They might have different URLs. Express lets you structure your program so that you can handle multiple URLs and multiple HTTP requests, whether it's a get, post, put, patch, delete, and handle it in a very simple way and straightforward way. And you'll see that when we're going to use it to create a very simple REST API that will handle a get request for our front end, whatever front end we're building.
Right, and so Express is one of those things that's really handy if you're building out a whole website, but also if you're just building out an API. Because sometimes all you need is that endpoint, and then you're like, okay, I need students, and I need to get students, I need to put students, I need to any of those CRUD operations that you might do, right?
Exactly.
So it's really easy to get up and running there.
Yeah, and there's very simple ways to use Express to return JSON properly with the right content type with a simple function call. So you don't have to set everything manually like we did in our HTTP demo.
Yeah, or going in through some other languages, for example, you're writing headers and you're writing all this other kind of stuff before you return stuff. Express, when you think about Express, it's important to note that it works with Node. It's for Node. And a lot of times when you come from a front end background, at least I feel like this has been my experience, coming from a front end, moving into Node, okay, there's JavaScript on the server, there's JavaScript on the front. Okay, my folder structure might be like some here. Here's my, public. Often you'll see is, that's what's client side. Here's what's happening on the server. Express is used for Node on the server.
Yeah, it's
mostly to handle a lot of what we just mentioned about that structure of the HTTP calls.
Yeah, it's a module on your server backend, and it doesn't actually do anything on the front end. So it's strictly on the back end.
So a couple of reasons why you should use Express. If I said to you, okay, I've been looking at it, why do I need to learn yet another web framework? I feel like that's my life right now. Every time you look, there's some new framework, some new library. Why should I use why should I learn Express? Why should I spend the time?
Well, Express is fairly well established, and it's got a huge community behind it. Lots of middleware for Express that you can use to extend Express. Huge community around it. So if you're using Node and you need a framework as your default, Express, I think I would recommend would be the best one. Now, Express itself is great because it gives you support for routing, so you can handle multiple URLs. And the other neat thing is that it also supports multiple templating engines, so you can template your HTML. Nice thing about Express that I really like is that it's very simple, it's open source, very straightforward, and it's inspired by Sinatra from Ruby on Rails. So if you're coming from the Ruby language, so if you're coming from Ruby, you might recognize a lot of the stuff that we're going to be showing you today.
Yeah.
And it's definitely...
it's also, if you know any Python, it's very similar to Flask.
To Flask as well.
Yeah, so it's one of those things when I first saw it, I was like, and I think I said this the other day, I was like, oh, it's just like Sinatra, which was like the only framework I think I've learned like in Ruby outside of Ruby and Rails and then using Sinatra.
Yeah.
So it was one of those things. I think even if you're doing a simple Node application where you're going to handle more than one kind of URL, or one kind of request at that address, probably using a framework is a good idea, because once you start to see just how easy it abstracts that stuff out for you, you'll be like, oh, that totally makes sense. It's so much cleaner. It's easier to read. I know where everything is, right? That's how I feel about it.
That's something that I definitely agree with. And you'll see it in some of our sample demo code. It doesn't add much lines of code to your actual code base. So you can achieve a lot with Express without having to do too much coding.
Awesome. So installing and using Express. Express, you can, basically you can get it through NPM, and you need to install it. You can install it globally, you can install it locally. And it's really just two commands. And what we're going to be using here, is you'll see on the screen, is we're going to be npm install Express. So I'll just basically open up the command line and I'll run npm install Express. And I'm also installing Jade. And Jade is something that we're not going to cover in this module. We'll cover in further modules. But Jade is templating language, for lack of better kind of terminology.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. And you'll see Express, because Express not only handles a lot of that the routing, it also, it has the templating features, right? So you can use a variety of different templating engines, can you not?
Yeah, you can use Mustache if that's the one that you're familiar with. Or if you're coming from the front-end environments, you've probably used Mustache, or even the underscore templating engine. You can also use that one as well. You can even create your own templating engine.
Yeah, handlebars.
Just inject it. It's really flexible, very open. You can use whatever one that you want.
Right. So we're going to kind of get into just, looking at what a basic simple REST API looks like and how it works. We're going to break down some of those things for you. And then we're also going to just kind of talk a little bit more about Express and some of the other features, like we had mentioned already, like the term middleware, which, you'll read a lot about it. And then you go to search for what is middleware. It's pretty much exactly what it sounds like, but we'll kind of walk through a little bit of those kind of things for you. So when it comes to, we're looking at making a basic kind of REST API. Again, you have your kind of routing that you need for your API, and that's where you're going to get certain kinds of information. So, you're looking to get students. You might have, an endpoint for students, for get, for post, for a student in particular, an ID, all those kind of things. So we should talk about routing a little bit and how important that is.
Yeah.
So a router maps basically your request to a callback, right? So, if we're looking at Express and we're kind of like looking at those kind of things, you'll see that we kind of register what we think that route should be. Sometimes you write it straight up as like /students. Sometimes you're writing, you can write regular expressions, those kind of things if you want to do that. Most of these requests are often, like I think you previously said, we've got get, post, right? Put, delete.
Put, patch. If you guys can name the other ones on the chat window, we'll give you bonus points.
Yeah. For how many you tend to use, right? I'm usually a get post person. I never delete anything. I just archive it. I put like a variable in the database. It's just like show or, active or whatever. But you can delete all those kind of things. And the URLs kind of describe where the location is targeted, right?
Yeah. So basically, with the URL, you can also set a path. So that's the target path that you want. So the minute that someone puts that in the browser, all right, and you put that in your your router in Express, the callback will be executed for that path. So that it's going to go for that target.
Right, so if you're doing something like, I want to get the information for a particular student, you would probably in your path have to include the ID or some kind of recognizer for that student. So it might be student/1, for example. And then I would use the 1 in that callback to figure out what I need to do. Exactly. Right? Maybe I'm returning a simple string. Maybe I'm going to a database. Maybe I'm taking that ID and I'm going to an API, whatever it may be. So the URL really does describe a lot of kind of like what you're doing, right?
Yeah.
And then again, we talked a little bit about a request handler and the callback. And you can see on my screen, I have an example at the bottom that's, you'll see, and this is what Express looks like. You basically kind of create an app or an Express app, and you have .get, meaning that someone's going to be getting the index, and what should happen when they get the index, that callback that should be called. And you get, your request, and you get the result of what you want to do with that, or that response, sorry. Yeah. So, routes, you start to see this across the board, whether you're using front-end frameworks. For example, you'll see the idea of a router. It's handling what's coming off the URL, and, maybe you set up the state of your application for that. And then you also are seeing it now, again, on the server side, which is a lot of frameworks, no matter what language you're in, kind of do that, because that's a lot of work to do. Right? Like setting up that stuff and figuring out what's going on. If you're going to write all that stuff yourself, that can be a fair chunk of work. So why not use a framework, right? So here's on my screen just the code for creating a simple Express application, and I'll shortly open up Visual Studio. We'll take a look at it, and I'll just run it on the command line, and I'll show you just a couple other things about Express. But if we start to look at this slide, you can start to see that we're requiring a module called Express. Once again, require, you can think of require as like you need to import something, or it's requiring it to work. And those are often, depending on what you're using or whatnot, you might instantiate and use those at the top of your file. You might do it throughout. It depends on how you tend to write your code. And then we create a variable that's instantiated to Express. So we're creating an Express app fundamentally here. And Express has a bunch of things, bunch of functions and features that you can add. And all we're doing here is we're saying when you get basically this URL, which is, I'm going to the root of the application. Here's what I want to have happen. And so you get that, you write that response, and right here you see that we're writing JSON. We're writing a basic message, with some text. And, what happens is that when you hit that URL, that's a response that we're returning to you, right? And then on the last line, we're going app.listen, and we have an environment variable there, for example. So if you guys are used to deploying stuff, maybe you work this way locally, where you might have a local version, a production version, a staging version. Maybe you're used to, pushing stuff, no problem up to the web, and you instantiate your environment variables. We have that environment variable that we're looking for. So we're saying, it's if this exists, use it, and if not, use 8080. Right, for this example. Yep. And that's a basic, very simple Express application. There's no bells and whistles here. Like it's dead simple. And this is a great example of what you'd use for something that's just like a REST API. So I'm just going to open up the code in Visual Studio. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to kind of run it on the command line and show you that in action. So in Visual Studio, if I go to 08, Express REST, you will see, now if you're looking at my Visual Studio, you'll see right here that I have, it says, NPM, there's node modules, right? So what happens is that, I've got this local kind of node modules folder that has all of these things installed. And what you need to do with these kind of packages, if you're following along with us, what you need to do is the first thing you do when you get any kind of a node project is that you kind of navigate to the directory that it is in, and then you type in npm install. And it's going to look at anything from that package JSON, and it's going to install all of those things. So if I kind of just navigate, for example, into this folder, and let's just bring up my directories, and I'm just going to go 08 tab. There we go. All right, so if I just list out what's here, I see I have a package JSON. So if you had just pulled this down and you're following along and you navigated into this folder, you have to get really used to working on the command line with Node. And once you do, you get used to all the things you need to do. But the first thing you need to do is just go npm install. Now, for me, I've already done this, so it's kind of going to go through and it's going to say, okay, there's not too much to worry about. But for anyone else, you potentially might need to do this. Now, the other thing that you need to do when you're working with Express is that you need to install Express. So npm install Express is how you install Express. And it will go through and you'll see that it's kind of working a little bit, and it will, you see all these new things that show up. And you're starting to see, okay, well, I've got all these things that Express also requires in order to work. So I've installed Express. You will also need to go npm install Jade. Again, I've done this. It's going to go through the process again, and it's going to go and it's going to install those things. All right. That's how you need to get started with it at the very, very beginning in order just to even work with Express. So you need to have Express installed. You need to have, for example, we're using Jade. Maybe you might be using a different templating engine at some point in time that you're more familiar with or that you like. But, for our example, we're using Jade. And so once you've done that and you've hit npm install, so any of these modules that you've gone in and you're trying to run them or you're trying to use any of them, make sure that before you do, you navigate to the directory and you hit npm install. And it will go through that package JSON and it will install any of the things that are listed as dependencies. Because otherwise what's going to happen is you're going to go and run that, you're going to run Node, you're going to run the app.js, most of them are called, and then you're going to realize, oh, okay, something's happening here, I got an error, I need to fix it. Usually it's just installing your modules. You kind of get used to it.
Can you show us what the package.json looks like?
Sure.
This module?
Yeah. So this is what it looks like from this module. So you can start to see what the dependencies are here, right? So we know that this is going to be, some description about the project itself, right? I've got the name, the version. So this is really handy if you're doing any kind of versioning, right? And I'm looking at your GitHub and I'm like, oh, did he update? Oh, awesome. It's still 000, no update. You can start to communicate that to the community this way, right? author name, email, in case you want to get email and support your project, as everyone does, right? You're like, I just did it. Try to make it work. And then you got your dependencies that are listed. Do you want to talk a little bit about the dependencies, or any of these kind of things?
Yeah. So if you've noticed, when she was running npm install express, if you add a -- save, what that will actually do is it'll add it to the package.json. So the next time that you get this module, and let's say that it depends on 20 different modules, you don't need to remember each one. You don't need to npm install each one. You can just run npm install, and what that will do is it'll read whatever the dependencies are in package.json and install them for you.
Right.
So here's an example that Stacy can do. Maybe you can install underscore and save it. You can see what happens to...
so npm install underscore -- save, right?
Yep.
If I'm installing that, it should be pulling it down, and just that -- save is basically saying, hey, go put it back to my package.json, update this file, right?
That's right.
So I'm doing that. I get a whole bunch of messages. It's like, I love you, messages. And then, of course, you get the, hey, this has been modified. What do you do? Of course, I say yes, right? And then we see underscore, right? So do you want to talk a little bit about the syntax here that you start to see in terms of like what a star might mean, or
Yeah. So this syntax that you're seeing is called semantic versioning, and essentially it'll specify which version that you want Express to be in. And in the first case, we're specifying the exact version that we want, 3.4.4. Now, for Jade, you'll see the star,
Yep.
and what the star means is just install any version of Jade.
Yeah.
And
I don't care.
yeah, it's like, I don't
Give it
care.
to me
just
all.
like,
Yeah.
whatever,
Yeah.
whichever one's the latest one, get that one.
Whatevs.
Whatevs.
Whatevs. Yeah.
And the underscore one is a little special, though. It's got this little hat. I don't know
little
what
carrot.
it's called. The carrot. Yeah, I don't know what it's called.
Carrot. Looks like a carrot. Totally does not look like a carrot.
But all that's going to do is going to say that, hey, I want 1.7 and then any minor version up of that one specifically. So if it's the latest one is 1.7.2, it's going to get that one. If it's 1.7.3, it's going to get one. Or if it's still 0, then we'll use that one.
Right.
Now, one thing I do want to show you with Node Tools for Visual Studio, if you installed it, maybe we can hop to my screen. And one thing you'll notice that if I did not run npm install, you'll notice on the side, if I open up the npm little symbol, direction arrow,
You'll get nothing.
You'll get nothing. It'll tell you. So Visual Studio will actually read the package.json and say, hey, you're missing a bunch of modules.
It's so friendly. It's just like, hey, buddy.
Yeah, you won't be able to run this.
Yeah.
A neat feature, if you don't want to use the command prompt, you can just right-click on npm and it'll give you all these options. Install new npm packages, install missing ones, update npm packages, and that will do exactly what you did on the command prompt, just Visual Studio will run it for you.
Yeah.
You don't need to go
So if you're one of those people who's a little afraid of like living the 80s dream of, living in the command prompt, Visual Studio kind of like exposes some of those things, so you don't spend as much time.
And if you don't believe me that it's the same function call, it'll actually just show you in the output right here on my screen. Here it is. This is the command that it executed, npm install.
Yeah. So friendly. It's like a nice little reminder. So, if we look at this app.js, which we kind of walked through in the previous example on the slide, we're going to go ahead and we're just, going to basically run this app and see what happens. So according to this, I should be running on 8080 as this port.
Yeah.
All right. So what you need to do is I'm going to go into the command prompt again, and I'm already in that folder. So I'm going to go node app.js. I don't need to specify a port. Now, if you don't have a port listed and you want to override that, it's basically -p and then you put in whatever number you want. So 9,000, for example. But we don't need to do that. We've got it listed. So that's just, a good to know for you. So node.app.js. Hold on, throwing an error. This is always fun because then you get to see what's going on here. Oh, you know what? let's change that port because maybe something's using it. Remember this happened when we were doing this the other day.
It's true.
So I'm just going to change this to be 7001, let's say. Something crazy. And just tab up. And there we go. We know that something's kind of going on. And I can open up my browser and I can go to localhost, and it was 1001, I believe. And you can see this being written back, right? And so we've kind of modified IE so that it actually writes back the string rather than download the file here. If you're working in another browser, you might have a JSON viewer that'll show it all nicely formatted, but you can start to see that we simply created an API, we're writing back some data, right? So this, for me, I love working with Node in this way to create simple APIs, especially if I'm working with someone who's doing the server side and I don't know what the data is going to be quite yet, and you kind of agree, you have that contract for the data model, and you're like, okay, I know it should be like this. Okay, I take that, I emulate it however I need to emulate it, and I'm doing that actual process of going out and getting, hitting the URL, getting the data, bringing it back, and then when I go to switch it, to the actual produced kind of services, in theory, I'm going to hope that it goes way smoother than me just kind of writing this object internally and kind of bringing it back. Mm-hmm. You'll see in the URL here, anything that we're talking about in terms of port, super important because you could be running Node, you could be running a Python app, you could be running a whole bunch of things. They're going to take up ports. And so just understanding that port is your identifier, and you need to always remember what that item is. Let's go back a little bit to just Visual Studio Express. Now, if you had that error like I had, for example, where it's throwing you an error and you're thinking, everything's installed, I'm not quite sure what's going on here, just try a different port. Your port might be blocked, something might be running on it, you might not know. First things first, don't worry about all the apps that will show you what's running on ports or anything. Just try a different port right away. See if that works. The other thing is sometimes, if you're working in the command prompts, you might have a couple instances of something running because you forget, I'll just create a new command prompt and start something, close out your command prompts, then start it again.
Yeah.
So, that's a basic kind of API for Express in a nutshell. And so you can take that quite a bit further, obviously. Now, I was going to go to another slide, but what I'm going to just talk about here briefly is, we're just doing something that's getting on that URL. We could change this URL, so we can add in another route if we wanted to here. So I could say, for example, home, right? And if if you went to this URL home, I could change this message, I could change this response, and that's how you start to work with the routing. This, for example, we just wrote back a basic JSON message. This is like your hello world of simple REST APIs, right? But you could, at some point here, do something on the server side where maybe you're requiring a Node module that's going to go and get the latest data from an authorized user on Facebook or something. And you might go and get that process here, or go to the database, for example, here, and then return it, right? So those are some of the things that you can kind of do. We should talk a little bit about middleware and the idea of middleware. We don't have an example necessarily in here.
Actually, Project 7.
Oh, there you go. Oh, sorry, I went right to the rest and I didn't do. My bad.
Problem. If you open app.js on Project 7.
We can walk through this. This is actually the best one to walk through.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you'll notice.
Forgot about that.
Yeah, middleware is this idea of being able to stick other request handlers right before your own request handler. So you can chain handlers so that you can execute other things like, for example, handle the templating language that you're using, or handle the JSON formatting. So you can attach all of these middleware that'll execute so if you think about it, you get the new request, it'll execute all these middleware in order before it gets to your callback.
Right. So I go to the URL and I say I'm going /students, right? And so, for example, you take that request and you might have some middleware, whatever that middleware that might be, and maybe it's going to go and format that in a certain way. Right? Maybe it's going to go and store it somewhere else, or aggregate those things. So it's the middleman, right?
Exactly.
It intercepts it, basically, does whatever it needs to do, does its magic, forwards on that stuff to you.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, so if we actually pop up that project and go to app.js, there's a really interesting middleware that I'd like to show, and that's on line 25. And I'll show you line 24 as well. What you'll notice what line 24 does is it requires a module called stylus that Stacy will show you in a future part of this course. And what it does is say, hey, for this stylus module, get me the middleware, and I'm going to pass it a path to a folder to the public folder. And what this middleware is going to do is anytime that there's a .style file, it will actually compile it into a CSS file. So we'll explain what all that means in a second. And the next thing that I do want to show is this express static function. So if you wanted to just serve straight out files and not have to handle any specific custom request, you can literally just serve your files with that. And what it'll do is it'll take a look at the public folder as we path to it, pass to it, and anything that's in the path of that public folder will just get returned right away.
I think, and going through this example, it begs us to kind of walk through a little bit of the folder structure that Express creates for you, right?
That's right.
And so Express does have a sense of folder structure. You can use something that's like, it's called Express Generator, where you can install npm Express Generator and then create an Express. It's simply like a command. It's like Express. You specify what kind of style sheets or preprocessor you want to use or whatnot, and it'll create that structure for you.
Right.
So if you're looking at an Express project, you tend to have things that are going to be in different folders for structure-wise. And so you'll have things like views, routes, right? You have a public folder. Public folder is client side, so it's like your JavaScripts. It's going to be your CSS that you need. It's going to be any images that you're trying to pull in, right? Anything that you're used to as a front-end developer, you might have in an assets folder or something along those lines. You might call it that. That's actually public. I'm going to show this to the public. And so that's where you can start to see the separation of client-side versus server-side JavaScript. Views tend to hold your templating, right? So if we go to my screen, you'll see in this kind of example right here, you'll see that views have an index and a layout, right? And then you'll also see, so that's usually where you put your templates for views. Again, the beauty of using a template is that you can use it again and again. So if you're building something that's very much like a web application, chances are, you're going to have a list item that you just iterate over again and again. You're going to, you're going to have any of that kind of HTML stuff that, you need to kind of write to the page that you repeat. So that's one of the nice things about templates. You just put them there and you're good. Now, you might have routes, and so you might separate your routes. And, a great example is that, your basic route might be your index.js, right? So that's like you're just into your root, but you might have / student or user. So you might create a JavaScript that just handles that. And then again, you have your public folder, which has, style sheets, JavaScripts, images, depending on how you've structured your project. If you use preprocessors, you might have something along these lines that, another folder that, like you said, takes that, compiles it, serves it up, whatever you need to do. So this, just taking a look at this, is very much the standard kind of, any kind of layout or structure that you get for an Express app. And it's probably best to follow that because, it's pretty much the industry standard. You have things like Yeoman or any of those generators that can kind of, lay out their project for you. So, that's probably one of the best things to go through. If we kind of just walk through this app, fairly quickly, we can kind of just walk through a couple other things that Express has or exposes to you so that you're a little bit more familiar. I went right to the simple demo, but we have, basically creating an Express app. you can, again, set all your environment stuff. You can say, here's the path to where my views are, for example. So anytime I want to use a view, you already know where the path is.
So what's a view exactly?
For a view would be any kind of like templating snippet of, depending on what templating engine you use, it's going to be what you use to kind of return back and write to the page in that response, right? When you're responding with HTML, for example.
So you could return an HTML view.
Sure.
Or a Jade in this case.
Sure. Yep, whatever templating that you're using. For example, the next thing that we specified was which view engine are we using? We're using Jade here, right? Then you got all sorts of other things that you can start to kind of get into. And the one thing about Express that's really lovely is that their documentation is actually really good. You have to go through it, you have to read it, you have to be not me, basically. But once you do, the documentation is good. So, you can start to realize how to do a lot of other things. So, we're going through and we see all of these kind of different features, whether it be like how you're going to log stuff out, whether, you're going to use JSON, all this kind of stuff. And again, going down, we talked a little bit just about the middleware idea that, okay, I'm going to use some middleware here. Stylus is a pretty popular one for middleware, but I mean, there's a bunch of them.
And these are all middleware. Anytime that you use the function app.use, you're inserting
fundamentally,
middleware.
Yeah. And then, just walking through, you can start to see, if you're a dev who works locally and then maybe has a couple environments where you're pushing to production and then you're pushing to staging, you might set up your environment here where you're trying to figure out like what environment you're running. And you can start to figure out those kind of things, whether you want to use logging or you got to set other stuff up, however you might be doing that. And then you can set your routes. And, again, we're just showing get here. So, you have app.get. And again, you're just going to the index. And what it's going to do is it's going to look at the routes, and we have that routes in the folder, and it's going to basically call that function, right?
So what's happening here is routes is as a module. So if you open up the folder, any folder node can be considered a module. And if you go to the top of that file, you'll notice that we're requiring this folder called routes. So right at the top, you'll see it right there. That is the folder that we're requiring, and we're requiring the module user as well.
Right.
So when you call require, by default, Node will get the index.js file. If you need to require another file in that folder, you can pass it the path.
Right.
So that's what's happening here. We're pathing the path to the routes folder, and by calling the require function, we're loading that code or importing it into our current app.js.
And so when we say, hey, when this route is found or defined, right, this string, whatever it may be, call this function, you can just take a look at this. You know that it's been declared here. And we're looking for something that's been exported on it called index, a function of some sort. So the beauty of this is if I look through this, and if you've set this up and I go through this, I can start to see where things are pathed. And now you're separating out your logic, you're separating out all the concerns, right? And so things start to become very organized. And so I can go into this index.js, and it's just that whole module and exports idea that we've seen across the board, and many other things. And you see, what are you exporting from this kind of module? It's this function that's called index. And so this is what should happen, when I hit that kind of home page or that index page, right? If we look at the routes for user, there we go. Thought for a second and didn't even switch. I was like, you can see something, different might happen. Now again, we're only exporting here one function, but you could have a list of things. So you could have anything to do with users, right? Anything to do with users, whether you're modifying, getting a particular user, you could put it all in this one place. And same with any, you might have another thing that's, users and then has something to do with their locations or something along those lines. You might have a different file or you might map it the same. So you tend to organize things. Routing kind of becomes king, right?
Yeah.
Because you tend to organize, that becomes your kind of object domain, and everything gets organized in that way.
So one thing that I'd like to ask you that I noticed when we were looking at index.js, we're using a new function to send the response. It's
Right.
render.
Right. So when you're using render, the idea of render is basically exactly what it says. I want you to render something back to the page, not send something back, not JSON. This is what I want you to do. I'm going to render, meaning pretty much render a template. And so you're going to look for that index template, and it's passing some data. And so the beauty here is that, this object here is, a JSON object that's any kind of data. And so that data is usually what your template requires or uses or needs, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm going to expect that there should be a title variable in that template, and I want to use basically this template. So if we go down to our views and we hit open the Jade, there is a title variable there, right? But you can start to see, and we're not going to go through too much about Jade and how this works, but you can start to, well, at least not in this module, I promise you it's coming, but you can see anytime you see these curlies, this is, an ongoing thing among templating. You'll see it in frameworks. It usually means that you're taking that and you're substituting it. Right? So I'm going to take this title variable, whatever it may be, and I'm going to substitute it.
And I believe the reason they use curly braces is because in HTML, there's no use for curly braces.
Yeah.
It's really rare that people will even put curly braces in their text.
Yeah.
So it's a
unless it's like a code block, which you're wrapping or something
Yeah.
along those lines. Yeah. So you'll start to see, how those things start to get mapped out. So if you went back to here, you might have more variables. This might be a response from something else. You can start to see how it gets,
Maybe data
built
from
up.
your database.
Pardon me. Totally. It could be from anywhere.
Yeah.
And right now we're just doing something very, very simple. So you start to see how these keywords really matter. We saw JSON, we saw render, we see, all those kind of things.
Now, I like demos. I like to see proof that things are being done. So why don't we run this app?
Here we go. Okay, let me navigate. Let me close this out. Let me open up the command prompt again. Let me navigate to the folder because I couldn't possibly be prepared. 07, right? Tab. Here we go. Okay, so I see there's an app.js. Now, do you feel like there's a standardized naming convention for like your entry point into your app? Do you think it's always app.js or index.js or?
Now, some people like to use different names. In theory, you should be specifying that name in the package.json file.
Right.
Now, I like to use app.js because we are building apps with Node, so it makes complete sense for me, and it's typically the name that's used by most
Very intuitive.
developers. Yeah.
Could have been like run me now.
Yeah, it could have been that, but I like app.js.
Okay, so first thing I'm going to do just in this folder, I've done it already, but I'm a little paranoid. As always, just pull down this project. I'm going to install stuff. I just want to make sure that everything's good. Looks like it's great. So now I'm going to go app.js. Okay, awesome. It's telling me is listening on port 3000. So let's bring this up. No longer my 7001. Goodbye. Let's go to 3000. Let's see if this works. There you go. So I've got a basic kind of Express framework working. Now, we had users, right?
That's right.
And
that is the response that we sent back.
So you start to see that, you would obviously get something here that if this was going to, that route wasn't found. And then you can start to supply templates for, for those kind of things like a 404, route not found, whatever you need to do. But you start to see that we get, the basic routing that's in place there. And this idea, when you first kind of create your Express app, this is what you see. It's Express, it's welcome to Express. And the first thing you usually go and do is you kind of go and try to change that title or whatever you're trying to do, right? But we see that it's working and that everything's kind of running on port 3000. And you're off to the races with Express. And so in the next couple modules, what we're going to end up talking about, we've covered the basics. We showed you, I skipped ahead because I'm a nerd that way. I was like, yeah, let's just get straight to it. But we're going to kind of try to show you in the next couple modules Basically, okay, you understand Express, you understand how to, put a route down. Okay, we're going to build this out a little bit, and we're going to work a little bit with the templating, and we're going to build out the UI. And so what we're going to create is maybe we'll show in the next module the application as it is, and then we're going to start just walking you through how we put it together and how we built it. And so it really does take the front end, the back end. You're doing going to Mongo, you're using Express, you're using Jade, you're using all those kind of things. Again, you start playing with Express, you can use other templating engines. We're just, using Jade for this thing, today, but you can definitely use other engines in terms of templating that you want. Maybe you're familiar with something else. A lot of people I know who are doing client-side templating, they like underscore or mustache or any of those things. Fine. You use what you're comfortable with. Jade does have a kind of different format, I think, a little bit than some of those other ones. So we'll walk you through that, coming up in the next module. And I think for today, I think it's about time to. I'm starving. So, I wish. But I think I'm starving. Actually, I really am starving. Anyone want to send me a pizza? Does anyone got the address here? So we're gonna start looking at some of those things, whether it's building out the front end or building out the back end. Might do the back end first, and walk you through some of those kind of things. So we're gonna take a break. Thanks for sticking with us for this hour. Yeah.
Hopefully you'll come back. We really want you back here.
We'll take a look at the chat room, and we'll try to address some of those questions as well. So we'll take a quick 10-minute break, and we'll see you back soon. Welcome back. It's Web Wednesdays. I do not have a pizza in my hand, although there was promise of a pizza being sent to me somewhere in the chat room out there. If you do have a pizza in your hand that you are enjoying, or some other food item, because I like food, please, by all means, share it in the chat room. Love to see it. Love to live vicariously. yeah, exactly. Love to live vicariously through you. Let's just get right into it, because if you don't listen to me, you'll be listening to my stomach. It is just having a mind of its own. Building a backend with Socket.io and Mongo. So we're going to start now on to the chat application. And this is not your average little chat application, right? We're going to be using Node. We're going to be using Socket.io, Mongo. We've got Express. We've got Jade. We've got all of those key kind of phrases there for you. So we're going to start building the backend. And walking through maybe some of these technologies that you might be familiar with, you might not, maybe you've heard of, maybe you haven't used extensively, maybe you're an expert and you're sitting back there and inhaling the pizza that I desperately want. So what are we going to talk about in this module to give you a sense of what's going to be covered? We are going to talk about WebSockets, which are, they could have a whole day to themselves, really, because they are just a crazy kind of technology that you can use across board on different languages. We're going to talk about using Socket.io to connect users, to broadcast messages, receive messages. That's how we're going to get that whole kind of real-time, send a message, receive it, send it back, that kind of thing going on. We're going to use Socket.io for that. We're going to use Mongo. So we're going to use basically, one of the document-based database to save messages. And we're going to, kind of go and try to figure out what were the last couple messages that were received and bring those back and start working with Mongo and bringing it into our workflow. And so we're going to show you a lot of this stuff using Visual Studio and some of the tools that you can be using there to easily do a lot of this kind of working with these different technologies.
Yep.
So, let's just dive right into what are WebSockets.
Yeah, so a WebSocket, it's a protocol designed to let you do real-time communication between the browser and the server. So we're talking full duplex connections. And what that means is that if you look at the history of the web, it's always been a server-client architecture where only the server sends data and the client just requests data. But with the more advanced modern web applications that folks are building, ideally what you want to do is you want the client to be able to send data to the server without having to refresh the whole page. So lots of workarounds were invented to do this before WebSockets were made available. So you have things like AJAX requests. You had long polling that you could do. You get all these like crazy ways to get this full duplex connection. But now that WebSockets as a protocol has become mature and a lot of browsers are supporting it, you can just use straight up WebSockets to create a full duplex connection, and that'll let you do some really cool stuff like real-time apps and chat applications right in the browser. So if you're wondering, WebSockets are fully compatible with HTTP, and they use the same port number 80 that you're used to with HTTP. So if you don't need to worry about firewalls or anything like that. And then what's really powerful about WebSockets is that you can build this real-time client-server interaction with the browser and the server. And Node is especially well designed to do this, to handle this, because it's very event-based. It's event-based driven. So the minute that there's an event, you can handle it, and the server is constantly looping through all the events that are coming in. So an HTTP request will be handled, as well as a WebSocket message and all of those messages in a way that's non-blocking, so you can keep handling those, and it allows you to build real-time applications. Now, WebSockets is supported by several browsers, including Internet Explorer, which is awesome because that's what we're going to be using. And it's great to have this support in Internet Explorer. And if you're running IE 10 and 11, I believe you should be supporting WebSockets.
So modern browsers.
Modern browsers.
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement to say. It's just modern browsers.
Modern browsers.
Yeah, we like to consider that. The one thing about WebSockets that's I think is really awesome is that it's a protocol that a lot of languages support, right?
Yeah.
So you can use them in a variety of different languages, which also means, taking it one step further, is that you can have different kind of applications or those kind of things talking to each other through WebSockets. So you could have, your Node.js page talking to something else that supports WebSockets, like a Python app or something, a Unity game or whatever, those kind of things.
Yeah.
So because it is a protocol, we're going to show you it, working in Node.js, the WebSocket, that whole idea, you can start connecting. Anything that has, supports it can basically make that connection if you wanted to.
Now, we won't dive in too much into the details of WebSockets and how the upgrade happens to be able to enable your regular HTTP request to start sending WebSockets. We won't dive into those details specifically. What we're going to do, though, instead, is use Socket.io, which is this really awesome module and library that really simplifies using WebSockets so that we can build our chat application very easily. Yeah,
I think anytime right now that you search for WebSockets, it doesn't matter what language it is, they'll say Socket.io. Even though Socket.io, we think of it as JavaScript, they'll always be like, oh, is there a version ported to this for Python, for this for another language? So you'll see that term, it's almost like synonymous with it to a certain degree, right?
Yeah, so Socket.io, it's a very simple JavaScript library and Node.js module, so you can use it on both the front end and the back end. And it really allows you to create real-time, bidirectional, event-based apps. That's a big mouthful.
That's
yes, I know.
Mouthful.
Real time, we know. Bidirectional just basically means that it goes both ways.
Yep.
And event based in the sense that if you're used to events in Node, Socket.io simulates events on both the client side and the back-end side, so you don't have to change from the programming flow model that you're used to. Now, it lets you also do these things really quickly and simply, and if anything, you could use Socket.io as a way to standardize WebSockets across different web browsers. Because as you know, different browser manufacturers will write and implement the protocol a little bit differently. With Socket.io, just like jQuery, you can have a neutral base for all the browsers out there.
Yeah, it abstracts all of those kind of differences amongst the browsers.
That's right.
Thank you for doing that hard work on Socket.io. Yeah. So we're going to be, looking at Socket IO as a solution in order to create real-time communication in a chat application, right? So I send a message, and you're, on another side, you might receive it, save it, whatever it may be, that kind of thing. So
That's right.
well, let's look at implementing Socket IO to connect, send and receive messages.
Yeah, so let's dive right into it. Now, the first thing that you want to do is actually add Socket IO to your package.json. Now, there's different ways to do that. We can do it in Visual Studio, call this install new NPM package, and we're just going to switch to my screen so that you can see me do this. If I right-click on NPM, here's my little install new NPM packages. I can see other NPM packages that are available. I can search for some. Now, there's a ton of packages, so it might take a while to load.
How many packages did we say again? I don't even
Over
remember.
81,000. I remember that stat.
Yeah, so
over 81,000.
This is what 81,000 looks like.
Basically. It might take a few seconds, but it's okay. We don't need to wait for it. We can also use the command prompt as we did earlier. So if I open up my command prompt, you can see everything hopefully very clearly. If I go into the project node chat room, this is the project that we're going to stay on for the remaining modules, and that's the one that we're going to use.
Remained-ish, doesn't matter.
Whatever's left. Okay, we're going to use this project.
However, I can conjugate that verb.
So we're going to jump right into this folder. And as we mentioned earlier, we can just go npm install save socket IO, and I believe, if I remember this correctly, there is a dot. That's something that a little confuses me every once in a while. And here we go. We're installing things. It's going to do a few compilation things. You can ignore the messages. It doesn't really mean very much. But once at the end, we can see that it is installed. And the easy way to check that is if I go back into Visual Studio and I expand npm, you'll notice Socket IO is indeed set up. It's ready to go. Awesome, cool. So that's the thing that you want to do first. You want to add it, and if you want to double check in package.json, it is there. And you'll notice we are using this version of Socket IO. Hopefully it's the right one. I believe it is. But if anything, we can always double check to see if it did modify package.json and run this compare.modified. And yes, it did. It did actually change my Socket IO version. Something that I just noticed at the moment. So if you wanted a refresher, if I wanted to, I can just go this, remove that, force it to use a specific version of Socket IO, just so that we don't have any demo bugs or glitches in our MVA. So if I run this, it's going to tell me, hey, okay, node, it's going to Socket IO, and then you'll notice right here, 106 is the correct version that we are using. Awesome, cool. So once we've got Socket IO installed, the first thing that we'll want to do is actually go to our app.js file. Now you'll notice it looks very, very similar to the one that gets generated with the Express generator. The project in this case is actually generated through the Node tools for Visual Studio. So there's a bunch of templates that you could use, and you can go check those out when you go to File, New Project, and you'll see all those different samples. We won't go into it, but you can do that on your own. Now, you'll recognize a few things. We've got our Express require, we've got our routing, HTTP path. There's a new line here for Mongo, which we'll get into in a few minutes. And the rest is pretty much the same. It's actually exactly the same. If you look at this, it's the same thing that we covered in the previous module. Here's where it gets a little interesting. Now, if you notice, Express creates this app, right? And you can call app.listen, as we do in the REST API example. But in this case, we actually do want control over the server that we're using. So we're going to create the HTTP server ourselves. And the reason we do that is because we do want this server object back. So when I call this function, http.createServer, I can pass it the app, the Express app, and it will handle the all the routes that we've added to our Express app. But in this case, once I've gotten this server, when I go to import socket IO, I'm going to pass it the HTTP server that I want the WebSockets and socket IO library to attach to. That way, it'll attach to the same server that's using the same port, and we won't have to worry about different ports for the WebSockets. It's going to run in the same port. And what this function is going to return is an object that we're going to store in I/O, and this object is going to contain the WebSocket server. Now, this require line looks a little funky. It looks a little bit different than what we're used to. And essentially, what's happening here is that the exports variable is actually a function that takes an argument. So this looks a little bit different. If you remember, in our index.js, we had exports.index, and it was equal to a function. And this, in the case of socket IO, what's actually happening is that exports itself is set as a function. And if you notice, Express does something similar as well. So we can move from that. But IO is still going to contain all of the functions that we need. Now, the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to say, hey, server, start listening to this port number, and here's my callback. The minute that this callback gets executed, all it says is, hey, Express server is listening. Now, all this stuff sets us up for using WebSockets and Socket IO in our existing Node app that we took from the basic Express project, Project 7. It's good so far. Any questions in the chat room?
Nothing so far.
All right. If you got questions, make sure you put them in the chat room. That way we can address them as we go along. Now, the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to say, hey, all connections to my WebSocket, I want to track them. So in theory, when our server sends the file that contains our chat application, every single time that someone gets this, connects to our HTTP server and receives this application, we want them. We want to notify the server that a user has connected in some way. So how do we do that? Well, on every single connection to WebSockets, and we do that by going to io.onConnection, which is this event connection, this event named connection, and it's a standard connection. We're going to say, hey, give me the socket that just got connected. And what we're going to do, ideally, is send them all of the chat messages, not all the chat messages, but the last 10 chat messages that were saved in our database. And that's what this series of lines of code will do. And we'll get to that in a second. For now, we will just ignore this little line of code.
Just to go back, when you see that like IO on, that's a pretty like standard on this event when this event happens.
So we're using Node event emitters that we covered in the first module to handle the connection event.
Right.
And we're going to use that again and again and again.
Right.
So now if you'll notice that we're using IO object here, and it gives us a specific socket. So this IO object is for all connections to our server.
Right.
That's for all WebSocket connections.
Right.
But when we want to do something specific for a specific connection, we can use the socket module, and then we use the same event emitters.
Right.
So all the sockets are event emitters, as is the global IO object.
Yeah.
And in this case, what we want to do is say, hey, when a user is disconnected from our WebSocket, just say that it's disconnected.
Right.
Now that a user has connected to our socket IO server, what we want to do is, hey, we want to handle anytime the user wants to send a chat message.
Right.
So how do we do that? Well, the socket IO uses a concept called channels. So you can send messages on a channel. So if you're familiar with backend technologies like publish, subscribe, message queues, or any type of queuing system or channel system, this is going to sound very familiar.
Right.
And you can create as many channels as you want, and every single time that you create a channel, basically what you're saying is, okay, well, when a chat event happens on the chat channel, execute this function. So what we're doing here is we're saying, hey, socket, on chat, any chat event, execute this function. And this function is going to take a message parameter. Now, this could be, you can call it data, you can call it whatever you want. It's the same thing. It's going to pass this message.
I guess that's a really good question that I don't think it's necessarily something that we talked about. Was just, you said, okay, you could pass data here, it could be a message. So if I'm going to use Socket.io, I could be sending just a simple string, right? Like, hello, how are you? But I could also be sending more complex types of data, could I not?
Yeah, you could send binary data as well if you're interested in streaming binary information. Let's say that you're capturing webcam or video input of some kind, or even audio input, and you want to send that to the server. You can use WebSockets for that. And it actually it gives a really good use case that comes to mind. So let's say that you're building a voice communication app
That would send me a pizza.
That would ideally send Stacy a pizza.
A large pizza.
We're gonna keep saying this. We're gonna keep saying this till someone out there sends us a pizza. Oh wow, we've actually got one.
Wait, here. That's how I eat, by the way. I don't know about the rest of you, but it's usually it's a shoveling action. Oh yeah.
No.
Well done, Barry. Well done. That was awesome. If you ask, you will receive. Amazing.
We're waiting for that. So what's really cool with this WebSockets framework is that you can also send binary data. So if you're building a voice communication app through the browser, and there are ways to do that now with HTML5, which is really cool.
Ooh, HTML is growing up and getting fancy.
Awesome, yeah. So one thing that you could do is you could send these events straight from the browser without having to refresh the page or call or do like an upload mechanism. You can use Socket.io to send bits of your binary in a streaming fashion. So you can even do like some event processing on the client side before you even send it to a server. Lots of really cool stuff that you can do with Socket.io.
Cool. I just thought it, begged the question. Because it was like, we can send a message. I was like, but can we send other things? Because depending on what you want to use.
It's not just strings. You can pretty much send binary data as well. Now, for the case of our chat engine, or chat room, we're sending text. All right, we don't have any special emoticons, but you can add that to your
that'd be fun.
Chat room project. Hey, listen, if you do some really cool stuff with this chat room project and you go on and extend it and you do a lot more with it, send us a tweet.
Yeah.
Send us a tweet. I'd love to see what you guys build with it.
Someone should totally do like smart codes with emoticons.
Yeah.
And then have random emoticons show up. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Or you could even make your own emoticon faces. I'm giving you all ideas of what you could build with this, and we haven't even started. So bad. Let's go back to just looking at what you were doing before, because I'm going to walk through and probably ask 100 questions.
Yeah. So.
We talked about channels out of curiosity.
Yeah.
So the idea of channels is you could have one big Socket.io object that handles multiple channels, so multiple things I might be listening to. So in this case, for example, if you thought about a chat room, I could be listening to the main chat, but I could also be listening to other private channels. For example, if I was having a private discussion with someone one-on-one, right?
So you can use the same Socket.io module. All right, and when we say the socket server, I/O here is the server all up, so it will listen at all. If you say, hey, on chat with the I/O object, every single socket that's connected, anytime that there's a chat event, it will go to that callback.
Yeah.
But if you wanted to listen to a specific socket, that's when we go socket.on, and then we're saying chat. The event we only want it to be handled per socket. Now, let's say you want to create a private room. You can just create a unique identifier for your channel.
Sure.
You can do that in another way, say by doing an HTTP request or a submit function, or even by sending a WebSocket to a commands channel. Create.
Now you're getting fancy.
Yeah. If I really want to just use Socket.io for the whole thing, you can.
Fancy. But yeah, I mean, the private thing would be like if we started a conversation, you'd probably need to know both of our IDs.
Yes.
Probably create, a whole new channel.
And they even add sign-in mechanisms.
Right.
And Express has some great modules for that.
Yeah.
So you can definitely check them out on NPM and all that wonderful stuff. In the case of our chat room example, everything
to reality.
back to the code that we have here. We've only got.
I wish you could see him. He's just like almost slamming the monitor, like back
just like
to what we
back
have
here, looking at this code. It's like this is what we want, right? Okay, so this is what we have. Okay, so this is what we're going to use. Now, what's really cool is that our chat room is actually going to be anonymous.
Yeah.
Right? So we're not going to handle user authentication. We're not going to handle private channels.
Oh, it's a
gonna be
free-for-all.
One free-for-all.
Yeah.
A channel that anyone could use. Now, you can build on top of this.
Yeah.
You can add user authentication. You can add private channels. You can use the code base here to go on and do further things. But for the sake of our MVA, we're keeping it simple.
Yep.
So, if you'll notice in this handler for the chat event, I've got some Mongo stuff that we'll cover a little bit later. But the only interesting line here is actually line 74. And here's something that's really cool. I'm calling socket, the same socket that we had a connection to, and I'm saying, hey, broadcast, using the broadcast object, and then emit something. So here's something that's interesting. So if I just wanted to send a single message to this socket, what I would normally type, and we're going to remove this. All right. Does not want to slow down.
Stay down.
Stay down. If I just do socket emit, all right, and I specify the channel chat, this is only going to send it to this specific socket.
Right.
But the minute I add broadcast, it's going to send it to all sockets that are connected to the chat channel, and it's going to send this message to all of them. So emit is the function that sends something. Broadcast specifies every single socket that's connected.
So it's very much that like publisher, subscriber type of mode.
Exactly. So anyone who's connected to our channel is going to get this message. So if you think of our chat room as one big channel, anyone that's connected to our chat room will get everyone else's messages.
Yeah.
So right away, within a few lines of code, you can sense that we've already started building this chat room.
Yep.
And in fact, it seems like it's mostly complete because now anyone who sends me a message on the chat channel, everyone else will get it.
Yeah.
So the nice thing about broadcast is it doesn't resend it to the same channel that sent it.
Right.
So it'll only send it to other sockets.
Yeah, so it's kind of doing that smart work for you. It's like, you're sending it. I don't think you're going to want to receive what you know you sent.
Yeah, and that's actually going to raise an interesting point when we start working on the front end, is that we also want to show what the user typed in as having been sent.
Right.
And Stacy will show you that in the next module.
Oh, giving me some pressure.
So here we've got our basic chat room. Now, if I load this up, and if I run this, and I'll clear this screen, and I do node.app.js, okay, you'll notice, all right, okay, well, we're using something that's deprecated, that's all right. Express server is listening on port 3000. So if I go to my port 3000, and I'm going to close this, change this. Okay, I'm still listening to my network stuff. Here we are. We have something that looks like a chat room. Welcome to the Node chat room. There's a little message box. There's a little button. Stacey will show you how we built those in the next module. For now, I want more pressure on Stacey.
I want more pizza, less pressure.
More pizza, less pressure. Let me show you what's going on right here. So we've got our localhost URL that's being hit. That's the minute that we press enter. It's going to get this HTML. It's getting all this CSS files.
And you're in the network tab of F12
I'm in the
tools.
network tab in the F12 tools.
Which, if you've never really dived into the F12 tools, like there's such an improvement. And the network tab, once you hit start, you can get everything there. You can,
it's awesome. You can even
really
save.
Good tool to debug.
You can even export this traffic to a file too, so to check it out later. So
cool.
It's really awesome. And now here's something that you'll notice. We're doing some socket stuff here, right? Now, what's happening is that Socket.io has connected. So if I go back to my command prompt, it'll say, hey, a user connected, and something interesting pops up. it says fail to connect to local host. And that's because it's trying to do this Mongo Connect stuff.
Right.
Now that we've covered Socket.io,
Yeah.
I think it's time to talk about Mongo.
Yeah. Well, I think actually one thing that was interesting, if we can go back to the F12 tools just quickly,
Absolutely.
was that, you're seeing those connections there. Okay, back in the day, debugging WebSockets was like throwing things out into, space and hoping someone received it. So, like for this is awesome that you actually see like, oh, something's happening here. And, there's possible ways that you can actually see what's going on there.
Yeah.
So just in one more kind of like, for like the network traffic is, you can start to see that like that's being called, maybe something's not going on. But just because you're connecting to something, out there somewhere, you can still kind of see what's going on with it.
Yeah, and you can see it in detail as well, so you can see every single request.
Yeah, which is awesome.
Here's the request headers, the body, what the response was, 200 OK, the content type, even the length of the content. All of that is available to you in the F12 tools.
Cool. So, we saw, an error to connection on, what was it? 20121 or something.
Yep.
Which, if you don't know, and it's on to our next discussion, is the default port for running Mongo.
That's right.
Right. So we're going to talk next in this module about using Mongo and using basically what a lot of people NoSQL, NoSQL, however you want to pronounce it, NoSQL database. We're going to talk a little bit about what those are, how they work. A lot of people, depending on what background you come from, you might have been using something that's a little bit more like a relational database, right? So, PHP and MySQL, for example, SQL Server.
Common combination,
Yeah.
SQL Server, C#,
Yep.
ASP.NET, those combinations come together typically.
Yeah, so, there's been a lot of rise in terms of using these more, it's a mind shift. Let's just say it's a mind shift when you start using these types of databases. It kind of stands for not only, SQL, right? SQL is the language that we use often to select, get all that, wraps all that knowledge around a database. There's different types of these type of databases. We're going to use one that's document-based, but there's different types, document-based, graph databases, etc. Right? There's MongoDB is the one that we're going to use. I feel like it's very popular combination in open source out there.
Yeah, Node and Mongo have been put together right from the beginning.
Yep.
And the connector for Mongo and Node is fantastic.
Yeah, and you've got once again there's other databases. So once you start entering into this kind of like area, there's a whole bunch of them. But in terms of, I like to think for a lot of the web technologies, Mongo is kind of the darling. And
there's a new one that we just announced recently too, called Azure Document
Yes.
DB. And
Yeah, that's right.
It is awesome. It's a NoSQL database that's hosted on Azure. You just say, hey, start up my database, and you're good to go. You got a connection string. You've got a SDK for Node, so you can use Node to connect to
awesome.
it. You got Python. You got ASP.NET and C#. So it's another example of a document.
Yeah, that's gonna be a lot of fun to play with.
NoSQL. Yep.
Yeah. And a lot of these have kind of object-oriented APIs, if you want to, call that. So we're going to work with Mongo, and you'll see that things are called documents, and it's the idea that every kind of entry is a document. It's formatted in JSON. You'll start to see what it looks like in the structure. These kind of databases are really good for large amounts of data. They're really great if you want to. I always go back to APIs. I guess it's just because I'm in the land of using so many APIs. But they're really good if you go and you get like a whole bunch of data from an API and you just want to save it somewhere. Like you just basically take your JSON and insert it almost. You don't have to do a lot of like massaging that data unless you want a different structure, of course.
They're really great for when you don't want to have a structure to your data, or you just don't know what the structure will be.
Right.
So you just use the JSON as is. You just dump it in there. Now, obviously, there are ways to validate that data, but we won't cover that at all in this MVA. But for the sake of our MVA, we're using the most flexible option that we can think of, and we're going to let you build on top of that and have more structure to the data that you save into the database MongoDB. Now, for example, you could add like a user to the message. Like in our case, we just insert the message straight up. But let's say that you wanted to say, hey, this message was actually sent by this user who was authenticated at this date and time. That's stuff that you can add easily.
Yeah.
And yourself as well.
And that's, if you're looking at Mongo, you haven't tried it before, there's a book online that's really good, and I don't think we have it listed in the resources. It's called The Little Book of Mongo. It's written by a guy named Carl Sagan. He's also writing another book, I think, on another one of those little books. Maybe it was for Go, I can't remember. But anyways, it's really it's really small, and it gives you everything you need to know about Mongo. We're going to show you just a couple of the basics, and often, depending on what you're doing, that might be all you need. If you're doing a little bit more heavy lifting and you need to do more advanced searches and things like that, or filtering out your results and things, there's a lot of good information that you can find out there. So, we're going to talk about using MongoDB specifically, right? And, there's a bunch of options that you can use when using MongoDB, whether, it's locally or in the cloud or whatnot.
Yeah, so you can create a Mongo instance on Azure using the Mongo Lab add-on. If you've already got an Azure account set up and you've got some credits perhaps from your demo credits, or you just got a subscription or something, it will just use all of that same billing, so you don't have to worry about having your credit card numbers everywhere over the internet. And what's really cool is that you can also customize and manually use these databases in things other than Azure websites, which is what we're going to use to deploy later on. Now, in our case, we're actually going to be using Mongo locally on our machines. So
I think that's, I don't know how most web developers work, and I think that it's awesome that you have a DB connection that's maybe set up in the cloud or in a VM or something that you have a string to.
Yeah.
But I know personally, I like to work with things self-sufficient, running locally, so that if I am somewhere where my internet connection is not great, I can just be running that stuff locally and testing it, and then it's a matter of just changing out the URI or the string or whatever to the database connection.
And the way that we've set it up in our code is we actually get those from the environment variables. So you are going to set this custom connection string, and I'll show it to you right now. So if we jump to my screen here, you'll notice that there's this little connection string, and I'm using this one because it's the same one that Azure uses. So if you use the Mongo Lab add-on on Azure, you can use the same string. You don't have to change the code base at all. So what does this Mongo Lab URI look like? Let me show you exactly. But before I do that, I'm actually going to start Mongo so that you can see what's going on. So I've opened up my command prompt and I've installed MongoDB on my computer. Now, the cool thing is you don't have to do this yourself. You can just use one of the add-ons and just take the connection URI. In our case, we are doing this here, and we won't really explain how to install Mongo because we're going to assume that you can just use the one on Azure. But of course, you can look it up.
And installing Mongo is pretty much like installing Node. We had to download something, we had to run the installer, and then we had to add it to the path variable.
That's right.
So pretty much the same process.
So let's show you what it looks like. I'm just going to get it started. It's running now, and you remember if you look at the error port, it's now we have this MongoDB that's saying it's waiting on port 27017. That was the same port that we had an error on, and that's because it wasn't running.
Which is the default port.
That's the default port that Mongo runs.
That's the default port for, yeah.
So now, if I open up File Explorer and I go back into my PC and I do the same thing that I did last time to check that Mongo was, that Node was in our path, I'm going to do the same thing. Go to Advanced System Settings. Here I am. Here's my environment variables. Now, I'm going to go to my path variable and press Edit. Okay. What you'll notice, clearly it was the last one that I had set.
Yeah, you're like, and I need to do this.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So when I was trying to run MongoD, I noticed that it wasn't in my path variable, but here it is now. Right now, I have the 64-bit version installed, so there's no x86 at the end, and it's linked to the bin folder. So everything is good, everything's running, Mongo is running. If Mongo was not in the connection string, it would have shown up. Now, if it wasn't in the path variable, it would have shown up. Now, I want to actually show you the connection string, and I made the mistake of closing things a little too soon. Let me just get back in there, and here we are. Right at the top, we've got this custom connection string. It's the same one that was in our code base. Now, what you'll notice is that the value of this variable, it's an actual URI. So if you're used to seeing HTTP here, the difference instead is that we're going to be using MongoDB, right? And then we're going to pass it a host, local host, and a path to the database that we're using. And in our case, we're going to use the chat room database. Now, let's say that we weren't using Mongo on the standard port, which was 27017. We can actually set the port that is being used by Mongo. And of course, if you're interested, you can also add a login. So you can say, hey, user with the password and at this host. Now, we're using the default settings, so it's going to be localhost. The only thing we need to specify is just the chat room, and we should be good to go. This variable will be available to all of our node processes as an environment variable. So I'm going to cancel this because I don't want to change anything. Cancel, cancel, close. Here we have it. So what we did, as we always do, is we also have to install MongoDB to our packages. So I did it the same way that I did Socket.io. If you'll notice, it was included in the dependencies. So right away, you can see it right here. Now I should be able to require MongoDB. And the first thing that I'm going to do is, hey, with whatever this returns, I want to get the Mongo client object. And I'm going to store that in the variable Mongo. And I'm going to use this later on. So we go down. Now I want to tell Mongo to connect. Now you'll notice that I'm doing this, I'm connecting to Mongo every single time I get a new socket connection. Now this is not ideal, but we're doing it for the case of our code base, just to simplify the code and make it very clear to you. But in theory, you should not be doing this each time.
Right.
You should actually be saving that connection elsewhere so that you can reuse the same connection.
Right.
Now here I am. I've got Mongo Connect, getting the environment variable, custom connection string, MongoLab URI, and I'm passing a callback. Now this callback takes the parameters error and DB. So in the case of our first time connecting through the WebSockets, there was actually an error. And it gave us this error using the console warn function. So you can notice that it was a different, like it was using the warn function. It said failed to connect.
It's a little more gentle.
A little bit more gentle.
It's warning you.
Yeah, it's not like
It's not-
error. It's not
shouting.
death. It's not like
It's not shouting
error,
at
yeah.
you. It's just warning you.
Exactly. So if there is no error, I want to connect to a collection. And the way Mongo works is that you've got a database that hosts all of these collection tables, and inside each collection, there is all of the documents that belong to this connection. So I'm going to say, hey, connect to collection chat messages. And here's something that's interesting. This is the function that's being called on the connection, all connections. So for all connections, what I want to do, the minute I get a socket, is I actually want to send them the last 10 messages that I receive.
Sure.
And that's what we're going to do here. We're going to get the collection. And in this collection, we're going to find all the messages. We're going to sort them. And if we just leave sort as is, it will use the descending order. And I'm going to limit it to the last 10 that were inserted. So Mongo will... it has every single document in a Mongo collection has an ID.
Yep.
This ID is time-stamped, so by sorting it on just the ID, it will actually sort it so that the last 10 messages are the first 10 that I receive. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, hey, stream this data to me. Here's something that's interesting. We're using this new function called stream, and what this is going to do is going to create an event emitter that I'm going to store in the stream variable. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, hey, stream on any new data. Give me this data. I'm going to call it chat. And then I'm going to say, hey, WebSocket, emit chat on this channel, the content of this chat document. So the document that was inserted has a variable called content, and it's going to emit this to the socket that was just connected. And because it's streaming, it will do this for every single document that it retrieves. So every single document will get, a new event will be created for every single document, and it will emit it as it goes on, so piecemeal. So it won't block the event loop, it won't emit, so it won't wait for all the documents to be loaded. It won't block, because that might take time, especially if there's more than 10 documents that you're trying to retrieve. It will just start emitting them at the minute that each one is available. So very similar to our file I/O that we demonstrated in first module.
So just to kind of walk through just what we talked about, I've brought it up on my screen. If you're using Mongo, just once you start, that doesn't help you, does it? Once you start Mongo and you've got it running, you can also access it through your command prompt. And once again, this isn't necessarily a course on Mongo, but I just wanted to illustrate just a couple of these things so that we can explain what that ID thing that you mentioned is a little bit. And in terms, so right now, I'm running Mongo through the command prompt. I can access the databases, so I can go show DBs. It can tell me what DBs I have. So I can say, use Stacy. I want to use a DB I created. We have in some of your code, you say, the db.collection or use this collection. If you haven't created that collection and you try to reference it, Mongo will just create it for you. So, I've already have, I can do show collections, which is like the idea of tables, if you want to call them that. And I can see the collections. And then what I can do is I can say, hey, I just want to know what's in this test collection. So I can go, db.test, which is the name of the collection, and then find. And in find, I could put in any kind of parameters I wanted to put in there, and it will return me what it found. It only found one item. I could, insert an item if I wanted to, but you see that underscore ID item. Let's see if I can just zoom. I probably have to start zoom it. It's okay. You can probably just see that ID number. That's like a random number that, I wouldn't say random, but it's a number that Mongo gives you, and it's by default. If you don't have that parameter, it will set it, but you can also override it and set it as well. So just so you know, you can access, while you're using this stuff and trying to debug, and if you go through some of those Mongo kind of courses, you will see that, you can do it this way as well.
And Stacy, you did remind me of something, actually, as you were doing this, is that when we set up our Mongo URI, we assumed that the database chat room existed.
Right.
In fact, we probably should actually be creating that.
Right.
And that's what Stacy did when she wrote use Stacy. Now, if you're using Mongo Lab, the add-on on Azure, you can go through the UI and do that through the UI, so you don't have to connect to it using the CLI. But definitely, thank you for reminding me about that.
There you go.
And now you're able to actually connect to the chat room.
I have made my keep. I've totally made my keep. All right.
So, last thing that I want to show you is, we've talked about retrieving all these messages from Mongo, but we never actually showed you how to store them in Mongo.
Right.
And that's the step that I'm going to show you next. So if you go to the socket.on chat channel. So this is going to get executed, this function right here, function with the message parameter, is going to get executed every single time that a message is sent on that channel from a socket. Now, for every single message, we want to store it.
Sorry, one question someone had earlier. Can you just show where that chat channel was created or instantiated, or is it a matter of you just referencing it?
You just reference it.
So if it hasn't been created or it hasn't been stored or anything amongst it, it's the same thing as Mongo. You reference it and it exists now.
Yeah, in the case of channels, you reference it, the same thing with collections in Mongo. That is correct.
Perfect.
So you don't need to actually create a channel. The minute you start using it, it's going to start assuming that this channel exists. So we're going to do the same thing. We're going to do another Mongo connect so you can see why this could be repetitive. And ideally, in your own code bases, you should extract this out of this this callback for the I/O object out of this callback instead of put it as a global connection object. But for our case, we won't do that. And this looks very familiar. We're going to check to see if there's an error on the connection. Now, here's where things get interesting. If you remember, DB was passed to us by the Mongo connect function right here. So we're going to use this DB, and we're going to say, hey, collection, get me this collection that's called chat messages, and store it in this variable collection. Now, here's where things get interesting. We're going to actually insert a message into the collection. Probably should have called it something
the collection.
Yeah. And insert this JSON object, and you'll notice this is where content comes back up. So if you remember, I said, hey, get me the chat content of this document. This is where we specify it, and we specify it to be the message. And the reason why we have to specify it like this is because Mongo will add a -id with some numbers so that you can reference this specific document. So that's why we can't just insert the message right away. We have to actually set it as a key value pair in this JSON object. Now, if there's an error that happens while trying to insert this message, this callback is going to get executed with something set in error. If not, it's going to return the actual object, the document itself. So it will re-return the document with you. And then what's special about this document in this case is that the document will also contain the ID that was created for this one, if it wasn't already specified. So this could be very useful. But in our case, the only thing that we're going to do is we're going to say, hey, chat message was inserted into database, just to tell us that we have actually inserted something.
Right, so you could get that document back and maybe you update it with like the time or someone's username or for whatever reason.
Take the time that was inserted in the database or something and you send that over.
Sure, yep.
Whatever you need to do with it. So now if I actually go back to my Node command prompt and I rerun this app, there we go. It seems that I've already put things in my chat and in my chat database.
Yep.
And what it's telling you is, hey, I read the last 10 messages. I'm going to emit them.
Yeah.
So if you look at our console.log, that's right over here. I'm going to emit this, the chat content. And if I go to my Internet Explorer, it actually did emit the chat content. And
that looks like a fascinating chat.
Yeah, hello world.
Hello world.
Yeah. You'll notice this error right here was because we restarted the server, so it lost the connection for a brief moment.
Right.
But you'll notice it got it back. And as a result, it actually got back through WebSockets the chat that was already in the database.
Right.
Now, I won't demo this part because we're running short on time. And we'll get back to you guys in the next module. I'll let Stacy conclude this one.
Yeah, so we've gone through basically setting up Mongo, using Mongo to save messages, to bring some back. Once again, the code samples are all up on the GitHub, so you can walk through and kind of just say, okay, get used to the syntax that you use when you're using that module that we required to use Mongo. And you can get used to the idea of like selecting items for your collection, whatnot. I highly recommend that if you haven't played with Mongo, install it, play with it a little bit in the command prompt, like insert things, find things, return one, that kind of thing. It'll get you a lot more comfortable with what's happening in the code for sure. And then you can, start to kind of work your way through there. So based on what we did just now, we kind of have that basic backend working. We're emitting messages. What we're going to do is we're going to come back after the meal break. Pizza. Yeah. And what we're going to do is we're going to start pizza. Yeah, over here. Can you keep up with me? Can't keep up with me, can you? It's because I eat so fast. And we're going to talk about, okay, so we've got some of the back end stuff done. Now we need to worry about the front end, and we're going to do a little bit of the front end. We're going to walk through quickly just like getting some stuff in there in terms of how does Jade work? What does the syntax look like? Pizza keeps moving. I just keep wanting to grab it. Bootstrap, that kind of thing. Spending a little time on the UI. Pizza. Stay there, pizza. There we go. And, and then we'll continue on that road. We'll wire them all together, and then we'll deploy this stuff and get off and running to the races. So I don't know about you, but I'm ready to have a pizza.
Awesome.
We'll see you guys in about an hour, according to Barry.
Give us a minute, folks. But welcome back to the MVA Building Apps with Node.
Yes.
Stacy is now connected, and this module, all right, we're going to do creating the user interface. That's the title of the module. That's what we're going to focus on. We're going to focus on the Bootstrap, the web components, the HTML that we need to actually make the chat room what it is.
I'm still laughing. I was, see, what you guys thought is I wasn't plugged in, but I was going to mime this entire module. So the joke is on you, all right? We're going to work on creating the user interface, the UI.
For our chat room,
everyone loves acronyms. So we're going to walk through a couple things, and just to give you a sense of what this module is going to have. Remember, in the previous modules, we've kind of gone through an intro to using Node, walking through the bit of Express framework with Node. We tossed in a little Mongo there, threw in a dash of Socket.io, sprinkled it all around. We got something in the oven. It's of no use if we have no way to consume whatever is in the oven. I have food all over the brain. I had pizza on my brain before. I'm thinking chocolate cake. I don't know if that will appear. Yeah, pizza right there. Sometime in the future, there will be chocolate cake. So we need to cover, I'd be all over that. Who does like sundaes, really? Oh, man. Can you imagine me as a little kid, just all over my face, just like ice cream? Module overview. Let's get back to what we're supposed to be doing. I could talk about food all day, but I won't bore you. So we're going to be talking about the user interface and how do we kind of create something, and what's probably, I wouldn't say best practices, but a pretty decent approach in terms of like what you should do. I try to not use best practices. I try not to use it liberally because, best practices to me is what works for you. So, we'll talk about introduction to Jade. We'll talk about Jade templates, how they work, things that we like about them, things that maybe we don't like. I mean, we don't have to like everything. It doesn't have to be a love affair with every single thing that we have. But there's really good things and bad things, really good things, and maybe some, stuff that you have to watch for. And you'll find that in any kind of templating system, to be honest. Implementing Bootstrap. We're, going to toss in some Bootstrap. They just recorded kind of like an introduction to Bootstrap if you're not familiar with it. It's worth totally going through because Bootstrap is its own entire framework, its own entire entity. We're going to gloss over it. And then we're just going to talk about creating the chat UI and bringing all those things kind of together. So this is really a user interface kind of focused module. And then after this, we're going to talk about, okay, we have the back end, we know what's going on there, we have the front end, how do we glue them together? So we're going to talk a little bit about Jade, and Jade is a templating engine that you can use. It's really pretty much I think it's like the default for using Express. So if you don't specify what you want to use, you get Jade, right?
Yeah, pretty much. If you're not specifying a custom one, your Jade comes in as part of the default sample code in Node tools for Visual Studio, as well as some of the other Express generators out there as well.
Yeah.
So it's definitely the one that is probably used the most often with Node, I would say.
Yeah, and I mean, unless you're really familiar with all the various templating frameworks or systems, whatever you want to use, if you're really familiar, then you'll probably go and change that configuration or use what you want to use. But otherwise, most people kind of, when they're up and running and just trying to learn Node and learn Express, it's just Jade is what goes hand in hand. And then there's a lot of tutorials on it. So it kind of makes it easier in that sense. So, templating with Jade, what does Jade actually do? Like if I was to say, okay, what does Jade do? What does it look like?
So here's the nice thing about Jade, is it takes HTML and then drops all of the tags, all of the brackets. It doesn't drop all the tags, sorry, that was not correct. It just drops the brackets.
Right.
So it makes the HTML a lot simpler. You don't have to have the closing tags. Those tags are actually dropped. And it uses indentation to make your HTML a lot more readable and a lot more simpler to understand and to visualize. So it's a great templating language. It's super straightforward to use. And for someone who's maybe not too familiar with HTML, although I believe that most of you are, but if you aren't, or if you just simply don't want to spend too much time writing HTML, especially when it gets super verbose with all of the angle brackets and everything, Jade lets you. It just makes your life easier. It's awesome. It's
quick. Yeah. Right? It's just like, it's almost like, I like to think of these things a little bit like for the lazy programmer. I don't know if it's like, if you guys are like me, but I'm kind of like, maybe I'm going to type with one hand.
All programmers
Well,
maybe have a little bit of laziness in there.
Are we lazy or do we look for efficiencies?
I think we look for efficiency.
Kids,
the less typing that you do, I don't know.
The better.
Yeah, my hands tend to hurt if I type too much.
Especially if you're typing like this.
It's like,
you are the fastest typer, by the way. I actually asked him earlier, like, are you really typing? Because it was just so fast. I thought he was just making it up, like waiting for a response from me. And I was like, well, you got the response because like wrote a novel in no time. So I brought up the Jade website here, and it's just like the Node template engine. This is a really good, first of all, you got to check out the site. It's got lots of documentation. You can walk through. It'll give you examples. So if you're looking to how to do something like, maybe I'm looking for, how to create a template that's going to be an LI that repeats it. Maybe I need to include script in it, or maybe I need to, escape some characters or things like that, or any of that kind of stuff that comes with templating. The API, the language reference and all that kind of thing, you can kind of start to walk through it and see, all the stuff on the website, jade-lang.com. And once again, the documentation, really, really good. It can walk you through all the basics. If we take a look just at this basic example, and once again, we're going to go through what we've used, but just giving you a sense of, how it looks. If you look at the example, you'll see that this is going to convert to HTML. But once again, we don't have the tags. We don't have an open and closing tag. You'll start to see how, like, IDs, for example, highlighted here, are created. How, sorry.
Yeah, quick question. You just mentioned these ID tags.
Yep.
So what actually is the element that gets generated?
Div, isn't it?
It's a div.
Div, yeah. I always feel like, if I get this wrong, what's going to happen? No pizza, no cake.
Sorry to put you on the spot there, but I needed to know because there seems to be no.
There's no divs.
There's no keyword there that you typically see in an HTML, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So
you're losing some of those kind of elements like divs and whatnot start to get automatically, created for you. And then, you've got your body tag, if you need something to be an H1. So again, you can see that if you started using this and you got used to the syntax, the indentation kind of gives you the sense of the structure that you would normally have in HTML in terms of opening and closing tags. you can see how it could probably be very, very quick once you got used to this in terms of writing what you need to write. And especially if you're building a web application where so much of this stuff is templated, you're not writing custom kind of HTML structures page after page after page. You're probably going to reuse a bunch of templates. Some templates might be variations of other templates. Think of an e-commerce site, for example, where you have a product listing and then a product page. There might be very few variations on that product page. Maybe that product might have a sale item. Maybe it won't. So you can do things like figuring out if that data item that's been given to it, if there's something there, show this or do this, or you can start to have basic logic in this kind of stuff. And once again, it just kind of gives you the HTML structure. And what you do is you pass it. Most templating engines work some way where they have a structure, whether they're getting it from a string, whether you're looking at something like Jade, like this kind of structure, and then you pass it a data object, and then it uses that data object to set all the identified variables that might be in the page. So you start to see a lot of, that kind of systematically, doesn't matter what templating engine you go through, they kind of all work that way. And so looking through this, you'll see just a variety of a couple of the things. And this is a basic example. If you go through any of the language reference here, you can go through and if you're like, oh, okay, how do I add a class? Or, if I need to figure out if there's, something that exists or not, or let's say you have some, things that you need to escape, for example, or you need to include certain files on certain pages. Like, let's say you have certain JavaScript you want to include on a certain page versus not. Those kind of things, you can just go through the language reference and start to see. And once you get the hang of it, it's very, very easy. One of the nice things about Jade is that, it kind of has that ability to extend templates, right? So you could have a standard template that let's say, like my prime example was a product page. You have a standard template you use for it. You could extend something. Let's say maybe there's a different type of product, or it's, you're going to add certain things and it's enough. It makes no sense to put an if statement in it. You could have a whole nother template that kind of extends it, right? So that's like one of the really nice features I think about Jade for sure, is that like depending on what you're building and how complex it is, you have that ability to have a reusable code and reusable templates where you can then just extend and add what you need.
Yeah, it lets you definitely separate all of the HTML that you have, so you can keep it smaller, modularized.
I know, it's such a hard word.
It is. It's like one of those words. It's like
you should just be like blah. You know what I'm saying, blah.
Something. Yeah. So it keeps you it keeps your code base a lot cleaner. You can separate things out. You don't have this gigantic HTML file, or you don't have a whole bunch of them. One thing that I really like about this is that, let's say that you had a base layout for your HTML page, you can reuse that layout across different pages. Mm-hmm. All you do is basically extend that one, and that's what's really cool about it. You can just extend existing HTML blocks that you have.
Yeah, and I think the modular word is like a big theme that you're kind of hearing throughout today, and I think that you hear in general in terms of modern web development, is that everything is modular, it's componentized, it's small chunks. And so, for example, Node, we're requiring modules. Modules tend to be something that does one thing really, really well, or wraps, a library of that's focused on a task really, really well. Same thing with these kind of things. You're seeing the structure of Express. It's modularizing things. It's putting things in views, routes. You're starting to see that all these things are being put into little digestible chunks, if you will. And so same thing with your Jade templating. And it's really important to note that, because not only does it help you kind of work with what you're doing or organize your work, it helps you work with teams as well, because they start to be able to look at this and I can say, okay, you know what? Hey, can you go and handle the admin panel? It's going to be in here, here, and here. And I'm going to be doing the front end with that little widget that does a carousel, because everyone needs a carousel on a website. Yep. Who doesn't want a carousel? There's not a website that doesn't need a carousel. Cue sarcasm here. And yeah, exactly. Or slow clap. My rant for the day. But it allows us to work in those ways where we're not worrying about each other. Whereas if you didn't do it that way and we're all like we're working on the product page and there's going to be a carousel and there's going to be a recommendation and there's going to be those things. I might be trying to work on this part. You might be trying to work on that part. And the next thing you know, we're just like, okay, I overwrote that. You committed that. I did, and then I'm, just slowly not talking to you for the rest of the day. And then I'm slowly never talking to you again. And then I remove you from my GitHub repository and then it's over, right? So it starts to allow you to work this way, very, very modular. And, once again, you'll hear that again and again in modern web development. And once you start working that way, it ends up being a little bit more natural for you. So, end of carousel rant on websites. Some basic examples. And I think what we're going to do, just going back into here, is... So we talked about some of the benefits of working with templating and working with Jade. Helps prevent code repeat. I mean, come on, who wants to write the same code over and over and over again, right? So that whole, what is it? Reduce, reuse, recycle. Like it's the whole green mentality for programming. Yeah.
Dry. Don't repeat yourself.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah. I'm environmentally friendly here apparently. Whatevs.
I am too.
Whatevs. But it also makes sure that the HTML that you're generating is clean. And so sometimes, especially if you're writing complex stuff, you'll find like, oh, okay, that nested tag or whatever, maybe you're missing something, and maybe some browsers are okay with that, maybe some other browsers not okay with that. So this allows you to kind of make sure that you're also, adhering to some of those things. And, you can just insert any of the data or the values into these templates. And so, again, once you start using templates, and if you're building the type of site where that's really what you need, it makes a lot of sense. So, templating with Jade kind of affords you the ability to build those things in chunks and use them. And it works really, really nicely with Node. So just to go over an example of, and we saw something, on the Jade site, but to give you the actual output, if you look at just some simple tags here, so you specify a div, you get the output of a div, and then you'll see that if something's tabbed in, so like an address element, for example, it's going to go and do that same kind of, hierarchy that you would try to achieve in HTML. Same thing with the I and the strong. You see that, I and strong and address, they're all, in terms of hierarchy, at the same level, so they kind of just follow one after another. And then the div closes, and it just assumes that stuff. So I like how I say stuff, like super vague. I'm just going to say, stuff. But, assumes that HTML structure, and it writes it for you. So some of the stuff that you're writing can be very, very quickly done if you're using templates. I think the only thing for Jade that kind of, not glowy, super happy about is, and I get this in all languages, sometimes am I spacing, am I tabbing correctly, 2 tabs over, 3, and it gets a little, I don't know how you feel about it, but sometimes it's not sure about that kind of stuff because it really does depend on that. But outside of that, I mean, that's a small kind of,
It's the price you pay for readability, I guess.
Yeah.
If the tool forces you to have these tabbing, very specific, it makes the code a lot more readable. But yes, you're right. It doesn't make it becomes a little bit inflexible as well sometimes because you don't want to always have these long, non-ending tabs.
Right? Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I like to complain about something. Nothing's really that perfect unless it's pizza or cake. I got to complain about it. So if we're looking at templating with Jade, we gave another example here. And, sometimes you're like, okay, that example you gave, awesome, super simple though. I'm going to need to add classes. I'm going to need to add IDs. I'm going to need to add all these things. So you can start to see, on the example on the left, which is like your Jade syntax versus the output on the right, you've got your H1 and we're going to give it an ID, right? And then it's a welcome to Jade. And so the text that would be in between that node that you normally would create just comes after it. And then any kind of attributes go within those brackets. And so, ID equals title, and then you've got the text, once again, that's hard-coded text. Maybe we want to switch that out. Maybe that's something that's going to be coming from a database at some point. But you can see the output there. And then on the next example, you have a button and you want to add a class, right? And so BTN is actually a really, it's a base class, so to speak, in Bootstrap. And so we are adding this class button here. We're adding like this action to it, what it may be. And you can start to see how it translates out in terms of how those, attributes get added, what they look like, how it starts to output the HTML for you. And so, those are pretty much really the common things you end up doing, adding IDs when you need to add them, adding classes, and then you start getting into like changing up the data and things like that. Mm-hmm. So templating with Jade, we talked a little bit about the nice feature of creating like a base layout and extending it. You want to talk about extending?
Yeah, absolutely. So with Jade, there's a couple of extra keywords that are added that are not present in regular HTML. And among them, it's the extends keyword. And this basically lets a template extend a layout or another parent template. What it lets you do is it overrides certain blocks in the parent template or the layout that you're extending. Mm-hmm. And those blocks are actually defined by the block, no S, keyword.
Block.
Block. And the block keyword allows you to establish a block, and you can even put content in the block, so like it will be the default content.
Yep.
And when that content is overridden, it's just completely removed and replaced with the new content as well.
So if you had like a Jade, like if you had a template that was, let's say, you had a product listing and you had a picture, you had a title, you had a description, you had like a buy now button. And so let's say your default was that it wasn't available yet. And so it was like, this item's coming soon, and there might not be a button, for example, or it's disabled, however you might be. When you extend it, is that what you're talking about in terms of content blocks, is that you could replace that entire block?
Exactly. You could replace the entire block, and you can you could use it to really create these very flexible base templates, mm-hmm. and that do hold some structure and some of the stuff that you definitely require.
Yeah.
So think about including your JavaScript files or your CSS files. You can have a parent layout that all other templates will extend from, but they all have at least a uniform handling of the dependency, so you don't have to worry about that manually for every single template.
Right.
That's one of the examples. That's how we actually use the extender.
It sounds very object-oriented in that way, where you're whether you're using a preprocessor to same kind of system where you have your base stuff and you're using your base stuff, and then you're basically saying, okay, well here's my base template. This is giving me all the things I'm going to need again and again and again, and these things maybe I'm going to extend them, right? And so if you decide you're going to use a JavaScript library all of a sudden that everyone needed, instead of like going to all these other templates and fixing them, you could just go to base, right, and throw it in, and then you'd be good.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right. So just using Jade templates, we're going to look at the project that we have currently, and then talk a little bit about how they're used, and just walking through, where the data is coming from, that kind of thing. One of the things that comes to mind here at this point is that what we're doing in terms of our user interface, I think it's okay to say this, I think it's fairly simple.
Yeah, it's fairly straightforward.
Fairly straightforward might be the better word. Yeah, it's fairly straightforward. But if you were to use building something a little bit more complex, that you were going to use extensive use of base templates and multiple templates, that is something that you don't want to take lightly. You don't want to just throw in and start writing out your presentation stuff. You probably need to think about it in the same way that you would your app or you would your backend. You need to architect what that's going to be like.
Maybe your data. If you have a hierarchy with your pages, then that could be a good way to actually structure your templates and your layouts. So if you had, let's say, products this is a general category, but so you would start with the base layout, then there's the product layout, and then there's the individual product, and then there's maybe like the product reviews. It could be other layouts as well that are extending the products. Like the general products
sold out product versus not available or coming soon versus on sale. They might all have little differences.
If you've got if you've got a URL hierarchy, that could be a good way to structure your templates.
Cool. So we're going to look just a little bit at how we use Jade templates, and in our project, kind of just dissect them a little bit, look at the output that they give, and just show how easy it is to kind of go in, take a look, read them, and have an understanding of what's going in. So I'm just going to open up Visual Studio here, and once again, we're in the very last from the GitHub, which is github.com/SAYAR/ capital N Node MVA, right? That's where the GitHub is. We have them on the other module slides as well. We're working through the last example, 09 Node chat room. That's all we're going to be working in through the entire afternoon. And so you can start to see the structure. Once again, I think it's worth just going through the structure and explaining, we have our app. This is an Express application with Node. So we have views, routes, and public. We're going to probably be working for today mostly showing you in the public folder and in views. So in views, I'm going to take a look at the templates that are being used here. You'll notice, first things first, is that it's index.jade. So it recognizes it as a Jade file. And if we go in, if we go into index, first thing you'll notice, if I was looking at this project and I had no idea, and I just pulled it down, I would see extends layout. Extends is one of those keywords that, depending on what language you come from, you're probably familiar with the concept. You're extending something. There's something that might have a base class. So immediately I would look at this and I would say, this extends something. So this is great, but I need to figure out what it's extending. And that's why it's right at the top, it's extending it. So I can go to layout and I can look at layout and get a sense of what I'm extending here. And so looking through this Jade template, you see this HTML, you've got the head, we've got a title, that we're going to apply. We have, this is where you might have all your references again to any of your style sheets. For example, we're including Bootstrap here. It's been minified. We're including the Bootstrap theme. You can start to see all of those things that, just right up top. And then you see, this basic page, for example, you'll see this block of content. So that's the block element you were talking about before, right? So this, at some point, we could do something here if we needed to. And we have all the scripts that we're going to need. So we're, I look at this and I know we're including jQuery from a CDN. We're pointing to Bootstrap, JavaScript. So we've got some kind of modules from Bootstrap that we're going to use behavior-wise. And then we've also got the socket.io, right, which is what we need in terms of working on the client side. We need to, we'll talk a little bit more about that, but we need to include socket.io. And so this is where you might include all of those kind of files that other templates are going to need to use again and again and again, right? Mm-hmm. So if I go into index.jade, and we only have 2 templates here, you can see we extend layout. So it's basically going to get everything that layout Jade has, but there's places that we can go and replace if we need to. And so you can start to see this format in terms of all these items that are being written out. And some of these classes, the dot items here, you'll see it just gets assumed. It's going to be a dot with, div with that kind of class attached to it. you'll see some of these classes are very, if you're familiar with Bootstrap, very Bootstrap-ish. Is that a word? Can we make that an adjective? I think Bootstrap is popular enough that could be added to the dictionary.
I think so too. I mean, they've added a few other words this year that were
a little crazy,
like selfie, maybe.
Yeah, great, and that's what we all need. Let's put that right next to my carousel rant. So you start to see, like, you got the columns, you got things like that. A little bit, and we'll talk way more about Bootstrap in that sense, and we're also adding in, another JavaScript here, index.js. So very, very basic templates that's kind of being put out for the page. We've got a footer at the bottom. You can start to see how things are being named in terms of whether it's their ID or whether you're seeing classes, that kind of thing. So very, very simple way to get started and to get running. There's not too much that we have going on here, really, when we think about it, because all we've got here is we've got a div, we got another div in it that's a container fluid, means it's going to be like 100%. It's just going to take up the space that it's within. And then we've got a title, and we have this little variable here, messages, right? Or sorry, this ID messages, which, I'm assuming if I know nothing about what you've done in your application, which is probably a safe assumption for me for most things, I have no idea, I'm just going to deduce. I'm going to deduce here that something's going to be put in there, and then it's going to be the messages of some sort.
That's right. So just to add a little bit more clarification, so the block content, that will go inside the block content in the layout.jade. Is that correct?
So right here.
Okay, so if you see this entire block of content is going to be inserted into layout when it gets all rendered together as one HTML page.
Right.
Awesome.
And so, I don't know, is there anything else you want to point out in terms of what's going on in the index Jade file or anything else? Because for me, I look at this, and even if I didn't know what a Jade template did or how it got rendered or any of those kind of things, I can at least look at this a little bit and see a little bit of the hierarchy. I can see a little bit of where things are going to lie, just, from the classes, for example. Mm-hmm. I can see at the bottom here, we've got a footer, and it's going to be a fluid container. And then, once again, we've got some more markup happening. A lot of it's relating to Bootstrap. And you'll see we have an input, so I'm assuming this is where we're just going to input some text, right, and figure out what that text is. And then, we've got a send button. So we've got the very basics of, I would say, the HTML markup, right, or the structure that's kind of working out of place here. And, that's kind of just one aspect of where that should go, because in this page, if we look at this, we added some behavior, right? If it's JavaScript, there's going to be some kind of something going on there. So if we walk into JavaScript just out of curiosity to see what's going on, and again, this is how I would approach just pulling down a project. I'd probably go through every single thing and figure out where stuff maps, where stuff's being called for, why is it being included. And so if I'm going to look at the JavaScript index for this template, it's going to be pulled out of public. And in public, there's 3 folders. We've got CSS, fonts, JavaScript. Again, in your public folder, you can have whatever structure you want. And we're looking at JS, where we've put the Bootstrap and we've put index.js. And I can start to see what's going on here. Now, that's one of the things about using, HTML and using jQuery, for example, is that by looking at those templates, I have no idea of the behavior of that page. I don't know if someone's clicking something. I don't know if things are being rendered over and over again. So, I need to go and find out if there is any behavior happening and what's actually happening. So when I open up the index.js, which was linked to from this template right here, I can see, okay, there's some stuff that's going on. And, if you know even just a little bit of jQuery, it's most often used for DOM manipulation, capturing events, and I'd say animation. And so I can see there's a send message button right here, and it's looking for that item. So, okay, it's going to capture something on that item. If I go back to the index, I can find that item just by looking here. So I can see these, see it starting to be mapped a little bit in terms of behavior. And so what we're doing here is we're capturing that send message button, and we're capturing the click function. Right? And so again, that whole event-based system, we're going to capture the click on it, and we're going to do a variety of things. So, in theory, it's a chat application. If someone hits submit or they have that send message button, we're going to take what was in the input field and we're going to send that, right? And so you can start to see right at the beginning, there's a variable that references socket. So it's, equal to IO, which is a library that we included previously. We included it in layout. So that's going to be, available to anyone who extends layout. And so we create a reference to the socket IO, and then what I'm doing is I'm grabbing the stuff again, because I don't know what kind of message you're gonna send. So we're grabbing the value from the input, and what we're doing is we're gonna emit that to chat. So basically that channel that we created that was all about the chat channel, and we're sending that message so that everyone gets that message. And then we're appending, again, there's that messages ID, and we're appending that message to it. And then you can see that, we've got emptying out the value of that original input field. So you input something, you hit send, and then it's going to append it, and then, basically it's going to empty out your input so that you can do it again. Now, going back to the socket IO bit a little here, I might have jumped ahead because we could do a little bit of the bootstrap, but you can just see, and we'll explain this a little bit, of just connecting things from the front end to the back end. This is me jumping ahead. I just want to get everything done. Just throw it down and get it done. But you'll see that we're capturing the chat, and then we're going to append messages. So going back to the templating a little bit, we included Bootstrap here, and so what we're going to do is we're also going to talk a little bit about Bootstrap and why we're using it here. Do we need to use it? Do we not? So we're going to talk just a bit about Bootstrap and the beauty of Bootstrap, really. I think there could be they did do a whole day on the beauty of Bootstrap. So we're going to talk about implementing Bootstrap. And so when it comes to Bootstrap, if you don't know who Bootstrap is, I think we previously said it was the #1 project on GitHub, right?
Yeah, it's right. the #1 project. Extremely popular.
Yeah.
Extremely popular.
Like all sites look the same almost now.
Pretty much, yeah.
Right?
Like if you're looking to create a very simple site.
I feel bad. It's like Stacy's rant day. Okay, tabbing in on Jade templates, carousels, and now we have every site looks like Bootstrap.
Yeah, and that's because everyone does use Bootstrap. It's so popular.
Yeah.
It's one of the most popular projects on GitHub. Think about it, like there's thousands of contributors to the project. Like thousands of people are adding things to the project. Like it's huge amount of modules that are added, sort of like independent ones that you can add to your own Bootstrap. Mm-hmm. There's even Bootstrap themes. So
yeah, saw those.
All of those, I don't know why people just use the default Bootstrap theme, but you could use basically a theme that will change it completely and look not like none of the other Bootstrap sites that are out there.
Yeah, I mean, it's very familiar. It's very similar to WordPress themes almost,
exactly.
Where you're starting off those things. And so I used one for a site, and I was like, I wonder if this is going to, make a difference. And I looked, okay. And then I, tailored it a little bit. But, Bootstrap is one of those things that I think was originally created by Twitter, people at Twitter.
Yeah.
Right?
2 developers at Twitter.
Yep.
They were using it to unify their internal tool styling. So all their internal tools, they all had different CSS styling for each one.
Yeah.
They created one framework that sort of unifies that styling across the board. And the amazing thing is when they open sourced it, it just exploded in popularity. It was just amazing to watch that growth. It was just fantastic.
I know everyone loves it. And the thing about Bootstrap is it handles a lot of things for you. So it gives you a lot of scaffolding in terms of CSS. So if you're building anything that's, and if you're not at this point, it's kind of like at some point you're going to have to immediately in the future is responsive sites, building for various devices. And so it solves a lot of, I wouldn't say it solves the problems, it does a lot of work for you. And so it gives you a lot of the kind of CSS scaffolding in terms of all the styles you need to create fluid containers, to make sure they stack one on top of the other, so you don't have to worry about clear fixes or any of that kind of stuff. It handles a lot of those kind of situations for you, but it also, depending on how much you use from Bootstrap, provides you with a lot of behavior. And so I like to separate things in terms of, presentation and behavior. And so presentation would be CSS, and then behavior would be JavaScript. So it gives you a lot of behavior. So if you implement it properly, you're going to get, and if you download the JavaScript and what you need, you can get things like the carousel, which we all love, drop-down navs, right? Buttons that work in certain ways. You can get all the styling on input fields, those kind of things that you might need in terms of styling or in terms of behavior. And so a lot of people really do kind of flock to Bootstrap because it's very easy to use, the learning curve's not that big, and it gives you so much out of the box, and it saves you so much time, especially if you are developing for devices with various resolutions and sizes. So, it's one of those things that a lot of people have been using. And it just accounts for all the common kind of functionality and layout needs that you might need. Now, you can also go to Bootstrap and, it has its own defaults. Everyone loves their own defaults. And so it definitely has its own font defaults. It has its own colors that it likes, those kind of things. You can go, and even the grid. So, anytime you're working with CSS and you're worrying about sizes of elements, sizes of containers, that kind of thing, we call it basically your grid. And so, you can go and customize all those things. So if you decide, I'm not going to work with 960 grid, or I'm not going to work with a, 1280 or whatever it may be, you can customize it. You can put in your own gutters and your own sizes and all that stuff. You can customize the defaults for the colors. You can customize all of that kind of stuff. Even if you're going to implement a font that's going to be kind of like your base underlying font, you can customize those things. And so to get Bootstrap, it's pretty simple. You just go to http getbootstrap.com. Right? And then to customize it, you go getbootstrap.com/customize. Now, if you are really going to kind of stray away from the defaults and really make your own defaults, it's worth customizing it, because otherwise you got to go in and override everything. And that can be, it can be a little, it can be annoying, I'm not going to lie. But, you spend the time customizing it, and that way you don't need to worry about it. And so that way you got your font sizes and your colors and your palettes and all those things that you need. The other thing to note about Bootstrap is that you can kind of choose whether or not you're going to, if you use a preprocessor. So preprocessor is, the ability to kind of write your CSS in a little bit more of an object-oriented fashion, and it gets compiled down to CSS. And so you can choose if you want to use, and these are two of the most popular ones, less or Sass. And so once again, if you haven't checked out preprocessors, check out less or Sass. You'll start to see the kind of functionality they afford you in terms of, allowing you to reduce how much code you're writing in CSS. So having variables, having functions for things that you do again and again, like I need rounded corners with all vendor prefixes, those kind of things. So, Bootstrap allows you to kind of utilize those workflows. To implement Bootstrap, as soon as you've downloaded it and you have it going, again, it's basically taking those files. So you're always going to get the CSS, and there's a JavaScript. And once again, you can go and customize and say, okay, I want this functionality from the JavaScript and not this. Maybe you need only one or two things. You don't want it all if you're not going to use it all. You want to keep your footprint really low. So you can go and customize it, download it, and then it's as simple as including the JavaScript and including the CSS, which we saw. So let's go just into what we have. And if you take a look at, it should be in our layouts, you'll see that we have downloaded Bootstrap and we are using the minified version. Now, again, it's up to you, and it depends on what how you work and what your environment's like. You might not want the minified version. You can always get the non-minified version. It might be easier to read. Again, and you can do pretty print basically in some of the tool sets now, which will take the minified and make it more readable if you need to do that. Sometimes you need to do that. Sometimes you're using something and an error comes up and you don't know where it's coming from, and you've got to read a library that's just not yours. But for the sake of this, we've used the minified versions, and what we've done is we've downloaded it, and when you download Bootstrap, it kind of comes in its own file structure of how they think it should work. And we've just kind of, rejigged it and put it in the file structure that works for us and put it in the public folder. Again, anything that you're doing client side needs to go in the public folder. And if for no other reason, you just got to remind yourself that because you are writing JavaScript on client side and on server side, you want to make sure that you have a very, very huge distinction of which is the client side JavaScript. Once you start opening up files and you're just looking at the tabs, it's really easy to become confused. So making sure that you just reference everything in the public folder like that makes a lot of sense. And so we have Bootstrap. We have it also minified. We're using the minified version. And we've included the CSS. And then what you do is you include the Bootstrap CSS first, and then you include yours, because you might want to override some of their settings. You might want to add on to it. Chances are you're going to use this kind of as your foundation, and then you might have custom styles for other things. So you include any of your style sheets after, so that you make sure that you're getting all the benefits of what they're doing. A couple other things that Bootstrap does for you that we don't really mention here, but a lot of the things is, using Bootstrap, you're kind of normalizing your browsers in terms of CSS too. So, setting some defaults and things like that. You're going to chime in.
Yeah.
Saya,
So,
you have your hand up.
Yeah, it's funny. I raise my hand. It's like I'm in class. Whenever Stacy starts going through her teaching mode, I just have to sit down and listen and raise my hand every time. But I did want to ask you. Let's say that I have my index.jade and I want to add a CSS file just for that folder, just for that template. What would you suggest I do to my my layout?
I would probably end up doing the same thing that you did for your script in terms of a block where that you can replace it. And so I'd put a block for somewhere in the links in case you need to do that and replace that content. I don't know. You tell me if I'm right or not.
Actually, I think I agree with you. I mean, if it worked for JavaScript, it will work for,
hold on. That wasn't a lot. You didn't give me a lot of I don't know. What's the word? I can't think of the word. Confidence. That's the word. There was not a lot of confidence. You're like, yeah, I think I would do that. Whatevs. So looking at that kind of thing, you can see how you just included. And then if we look at if you look at our layouts, I'm going to kind of stay away from just layout.jade because we know that we're implementing those items, and you'll see that we've implemented it. But if we look at index, you'll see that, if you're not familiar with Bootstrap, you can look at anyone's HTML and you can be like, they are using Bootstrap because I can recognize the class names. Now, I don't know exactly when Bootstrap did it. They kind of changed their format for class names because they used to have span 4, span whatever. And now you'll see a column extra small 4, all these different things. So at some point, they did change the taxonomy of their classes. So you have to watch for that. However, you'll start to see that it will give you, we're using a lot of things from Bootstrap in terms of the classes. So, the idea of a fluid container, right? A container that you have that's going to be fluid and it's going to be 100%. We have the idea of a row. So you got to think of things in terms of row and columns, right? When it comes to that scaffolding for layout in Bootstrap. And so, you'll have a row, and in that row, you're going to have columns. And then the next row, obviously, will go under the previous row. So it's that idea of rows and columns. And those column sizes are based very much on your grid default settings or what you customized. So, if you're looking at something that's column, you'll see col dash, XS dash 8, that will be a certain number in relationship to your grid. And that's the thing about responsive design. Everything really starts off with that number where you're saying, I'm working with a grid like this, or maybe it's truly 100%. And everything within it becomes a percentage of that. And that's how you get that fluidity. So did I say that right? Fluidity?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Better than how I say modularize.
High fives. Got to high five myself. I need a little high five thing here. Can you put up a hand?
A real high five.
Don't leave me hanging. That was weak. Oh my God, don't leave me hanging. So you start to see, a lot of those things, and you'll start to see the columns, and once again, look up on Bootstrap, just read up a little bit about it. Worst comes to worst, start playing with the numbers and just see what they do. Because, they basically columns and sizes, they go from, like 1 to 12. So you can kind of just go through and start playing with those items and seeing, oh, this makes the size this much bigger and this. And, Bootstrap has so much stuff in terms of it. But it also, not just layout, it has also if you define things with certain names and if you include the JavaScript and whatnot, it has certain behaviors that it's looking for. So when the JavaScript, when you include it, it will go through the DOM and it will look for those items. And it will say, oh, it has these classes. And you can get certain behavior with certain things as well. You'll see a lot of things when it comes to Bootstrap. You'll see, for example, we have BTN as a button class, and then BTN primary, and then it's also a BTN large. And they're just using multiple classes so that you can kind of add on behavior behavior in terms of presentation, like what it should look like in multiple places. So you can be like, this is a button. Okay, it's also a primary button, so it's going to look like this, right? As opposed to a non-primary button. This is a large button, so the size is going to be bigger, and those kind of things. So when it comes to, using Bootstrap, I mean, again, there is a reason why there was a whole MVA on Bootstrap, because it can be a beast. It can also be something you can use very, very quickly to get up and running. Is there anything you want to add on Bootstrap? I
think it's awesome. It's definitely an awesome CSS framework. It's the only one that I use.
You sound like my 12-year-old nephew. It's awesome. I love it.
I get excited.
It's awesome.
Before I used to struggle. With CSS.
Yeah.
Simply because I didn't have this big library that I could just reference that had all this stuff that I usually use. It was just all my sites looked like these basic websites that maybe have nothing special about them.
Yeah.
Right? And now with Bootstrap, I just stick Bootstrap right in, and immediately I have something that looks decent, at least semi-decent enough that I can put it on the web and not be embarrassed.
Yeah, not hide away in shame.
Exactly.
Yeah,
not
programmer
fall
shame.
in tears.
I think that's programmer shame, where you're like, is it Comic Sans and lime green? Yes. But it is. It's one of those things where, and that's what I think a lot of people say about Bootstrap. You throw it in, and it makes stuff look, okay, it looks good, it looks acceptable, it looks acceptable to everyone, and that's the difference. Because sometimes as a developer, and I hate to be like this, but sometimes, you're like, oh, well, it doesn't matter, it works, and that's what we were focused on, and that's okay. Mm-hmm. You meet a designer, and they look at it, and they're like, I don't care if it works, it just doesn't even look right, and so you kind of match both of those things. So, very quick kind of glossing over, Bootstrap. Again, like I mentioned, there is an MVA just on Bootstrap. We went over some Jade templating. We showed you some examples. We showed you how it's used in the project. And so for the next module, we're actually going to take that front end, right, smash that back end together and make things work. Because, otherwise, we're just kind of looking at this stuff.
Otherwise, exactly.
Yeah, we need things to work.
We need things to be awesome.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of that word, and you might hear a lot more of it now that it's stuck in my head.
More awesome.
More awesome.
More awesome.
We need more awesome.
Oh yeah, cake! I got cake. Today's like the best day ever. I never know what to do. This is so good. Yum, yum, yum. We're gonna take a 10-minute break with some cake. It's no longer here. It's okay, it went away, I ate it already. And then we'll see you back for the next module, which we're gonna talk about, working front end and back end. And then after that, we've got deploying and debugging, and that's it. That would be it. So we'll see you in 10 minutes. We're gonna take a break. Welcome back. We're at the 5th module. again, I also thought in the second module that I was going to be eating right away. So we're in the fifth module. We're going to be talking about just kind of finalizing the UI a little bit and connecting what we've done so far in terms of the UI and connecting it to the back end so that you can see how that actually works in terms of, hey, making that UI work, submitting something, and then seeing those messages roll in as you will. So we're going to talk about a couple things in this module. Is again, we're going to talk about adding libraries to the front end. We're going to talk about jQuery Socket.io. We're going to cover a little bit of Stylus to show you how that works. We previously mentioned in terms of middleware Stylus compiling down to CSS. So we're going to just point that out and show that. We're going to also talk about, if you're using Socket.io and we're working on the front end, how do we listen for messages and how do we send messages? Previously kind of already done this on the back end a little bit, so we're going to look at the front end a little bit here. So we're going to have to add some libraries to make these things work on the client side. And so two of the libraries that we're going to be using, and one of them we kind of even just went through and glossed over a little bit, was jQuery. So we're going to look at jQuery, we're going to look at Socket.io. You're going to explain that behavior in detail. And we're going to take a look at how can we wire everything up in, from that UI.
All right.
So let's take a look at how do you use those and what does it look like and
yeah, so
behavior.
Yeah, awesome.
There we go again. Awesome. That's 1 point.
Yeah. I think someone in the chat room should keep a track of how many times I say awesome. But anyways, so we want to add jQuery to our project. jQuery is this extremely commonly used library for JavaScript front-end development. It lets you...
what year was it created? Do you know?
It must be like before I even started coding.
I honestly, my response is like to be mean and say years ago. I think it was 2006 or 2007, but I don't know. It seems right to me.
Sounds about the time I probably started coding a little bit before then.
Yeah.
I'm not that young.
Coding.
I'm not that young.
Then grew beard.
Well, I like fake coding. Just like, tapping on the screen. I don't know.
T-Rex typing.
T-Rex typing, exactly. Awesome, cool. So, jQuery is this awesome library that lets you turn all the different browser quirks across the different types of browsers out there, and so stabilize the base JavaScript API and the DOM API across all of those different browsers. And it provides you with some really cool functions that you can use to select various elements in a way that's super easy, that's super flexible, and that you can use to create some dynamic websites.
Right. So I think at the beginning when we thought about browsers, non-modern browsers. I don't know what that even means, but we think
long ago.
So long ago, back in the day, I used to walk 4 miles and use vendor prefixes. But thinking about those kind of things, like it was, how you might have done, a typical AJAX request. One of those kind of things would be different across all the browsers. Some of that behavior stuff was different. So I think it was created originally to, like you said, create a baseline for the behavior and abstract it out. So you had one API into that, and
exactly.
It took care of all the logic behind it.
Yeah, it took care of the little intricate details between different browsers, handled most of the stuff that might have been missing in some browsers as well. Like some DOM APIs might not have been available. jQuery added those missing ones.
Right. DOM manipulation, like accessing an element, adding something to it. It was, and often sometimes, there's still differences between some of the browsers. So it also, people used it a lot for that too.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah.
So it was a great library.
It was.
You're right. It was and it is. I was gonna say it still is, but then you jumped right in. I can tell Stacy's a huge fan of jQuery.
No, I think jQuery has started off I think years ago it really. I think it's important to understand why it was created and what it did, and also how maybe that's not as necessary now, but that it still provides a lot of really great functionality in terms of DOM manipulation. I think people use it typically for abstracting that kind of behavior, DOM manipulation, and animation. right? I think a lot of people use it for those things. Even though we have, CSS3 with all those kind of animations, I think people still use it quite a bit for that, which is totally, in my opinion, great. I think it's awesome to use. I also just think jQuery is not JavaScript. They're not the same, and
Yeah,
people
it's true. Some people, there might be a little bit of a confusion when someone asks you, do you know JavaScript? They don't necessarily only mean jQuery.
Right.
Although jQuery is so popular and used and known by so many people, in most cases, a lot of front-end devs might not go deep into the JavaScript quirks as much because it's sort of hidden away by jQuery, and that's really some of the more powerful features of jQuery, and that it really simplifies your life as a developer, and it just makes everything so much more pleasant.
Yeah. No, I mean,
I was gonna say awesome, but then I stopped myself.
Oh, yeah.
I was just like,
you know what that is? That's the sound of your vocab increasing. Nice. Good job there. So
awesome.
So we're gonna walk through the example with the jQuery to explain that.
So let me actually show you right on the code base where I actually include jQuery, and it's in the layout.j file. The reason why I do that is simply because I'm going to use jQuery everywhere. It's probably
it's like a tagline: jQuery everywhere.
Yeah, like it should be their tagline, I think. Now here's something that's interesting. What I'm doing here is instead of referencing a local jQuery file, I'm actually loading it from ASP.NET-CDN.com. And the reason why I do that is simply because ASP.NET-CDN is a CDN, and a CDN is a content delivery network. So what that means for commonly used files like jQuery that almost the majority of websites have included at some point, using a CDN means that this file will be on a server closer to you, the browser. So it will make loading of their page a lot faster, and it will reduce the impact on your server of serving yet another file. So ASP CDN,
and also, like for the CDN too, is if someone else has used that exact same CDN and they've visited that site, it might be cached.
Exactly.
So it's already a cached file.
Everybody's
It might be
using the
quicker.
same, yeah, exactly.
Like developers helping developers.
Exactly. That's why I really think that everyone should definitely use a CDN. Now
You can also do a fallback for a CDN. For some reason, you can
say-
figure out if it doesn't load, and then you can just doc write or whatever you need to do and include, a local version.
Let's say in the really rare case that a CDN goes down, you can still have a fallback in your existing JavaScript, in your HTML, so that it will load the one that's on your server as opposed to the one on CDN.
Yep.
Now, the CDN that I'm using is one that we're hosting, and it includes a whole bunch of different libraries that you can use, among them jQuery, among them jQuery UI, but there's other ones as well, including Bootstrap. So we could have loaded Bootstrap from the CDN directly, and it would have been a lot faster, but we won't be doing that just to show you how
We're just mixing it up. Keeping you guys on your toes.
Exactly. But there's other libraries that you might have heard of, like Modernizer, Knockout.js perhaps, even Globalize.js and Respond.js.
Yeah.
So all of these libraries are hosted.
Respond is the one that basically will take non-modern browsers and emulate responsiveness, doesn't it? Like basically writes in a whole bunch of stuff, I think. Am I putting you on the spot? Yes.
You are putting me on the spot.
I'm pretty sure that's what Respond does.
We can double check. You're right. It's a polyfill for responsive design.
Yeah. +1. +1. Gonna eat cake.
Awesome. Okay. So it's a great CDN to use. There are other ones available out there. I believe some of them are used by other. Like some of them will host more specific JavaScript files and CSS files as well. So going back to our code base, this is where I've included jQuery. So you can see that I'm loading jQuery 2.1.1.min.js. Right. And this is going to load straight from the CDN. The other thing that I need to do to include Socket.io is, and Bootstrap, is actually include those files. So in the case of Bootstrap, what you want to do is you want to include the JavaScript portion of Bootstrap. Now, Bootstrap is a CSS framework, but there is still a JavaScript component that makes some of the more
common things.
A common, yeah, exactly. The more complex components. Think of tabbing, where you need to hide things using those functionality is included in the Bootstrap JavaScript file. So you definitely need to include that, especially if you're building on top of what we've given you in the GitHub repo. The other thing that we need to include to add socket.io is include the file as well. Now, here's something that's really cool about the socket.io project. The socket.io project actually will serve the JavaScript file for you, right? So if you include it in your your Node app, right, as we've done in this app in particular, it will actually register a URL /socket.io /, and then if you hit up this path on that URL, it will serve the specific socket.io JavaScript client file for that version of socket.io, because the protocol will tend to change every once in a while. With this, though, it will serve the correct one for the one that you're running. And just to prove to you, we don't actually have it anywhere here in the JavaScript folder.
Right.
So
I wondered about that. That's pretty awesome. So just by doing the require on the server side,
and then attaching the app, the socket.io to the app,
right,
you get it.
Right. So automatically, it's almost like it's dynamically writing that path in for you, so you don't have to worry about it, and it just resolves it.
Exactly.
Cool.
It's very cool.
I just learned something new. I didn't know that.
Awesome. So that's how you can include socket.io, Bootstrap, jQuery, and the next thing I guess I want to show you is the stylus.
Yeah.
So stylus is this middleware that is included in our Node app, and we mentioned that in module 3, I believe, where we required
so many
stylus.
Modules.
Yeah,
so little time.
Exactly. So we included stylus as a middle. And what is stylus? Stylus is the CSS preprocessor that makes your CSS so much more simpler and easier to write. Now, you mentioned other ones, including Less and Sass. Stylus is another one that is included in the generator for an Express app.
Right.
Now, of course, you don't have to use Stylus. You can use Less or Sass, and there's different ways to include the same middleware into your Node app for those specific preprocessors. But what it will do is the minute that a file is being served that is a that has a .styl file extension, it will compile it down to the actual CSS. So if you don't believe me, here's my style
We're just
file.
full of non-believing you.
And the minute that I serve this, so you can see, and I'm going to make it so that Visual Studio will also include files that are not in the project.
And again, like all of these preprocessors kind of have their own formatting and structure for how you need to write stuff and how it gets compiled down.
It's everybody.
They all have their own features.
Everybody wants to do it their way.
Yeah.
You know, and it's totally fine. Each one of them has their different advantages. Stylus is one of them that's super minimal. It's very much like Jade. It's almost like extremely similar to Jade. Like it just drops a lot of the tags, drops a lot of the things, makes things a lot cleaner. So here's an example of Stylus, and just to prove to you that the Node preprocessor is actually compiling its .css, I'm going to open this folder just to show you node.css here. But the minute that I run this Node app, and then I open this folder, and ideally it should be here.
It's that moment.
Moment where you wonder, what
is it putting it there, or is it going to put it in your CSS folder?
Let's double check. Yeah, it should be there. Either way, it is serving it. We can double check that, that's for sure. There it is. So if it is serving it, then there is a CSS file somewhere. Okay, there's our style.css. If I open this, it is actually converting our CSS into
CSS folder?
yeah, so it should be in the CSS folder. For some reason, it did not show up. Let me open it again. Oh, there it
you
is. It was there the whole
just-
time. It was just not
delaying.
Yeah.
Just like I'm gonna wait.
Put Rami on the spot so that he gets confused or something.
So that's like one of those, when it comes to preprocessors, there's kind of usually two veins of thought, I think. One is they're really good for development, and then you compile them, and when you push anything to production, you're never going to compile on the client side or any of that kind of stuff. It's already going to be compiled down, so it becomes more of a development thing.
Yeah.
Whereas here we see more the requests being made. It's going to go and make sure that we have that file if there's been any updates or changes or whatever. Because I'm assuming it's not going to go and render it every time.
No, it'll save it once, and the minute it gets changed, it'll...
Right, and then it'll just reference that. So, this might, for example, this example of Stylus might work for your workflow or it might not, depending on what you're using, right? You might decide that you're going to have a task runner or something that's going to already, pre-compile stuff and then you just include it. But the option's there. So, depending on how you work, it could be great.
Yeah. It's fantastic. So there's a couple of really interesting things that's in our stylus. Now, typically chat rooms for a long time have had the message box be at the bottom of a page.
Yep.
So if you look at it, it seems to be always at the bottom. If you remember MSN in the old days, it had, well, it's still...
When I had my name with the number at hotmail.com.
Exactly. When I was using MSN, the chat box was always at the bottom. Even today's link and Skype, that's always typically at the bottom.
Yeah.
And then you've got a button on the right. Now, in HTML, that's actually not easy to do.
No, it's hard, especially with all the different browser types and stuff.
Exactly. There's just no easy way to attach something to the bottom of your browser window. But if you notice that we've done this here, and I'm just going to explain a little bit the CSS and the thinking behind this, that basically lets us attach a toolbar to the bottom of a page.
Gotcha.
So
it's kind of static, right? Like it's just always sitting. Yeah.
It's always sitting there. So if you go back to our layout, in our index.jade, if you remember, there's this interesting class that's clearly not a Bootstrap class. It's just, it seems a class that I've added in there, and it's just .wrap. And then there's this other one that's called push. Now, we need this to be able to tell the CSS handler in the browser that we want to push the footer, which is its own class, on the same level as the wrap container, to the bottom. And the way that we do that is, first of all, we always set the body to be the height of 100%, so it takes up the full browser window.
Right.
And then we set the wrap to be a minimum of 100%, but we give it a margin of the footer size. So in that case, what we're doing here is we're saying, hey, the height is 100%, take up all the available space, but remove 60 pixels.
Right.
And the reason for that is because we want this little push container to have the same size as the footer container, so that the browser will push both of these elements to the bottom after the wrap container with a height of 60 pixels. And that's pretty much what forces the text box area and the button to stay at the bottom, no matter how much I resize my browser. Pretty neat CSS trick. You'd think that the CSS would make this easy, and I think there is a bit of an easier way to do it in CSS3, but for the moment, this method is the most cross-browser compatible one that I could think of.
Yeah, and it's more of a modern browser kind of approach, because depending on what browsers are going back in time, something like the height 100% wouldn't necessarily work. So it is definitely one of those more modern browsers approaches. But yeah, you're right. Anytime you're trying to anchor anything to a certain place and have it static, it's a little bit of a nightmare. And vertically and horizontal align.
Yeah.
Once again, those things are all changing, right? And there's way easier approaches now. Back in our day, that was
standards are getting a lot better at it, and it's getting a lot easier, especially with box sizing and box model and all that stuff.
Yeah, there's a lot of new changes that are new-ish changes that are really awesome when it comes to those kind of common things you do again and again, and yet there's really, you still have to go through the nightmares of trying to get it to work.
Yeah. So now that we've covered adding libraries to our Jade file, attaching and understanding what Stylus is doing, I think the next part is really to connect the back end to the front end using the socket IO libraries that we've included in our project now that we were serving through Node.
Yeah, so we have to kind of worry about listening for messages.
Exactly, listening and sending messages.
Yeah.
So now if you remember, in our index.jade, we had this body end tag. And the reason why we do that is because in our layout.jade, we don't want to have a block that is for the JavaScript tags, because that will typically mean that it will delete all of those JavaScript tags the minute we override that block. So instead, what I like to do, and you can do the same thing for the CSS, we mentioned it in the last module, I like to add an empty block at the end of different different elements, elements that are important to a certain degree because they'll tend to be reused. And the reason for that is at the end, I want to be able to override this block to add something after the existing JavaScript files are there. And this is exactly what we did in the index.jade file. In this case, we're adding a index.js file, something specific to this page.
Yeah. I mean, we used to, and I still do this a lot in the same kind of syntax that you're using to do production and development environments where I might path my CSS differently. So I might not point to min files. I might point to whatever, open like non-minified files.
Yeah.
So I could just replace them if I needed to replace them. And based on if I'm in dev or production mode, I would just replace that content block.
Exactly. So looking at index.js, it looks fairly short. There's about 12 lines of code, and 13. And that's with me adding more spaces. Just simply to spread things out a little bit so you understand what's going on. Now, if you remember, we included the socket IO library. And if you look at our app.js, you'll notice that the way that we call socket IO is by requiring socket IO and then passing it the server, and that returns an IO variable. The API is extremely similar in the client side. The difference is, as opposed to getting all of the connections, all the WebSocket connections, I'm asking the WebSocket IO engine to just create one socket for me.
Right.
And in this function, you can actually pass it different URLs, different things. So if you don't want to connect to the server that served this page, you can actually connect to using WebSockets to other URLs as well.
Right, so you might have like a server that's kind of hosting that somewhere remotely, and you might say, I'm going to connect to that server.
Or maybe if that server is someone else's server and they let you do third-party connections in their socket IO server, then you're even able to connect to other servers out there, other URLs.
Right.
So very neat stuff that you can do with it, and it's quite simple. We just create a socket, and the first thing that I want to do is probably hook up my send message button, right? How else would I be able to send messages to my server? So I'm going to use jQuery to select the send message button. Now I gave it a specific ID, so in this case you actually don't really need jQuery. You can just use the DOM API to get this element by ID, but I like to just use jQuery, especially it just makes things a lot easier.
Because you like it.
And I like it. It's awesome. You're right. You're right. It's awesome.
Awesome.
See, I'm not the only one that says awesome, right? So here I am. So if I remember, I'm going to open up my index.jade. I'm just going to put it right next to it. I'm going to make this smaller so that you guys can see. But here I am. Here's my send messages button. It's this button right here. It's the one that's on the second column. So anytime that this button is clicked, I want to execute this function. Again, we're using callback-based programming. And in this case, I want to take the value of the message box. And it's this message box right here, the input tag.
Right.
So I'm going to get the value of this message box, and I'm going to store it in this variable called message. Now, to get this message to the server, the minute that I connect using the socket, all I need to do is call emit with the channel that I'm on, so the chat channel, with the message that I want to send.
It's got to be the same name that we've been using on the server side, on the client side.
Exactly. It's the same channel that we're all connecting to. It's the chat channel.
Right.
Right.
The chat channel.
The chat channel. Exactly.
Yeah.
So with socket emit, I can send that message over.
Yeah.
Now, if you remember what I said earlier, in the app.js file, whenever I get a chat message
Yep.
and I go to broadcast that message to everybody else who's connected to the WebSocket server,
Yeah.
it won't send it to the person who actually sent that message.
Right.
So it won't send you duplicates. So what you'll need to do is you'll actually need to append it yourself
Gotcha.
to the messages container that's going to contain all of the messages.
Right. So if
Okay.
you're emitting the event, you're not getting it back yourself. So
Exactly.
you need to manage that however you're going to manage that yourself.
And in some cases, maybe you don't even want to do anything because the
Yep.
value's already changed or something's going on.
Yep.
Depends what your application is trying to do.
Yeah.
But in this case, we do want to add it to
wanna
the
know.
message box because we want to know what we just sent, right?
Yeah.
And the
Like, I
other-
want to know why you responded the way
Yeah.
you did. What did I say again? Short-term memory.
Yeah. And the other thing that we want to do is we want to empty out the message box so that we can type in a new message as well, right?
Right.
And we do that by setting the value to an empty string. Now, if I actually run all of this stuff, I go to my Node app. I'm going to close it, clear the screen just so you can see it from the beginning. Here I am running it again. Okay, well, I already
Yeah.
had a browser that was open. And in this case,
Oh,
I'm
and
going
there
to
you
refresh.
go. Yeah.
Here I am.
I love that the whole, like, anytime you're running Node or any of these kind of things on the command line, you see like the connections that are being made,
Yep.
and it helps you kind of like make sure that you know that things are being served up the way they should be served up and that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's awesome. So the minute I refresh this page, I get a user connected,
Yep.
and then the server is sending me some chat messages, which I haven't quite explained how
Yeah.
we're doing that, how we're receiving that and adding it to the message box. That's the next function I'm going to cover.
You've got
now,
time.
I actually want to show you how to, I just want to prove to you that when I send a message out, it'll actually emit it to everybody else. So let's say, hello, Stacy. All right.
Hello.
Now, I'm going to open up another tab. I'm going to put it on the side right here, and I'm going to browse to the same page. All right. And the minute I send hello, Stacy, it pops up on the other end.
That's
Hooray! We've got like a chat engine going on, no?
And this is actually how you test it. Like, a lot of people are like, oh, how do you know? Like, and it's like, you open up two browsers is what you do.
Yeah.
Like, you open up two browsers.
Yeah, and I can
you check.
send it from
Yep.
this side, hello Rami.
Yep.
I'm assuming that this is Stacy and this is Rami. If I send this message, it pops up over here,
Yeah.
and it pops up on my other
So
side.
you're basically having a conversation with
With myself.
in two browser windows.
It's typically what happens.
Just a little insight into your life right there, right?
Maybe a little too much, but anyways. So let me show you what's happening on the console window. The minute that this message is sent using the socket emit function,
Yeah.
you can see that it's being inserted into the database. And that's
Yeah.
because if we go back to our app.js file, you'll see right at the top, here's my socket on chat engine,
Yep.
Mongo Connect. The minute I get a message, connect to Mongo, insert it into my database, and then write this message saying chat inserted.
Yep.
And then, of course, broadcast it to everybody else.
And if you were kind of running Mongo, and you had, you clicked it and it was running, and you saw it up in your command window, you would see these connections also being made to Mongo in terms of something being connected and inserted as well.
That's right. So if I actually move to Mongo, here it is, connection accepted. It's getting all these connections opened, and things are being inserted as we're getting them back.
Yay! It works. It's so exciting.
It works, yeah. We've got a chat room. And it only took it, look at this. 76 lines of code.
It's not. I mean, and when you think about it, it could have been. I'm sure we could go in and
Yeah.
make less if we had to.
Yeah, we can definitely cut things out. We can make it
13
shorter.
lines,
You know, I mean,
whatever.
who needs spacing, right?
Yeah, no. We'll
that's
just
not
minify it.
important,
We'll
right?
minify it and it'll be good.
So think about it, 76 lines of code to get a whole chat room running with Node and database saving and retrieving the last 10 messages that we received.
Yeah.
This is some powerful stuff that we've got here.
And the thing also, when you think about that, is that we've talked previously about how you can extend this example and adding in authorization or private chat rooms, and that's really not a lot more code. It's just including a couple modules, figuring out how they work, a couple callbacks, and then you're pretty much good to go. So, you might have to change some UI, but you can start to see how this modular system just allows you to plug plug and play a lot of things, in functionality. You think of new functionality, you look for a module.
Yeah, exactly.
Plug and play.
And in fact, there's a philosophy with Node in the sense that people...
here we go.
Oh. All right.
Armchair philosophy.
Philosophy. I see. I got the beard for it. I can definitely.
I do that all the time, and people just look at me weird. I'm like, whatever.
Awesome. So.
Awesome.
I think we need to have a counter or something. I think that's gonna be my thing from now on. All of my future MVAs, you're gonna have to put a little I don't know, tennis counter or something, 15 points for saying awesome.
So what's the philosophy?
Right. So
you kind of led us there and then dropped off.
We just started talking about my addiction to this word. Awesome. So you know what? I think I blame TV. I think I watched too much TV when I was younger. Anyways, let's get back to the philosophy. Let's get back into my beard stroking mode. So how do we... what's the philosophy behind node modules? Ideally, it's very similar to an older philosophy that existed with another operating system, and that was you want to have one thing that does a specific thing well. You don't want to have a module that does too much and doesn't do anything well. You want to just have one module doing one thing really well, and that's why you'll have lots of different modules that are going to be a lot smaller. Some of them are even just a single file, and they will do something very specific, and they'll do it well enough that when you merge them all together, everything just seems to work as well as it should be.
Like requests.
Like requests, for example.
All it does is it handle, requests like async. All it does is it handle the async calls and how can you bootstrap them so they all kind of work together and handle that kind of stuff. So that's it's pretty common. It's like, oh, you want to use Dropbox API or OneNote or whatever. There's a module and it just handles that. Exactly.
And that's the really cool part behind the module system that we've got, and NPM lets you do that really simply. It's so easy to create a module in Node. Mm-hmm. Any folder that has a package.json, so if we're taking a look, say some of the simpler stuff, this could be a module. If I gave my package.json, this is the name of my module. If I actually push this to NPM, I could do npm install _03_file.io, and it will find it, and it will install it, and it's that simple.
I think you should do that because that's how I'm going to look for it. _03 file, whatever.
Yeah, I think I probably would like to choose something a little smarter as a naming convention, but this is for our demos. It just makes things a lot easier. One last thing I wanted to show you with connecting the front end to the back end. We glossed over it, but to be honest, it's just 2 lines of code. That's how simple it is. It's how do you actually append the messages that you receive from a socket to the browser.
Yeah.
Now, do you remember the socket.on function? It's the same one that we're going to use here. So we're going to say, hey, this socket, anytime I get something on the chat channel, take this message, using jQuery, select this messages box, and append a paragraph tag with this text.
Right.
That's how simple it is, and that's what actually enables our browser to add in anything that we receive from the socket. The minute I press a send button, I'm manually adding it on my browser, but the other browser on the other end is doing it through this call right here.
Right. So it's that simple in terms of just saying this is when this happens to this channel. So if you were listening to multiple channels, you could have another function, whatever it may be.
Yeah, I could add another socket.on function, maybe say admin, and then say, hey, my function is going to take a command, and with this, and you see Visual Studio likes to do nice styling for me. Thank you very much, Visual Studio. I can do something else.
You're welcome.
I can do something.
That's what Visual Studio sounds like. You're welcome.
I can say alert, admin command.
Yeah.
Woohoo! That's how simple it is.
So, the ability, again, to extend that interface and potentially do other things with it if you needed to.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You can do a private channel. So this could be the ID that we're using. So var current chat room ID equals some number in our MongoDB database. Yep. Lots of numbers.
Once again, world's fastest typer.
Voila. Voila. And this is now a specific chat room channel.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, the flexibility given there is pretty incredible. Like, I just imagine using this for like multi-user games would be so much fun, you know, like,
Yeah.
or multiple people connected to control something. Like you could really extend what Socket.io is trying to do here, but the ability to kind of subscribe to multiple messages or multiple channels rather, that whole kind of observer and publisher subscriber kind of pattern is awesome. And it's just so, I mean, yeah, I hate saying it's so easy to use because it's always like, it's like saying where, you know, it's just that easy, but it is, you know, it's fairly like a couple lines of code. And I think it's really cool what you showed too about like how on the server side, if you're including it, it automatically kind of writes that in for you. So you know, because if I didn't know that and I was looking at the code base, I'd be like, where did this come from? You know, what's happening here? I don't see it in the file package. So I think it's great that we went through that because I think some people out there who are probably working through it probably were just like, I don't know where this file is. I think you're missing a file, yet it seems to run okay.
Yeah,
you know, you're like, oh, it's mystery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that definitely the Socket.io URL here. It's like magic. I like it.
So, you know, we covered some, you know, listening and handling messages. We've shown how to kind of send those messages. You know, again, like we have stuff running locally, so it's going to work. You know, I'd have to come over and go on one browser while you go on the other. Like, don't look at mine. But again, if you had that URL where you could expose it publicly to me, you know, I could be in a browser, you know, working on, you know, having a chat of some sort with you, and all that stuff is going to the local DB. So if you're thinking about deploying it, you know, there's a couple steps that you got to think about in those senses, like, okay, your URI to your DB, like, where is that? You know, because you're going to want to change that potentially, maybe not, depends on how you deploy, right? You got to think about. You know, your minified files. You got to think about, you know, a couple of those other things that, you know, what port you're running on and things like that when you go and you kind of put it out there. But when you're working on the stuff locally, you can kind of see how you can set up your environment and just get up and running fairly quick. The next step, obviously, if you're doing something that's multi-user, got that kind of communication, is that you're going to have to, you know, throw it out somewhere where people can actually access it so you can test it properly, because two-browser trick is what we all do. But I mean, you know, that's...
Yeah, we want to put it somewhere.
You want to verify.
That's publicly available so that you can see what... Like you can test things with other folks as well.
Yeah.
I mean, there's different solutions to do that. So if you wanted to just expose the local host that you have, there are some tools to do that as well.
Sure.
But it's just a little bit more complicated. I like to just deploy things because it really gets me to simulate an actual deployment.
Yep.
So I like having a staging environment. So I code on my dev machine, I do my dev testing here, then I stage something to the cloud, test it again, and before I actually move it to production.
Yeah, and I feel like that's a pretty popular workflow in the same way. I'm local to get stuff up and running and to test or to experiment, and then as soon as I know that something's kind of good and I've got like an environment that's set, I try to replicate that environment in a production or in staging server, and then, you know, move from there, so to speak. So I think we've covered Socket.io.
Yeah.
We've covered kind of hooking in that back end to that front end. Again, you know, we could easily go and check to make sure those messages in Mongo are being saved. We could go to the DB. You know, and see that they're being saved. But we've integrated all that stuff, so we've got a working application, you know, for all intents and purposes. But now, what do we do with it?
Yeah.
That is just sitting on our machines. It's kind of isolated. So
yeah. So and that's what the next module we'll be talking about. We'll be showing you how you can deploy to Azure in different ways. So that you can deploy your chat room to the cloud. Now, if you don't share the chat room URL, you might even be able to keep it a private chat room.
Yeah.
You gotta obfuscate it though a little bit. You gotta make sure the URL has like some complex number scheme or something.
Yeah.
You share that URL with your friends, then you've got a private chat room. But for the most part, if someone discovers that one, we haven't added authentication, we haven't added private rooms. That's up to you guys to do that. But we will show you how to get it up on the cloud.
You know, and there's other things like just that, like once again, that database URI that you need. I mean, we set stuff in a path variable. So like when you deploy it, how do you do that? Like how do you set environment variables and things like that? And also, it's one of those things when you're working with source control, depending on how you're working, if you're working, especially with something like GitHub, you don't want those values in your project, especially if it's an open repository. I don't want to see like what, depending on what the value is.
But you don't want to show those private keys, right?
Right.
Like sometimes, like the Mongo URI, you can put in the password and the username that you need to connect on.
Yeah.
Now, you don't want to have that in your source control at all, actually.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why we use the environment variable, is because we don't want to share that private, sensitive information that have anyone be able to connect to our database.
Right, and so that's like one of those things where you go to source control of GitHub and stuff like that, and you'll see in the README, you need to replace this and you need to replace this. You can find it here, here, here. But we'll walk through a little bit, and the next thing is just like, and this is very common when you're deploying, I think, database, any kind of keys. So like API keys, for example, you don't want that in your source control. You might be deploying from source control, you might not. So if it's public, we're going to kind of walk through just setting that up on the server. Give you a little preview of Azure and just like all the things that are available to you when you're debugging and deploying, because we know a little bit how to debug a little bit locally. We've seen a couple things that we've done. We'll go through a little bit more detail. But when you put that up into the cloud, how do you start debugging? And so we're going to focus on that kind of stuff in the next module. So we're going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back and we'll handle debugging, deploying. I said debugging, like we have a pug around here. Yeah, exactly. You hear that?
He's right down there.
We're going to debug and then deploy and talk, a little bit about that and the tools that are available for you to do those kind of things very, very easily from Visual Studio. So 10-minute break. Hope you stick around, and we'll see you shortly. Welcome back.
Welcome back.
It's the last module. I feel like it should be like that. Thank you so much for staying with us while we go through the very basics of deploying a Node application or creating a Node application. Using Mongo, using Jade, Express, all those great things. And now we're towards the very end, the last module of the day. I'm going to start just like doing that with my words where they all kind of run together. Last module of the day. And we're going to start talking a little bit more about Azure, how it works, how you can deploy stuff, how you can take any of these kind of things that you're working on, whether it be Node or variety of other open source projects, and get them up on Azure, how you can debug them.
Yeah.
Which is a big thing, right? Because sometimes your environment's not exactly the same, and you don't, you kind of put it out there and you hope it's going to work, and then you're just like, I don't know what's going on here, so you need to be able to debug, and it's really important. So we're going to kind of cover over some of those things, and so this module is all going to be about deploying and debugging. A couple of things that we're going to cover. We're going to look at Azure Websites Overview. We're going to really just go into the dashboard and give you a sense of some of the things that are available, where you find things. This is really handy if you haven't used a lot of Azure, because we can kind of quickly point out all of those prime things you might want to know. And then you can kind of explore after if you want to learn about some of the other great things. We're going to talk about deploying to Azure with Visual Studio, deploying to Azure with GitHub. We'll show an example of like that already kind of going. And then debugging remote Node applications with Visual Studio. So how do you debug something when it's already up and kind of in production? Mm-hmm. And oh no, what do I do? How do I fix this? So that's usually what happens, right? You get an email or something, it's broken. How do I fix this? So that's what we're going to work on. So if we just kind of dig into Azure Websites Overview, you can easily deploy a bunch of different kind of technologies using Azure Websites. And the Azure Websites, if you haven't, gone over and you don't have a login for Azure, you can get, a free trial. I think it's 90 days. You get a variety of things that you can do with it. if you're already listed in maybe your startup and you're listed in BizSpark, you also get Azure credits that way. So you can start, playing with Azure if you haven't already. And there's a bunch of different things. We're going to focus on deploying, obviously, what we built. Also, just kind of showing you a little bit of the dashboard and Azure websites. So for Azure websites, you can deploy a bunch of different kind of websites. We're going to show you Node, but you can do Python. It can be PHP, ASP.NET. There are a bunch of different things. There's lots of stuff that you can install just right out of the box. And so, if you want to use something like WordPress, WordPress, one of the top, I would say, PHP projects of all time, right? And everyone knows WordPress, whether you used it or not. Really good admin, easy admin interface. One-click install. You can go to most hosting companies and have one-click install. Super easy, and we can show you just kind of like where those things lie in Azure. Also, you can do kind of pre-configured stacks. So if you're a person who's like, yeah, I'm going to do Mongo and Express with Angular and Node, I'm going to put all that popular good stuff together, you can go and, again, kind of pre-configure that, and all this stuff's available in just like basic Azure websites. Now, there are a few limitations when you're using Azure websites, and depending on what you need to do, you need to consider that. But the limitations are so, for the average project, not something that's going to really affect you. One of the things that I came across when I was working with Node is I wanted to configure something on a certain port. I was doing something called Space Brew, which is uses WebSockets based on Node, allows you to connect kind of different technologies together. And I was realizing, I need to configure a port, and I couldn't configure a port on website. So that was one thing that I couldn't do. Sometimes there's some modules for Node that are like native modules that need to be compiled. You can't do that. What's going to happen is when you deploy something using Azure websites and it's using Node, it's going to look at your package JSON, and it's going to basically npm install those things. So it doesn't have the ability to compile anything if anything needs to be compiled. So those are a couple of the limitations of Azure websites. In our case, they don't affect us at all. We don't have to worry about it, but just something to consider. If you need to configure ports, or you need to compile kind of native modules for Node or something along those lines, you probably want to look at doing something like a VM or that kind of thing, and setting up an instance that way. So if we look at Azure websites, there's a bunch of things that you can do. So you can configure a custom domain. Let's say you have a custom domain and you want to change the kind of default domain, and we'll show you that process. You can do that. You can FTP to it. Using Azure, you can run multiple websites. And the way that I tend to use it quite a bit is, again, for production and staging environments, where I'll actually have, two websites kind of running. One will be my staging environment and a different URL for my production environment. And that way, they live on different URLs. They have different environments. They're getting deployed from two, different code sources. I usually use Git, to be honest. So I'll deploy from GitHub. And so I'll take a branch. For example, I'll have two branches. One might be master, one might deploy. So one will be staging, one will be, production. I tend to use a Git flow kind of way of working in that sense. So it's good for those kind of things. So I'm going to pop into the Azure portal. Once again, if you don't have access, you can sign up for a trial. It's good for 90 days. Once you get used to the interface and you walk in, you start to realize, wow, this is like, for me, this is, if I have to start setting up servers or deploying stuff, this is kind of how I want to work. So when I've got the portal already kind of. I'm logged in. I'm working in a different browser because I need to avoid the cookies. Otherwise, I can't log in as my own user. Long story short, we're looking at Azure, and what I've done is all these kind of items that are on the left. You'll see all these things that you can do, and there's so many options here depending on what you're doing. Now, only a couple of things here is really going to affect us, but to walk you through quickly, you've got websites, you've got, like I said, VMs, you've got virtual machines. So you could run Mongo in a VM if you wanted to. You could there's a bunch of different ways to set things up. You've got mobile services, something we talked about in the past. You need to create a REST API really quick. You could definitely just tap into mobile services. Doesn't matter if it's iOS or Android or any of those things. Cloud, you got got your databases, storage. You can just use it for storage. Just like upload your, treat it like you're going to upload all your pictures there, whatever you need to do. There's media services. There's Visual Studio Online, and that's something that we don't really have time to cover too much. But we have a new project called Monaco, where basically you could be, just in the browser, pulling what you need and deploying right from there. So definitely look up Monaco and Visual Studio Online for that as well, because that's another way that a lot of people really love to work with Node.
It's got some special support for some of the things that we've been using, like Node, JavaScript, HTML5, CSS. It's fantastic.
Yeah, Python too,
fantastic.
I believe. Yeah. There's a bunch of things, and it's a really nice way to work. It's got a command kind of line that you start working in, and you can basically install what you need to install. It's a great way to work. But we're going to focus kind of on websites and just kind of show you just quickly how you can create your own website, and we're going to work on deploying a website as well, right? So in terms of websites, you can create new websites quite easily. And so I just hit the new button at the bottom. Now, everything that you want to do in terms of creating, modifying, deleting, things that are relating to what you're looking at, it's usually just at the bottom. So this is the current portal. We have a new portal that's in preview. So you could also take a look at the new portal, but I'm going to work with the current one. And if you look over, you create a website. You can do quick create. You can do custom if you need certain options. You can do gallery. Now, I'm not going to necessarily do from gallery here, but I just kind of wanted to show you what's available to you. So if you are a person who has to set up servers, and I know previously I'm used to going in and basically configuring everything from scratch and doing all that kind of work. A lot of this stuff is almost prepackaged from gallery. So depending on what you want to do, there's some common things. If you're a PHP person, Cake PHP is a really common framework. Once again, click install. It gives you what you need and configures it how you need. You can do, there's an HTML empty site. There's Ghost. A bunch of different things. Even towards the bottom, you've got basic kind of things. There's WordPress if you want to do WordPress, right? You click it, and you basically tell it what database to use, and then a bunch of those kind of things, and you're good to go. It's very, very quick. So you can do it from gallery if you want. So for me, I'm just going to go and just to, kind of quick create a website. What you do is you specify a URL, and what's going to happen is that Azure's going to create this website for you, and it's going to give you this default URL. Now, let's go test Stacy. My first name, your last name, Rami. So, you've got, basically that's going to be the URL is whatever you put in here appended to the azurewebsites.net. And then you got your web hosting plan, which is, free. If you have a free trial, for example, I'm running on here, you're doing all this for free. So you can just basically host it. And you can create website. Now, I don't need to configure a database or anything particularly right here. I'm just kind of setting up a website. And so I see that it's listed here and that it's running. I can see how it's running. I can see the URL. I can click it. And it's like, oh, this website has been successfully created. So it means that I need to put something there at some point. But once we go in, there's a couple things that you need to know just about this that's going to help us when we're working, especially with deploying from something like Visual Studio. Mm-hmm. And so looking at the dashboard here, if you click up top, your dashboard kind of gives you your overall view, right? And so some of these things will go more into depth once we've deployed our Node application. But just to kind of point out a couple of these things is that, your dashboard kind of gives you, like all dashboards, your quick overview to your site. And so you can see on the right things that you might need at some point in time. You want to FTP to your, let's say that's how you like to work. You want to FTP some stuff. You can set up deployment credentials, for example. You can view any kind of connection strings. You can deploy from source control, which is something we'll kind of just click through later in the session. And so you start to see, where these things are. Now, if I didn't want this to be my URL, which as intuitive and rolls off the tongue as it does, I might want to create, I might want to go buy a domain and change that. And you can easily, go and do that. And you just got to set a couple of things in a DNS record and you're kind of good to go. So, very quickly setting up a website, there's a whole bunch of other tabs that will go into detail about. Monitor is something that we'll probably take a look at once we've deployed something and explain a little bit about it a little more. But you start to see a good overview of what's happening with your site. You can see the versions that you're running. So this is really important, especially if you're working. How many times have I done this where I've deployed something that's PHP and it's the wrong version and I'm using some new feature? So you can, easily change those items that you might need. You can go through WebSockets, all the rest of it, and once again, domain names. And figure out those things. Maybe you need verbose logging to see what's going on with your site. You can turn it on. So you can start to see, some of these things that are available to you, scaling, configuring. There's a whole bunch of stuff. But just setting up a simple, basic website, we've kind of created something. We could push something up there a variety of different ways, however we want to do it. Yeah. So, going over. Basic, that's your basic website. And once again, you can work with just basic HTML. It can be Node. It can be Python. We don't care. We like them all. And being able to deploy them all, especially from Visual Studio, is one of those really lovely things. So I kind of did a basic view of the Azure dashboard. Should we go a little bit more into detail? Do you want to talk about any of those things in particular?
Yes, there's one thing that I definitely do want to talk about, and if you can take us back to the configure tab.
Sure. 1 second.
All right.
You ask, I deliver.
Okay, configure.
Yeah.
There is a WebSockets tab. Yeah, so ideally you want to actually turn that on.
Right.
Otherwise your WebSockets will just not work.
Right.
And there's an interesting thing about the WebSockets backend for Microsoft Azure. If you're curious, you could just read more about that on the different blog posts that I posted in the GitHub repo. If you look at the README, there's a link to a bunch of blog posts. The last one will go into more detail about specifically some of the things that happen in the behind the scenes to make WebSockets work.
Oh, nice.
For Node versus other languages.
Right.
But ideally, you need to turn it on.
Yep. And
you need to add something to your web.config file. It's all covered in the blog post. A little bit too much detail for this MVA, but it is there, and for the most part, it is already set up for you, so you don't need to worry about it. The minute that you turn it on, you're good to go.
And there's other, depending on what you're doing too. And configure is the high-level configuration stuff. So if you're doing WebSockets, you want to, maybe you're going to deploy this, and then you're going to decide you're going to edit it in Visual Studio Online. You can click it on, whatever you need to do. It's right there for you.
And the nice thing is that you get SSL support for free with Azure websites, because normally you have to pay extra for that, or it's a little bit complicated to set up. With Azure websites, you get it for free. You just need to put up your certificate. And this is actually really useful for WebSockets in the case where you need secure connections between your browser and the website.
Yeah.
And it also becomes very useful when you want to certify that your WebSocket connection is coming from something that you served as well.
Yeah.
So if the minute that it's in a secure connection, it basically ensures that this WebSocket information is coming from something that I serve and not from some random other browser or something. And
actually thinking of that too, in terms of the certs that you need and whatnot. I remember I was using PHP, and I was installing. I was using SendGrid for email, because we don't have email support necessarily right out of the box. So for PHP, I was just using SendGrid API, which is it's so easy to configure.
Super straightforward.
But one of the problems was I go to run it, and I had to check the logs, and I realized, one of the libraries I was using, it was looking for a cert. There had to be a cert somewhere, and it wasn't there. So all I had to do basically was go in, create that cert, provide it, and I was done. I didn't have to worry too much about it.
Now, one last thing. So we've talked a lot about setting environment variables. Mm-hmm. Now, the configure tag is actually where you do that. So if you scroll down the configure tab, there's two places where you can set the connection strings to your MongoDB sites. The first one is using the connection strings at the bottom. So you can literally type for a name Mongo Lab URI, the one that we use in our code base, set the value of that.
So if you want to do Mongo Lab
underscore URI, that was the one that we used. You can set the value for that, and then you can put custom in the dropdown. Now, what this is going to do. Azure is going to prepend a snippet of text at the beginning. That's the custom string text that you see in the code base, and we need to prepend that into the code base because Azure will do that automatically. So if you accidentally put the whole thing in the connection string, you won't be able to connect to your MongoDB.
Yeah, because you got to repeat what
I actually fell into that trap about a week ago.
I think everyone does though, because you're starting to you're like, oh, why? Oh, okay, I get it.
Yeah, it's like, why can't I connect to Mongo? What's going on? The other thing, you can also use app settings, although it's not really recommended for connection strings.
Right.
And it's going to be a little bit different. In that if you try to put the fully qualified name that's in the code base under app settings, Azure will not let you do that.
Oh, nice.
It'll recognize this is a connection string and be like, no, you need to put it at the bottom thing. But you can still use it. You can still use like other naming conventions. Let's say you wanted to say, okay, I just want to say Mongo.
Sure.
That's my environment variable. You can put that in the app settings and you're good to go.
Yeah, so like if we were doing something that was along the lines of like, a Facebook secret, right? We could put in the value here and then we could access that or whatever. So that way you're not worrying about it in your code base. You're just going to access kind of those environment variables and it's, where it should be, right?
Exactly. And the other cool thing is that you don't need to put this stuff in your source code. Whoever has production access just needs to put it in the app settings and they're good to go. It's not in the source code. It's safely away. It's hidden and it just works very well that way.
Yeah, and I don't know how you work personally, but I know locally I'll definitely probably store those in a configuration file. I might go set them up in environment variables depending on how I'm working. I might do a variety of things.
Yeah, that's one way to do it.
And then I'll clean I'll clean them out before I actually commit it remotely. Right? So I'll actually do a git ignore on that file, for example.
Exactly. I do something similar. I add it to the git ignore file. I'll have my custom config. I'll load it through a tool that I use to run Node. And then it just works perfectly fine.
Yeah. So it's just something to consider when you're working with those things.
Awesome.
So we kind of went over a little bit about the dashboard. There's a ton of stuff. And once again, feel free to hit us up with any questions you might have about any of those things, and we'll answer them the best that we can. I mean, Azure is a big
platform.
It's huge. There's a lot that it can do. So we're showing you a little snippet. So we're going to talk about deploying to Azure with Visual Studio. And so one of the nice things that you've seen throughout the day is that we've been continually working in Visual Studio, editing our code, looking at all the different file types. We can create Node apps from scratch using any of the templates with the Nodejs, tool for Visual Studio, debugging it, all those kind of things. So when we're deploying, why step out of Visual Studio now? Why not just stay in Visual Studio? So we're going to talk a little bit about deploying to Azure with Visual Studio and how you do that and demo a little bit about how that works.
Yeah, so let's just switch over to my screen. And I just want to show you something that's really, really cool. So we've been using the command prompt. We've been using the command prompt to execute our Node app, but you can actually run your Node app straight from within Visual Studio. And the way you do that...
Show me how.
I will show you how. All you need to do is once you're in a project, you can set it as the startup project right here. And the minute you do that, you get
wait,
these...
can you go back and do that again? I was watching, but then I was like,
you right-click, find set as a startup project.
Perfect.
The minute you set that up and you're in this project, you'll notice right up here that you've got this interesting debug option where it basically says debug Internet Explorer. Now, it's not what it actually looks like, but
What do you mean?
Well, here's the thing, because like I don't know about you, but when I see this, I'm like, play Internet Explorer. That's what I see, right?
Yeah, that's. I would assume it would launch that.
Yeah. So actually, what's going to happen is it's going to launch Node and IE.
Oh, gotcha.
And what's
so it's
cool
doing that whole work of opening the browser for you, so you don't have to like
exactly. And what's really cool is like you can also set other browsers as well. So in case you wanted to, I think locally on this machine we've only got Firefox installed. But let's say you also wanted to use the Windows Phone emulator.
Yeah.
So you can also launch to Windows Phone, which is pretty cool. So if I do it this way and I launch it with debug mode, I can actually go into my code and attach breakpoints, and the debugger will break whenever it reaches each of these points.
Oh, nice.
And this is all available to you when you install Node tools for Visual Studio.
Right.
It has all that support, including the syntax highlighting, including a whole bunch of other stuff, and it just sets you up correctly.
Awesome.
And that's what
that's what we've been saying. A lot of awesome
stuff.
Awesome
and stuff. Yeah. So we've got debugging covered. You've got most of the tools that come with Visual Studio for debugging set up. You can set different release cycles, release modes. Now, here's the thing about deploying to Azure with Visual Studio. You need to take a quick look at web.config. And the web.config is essentially the information that you need to deploy a Node project of any kind to Azure.
Right.
And what's really cool is that you can even set things like app settings in your Node, so you don't have to manually put it in the configure tab. And I wouldn't do this for sensitive information, because this web.config file is going to exist inside your source code repo. I would put them on another way. But for settings that are more straightforward, you can leave them in here.
Yeah,
and you can hear there's a few
non-sensitive settings.
Non-sensitive settings.
The non-sensitive ones.
Exactly. Now you'll notice that you've got a few other system web server settings. The only important one here is that the WebSocket enables actually put the false, which sounds a little counterintuitive, but there's a whole reason behind this. And if you wanted to read more about it, go to the blog. But essentially, basically, what it means is that by setting this to false, we are telling IIS, the server that's running the Azure website, not to use its implementation of WebSockets, but to actually run the Node.js implementation.
Gotcha.
It's
so
something,
this is configuring,
something back end.
This is more about, it's not about you, Node, as much as it is about the server that's going to handle all that stuff. Gotcha.
Yeah. So now what's really cool about the rest of this file is it's very simple. You've got the IIS node here that says, hey, watch out for any of changes that happen to any .javascript file. So anytime I push an update to my website, if there's a change to a .js file, it will restart the website and it will just keep functioning.
Oh, nice.
So you don't need to manually do that. It'll just work the minute you push something. And that's why doing something like GitHub push tends to work very well, because the minute I just commit something like source control, any source code changes to a JavaScript file will restart my server.
Yeah.
So you don't need to worry about that.
That's actually, that reminds me just about something that we never really talked about with just running Node locally, or at least running Node, is that, if you're doing something, especially if you're starting out and you have a major error and it crashes your server, or you update a file, the way that we're running Node right now, it's not going to update it automatically. It's not going to restart that server. You have to go in and redo that again. So if you're making changes, you need to go and change that again. Now you can get certain modules, obviously. Of course, there's a module for everything. There's a module for that. And so you can go and get modules that will do that for you. Like, I think Forever Monitor, or one of those that will basically...
Forever will keep running Node, even if it crashes. It'll just rerun it again forever.
Right. So it's just one of those. It's forever. But it's really handy when you start working with those things, because, it's not just about Node crashing, it's about those changes. Because you might change something and then it doesn't matter. It's not going to, address those changes. So you need to go and basically restart the server.
Yeah, the last thing that I would say you should pay attention to in here, and that's only if you want to ever change it, in this line 27, you've got app.js, and this is the place where we're telling the IIS node module that this is the entry point to our app.
Right, so if we named it something different,
if you named it like server.js, you need to make sure that you change it here, otherwise the website won't know what to run.
Right.
Now that we've taken a look at this, there's one last thing I want to show you. and that is the web.debug.config file. And this is the debug version of this web config file.
Right.
And these two files are well, actually, you only need the web config file to deploy to Azure websites.
Right.
But if you ever wanted to use debugging tools, you actually can. And now, the neat thing about debugging and remote debugging on Azure websites, and I'll show you how to actually do that a little later, it actually uses WebSockets to debug.
How meta. I heard you like WebSockets, so I'm going to put some WebSockets for your WebSockets.
Yeah, like you debug your
That's
WebSockets
awesome.
using WebSockets.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Totally makes sense, though, when you think about it. It's amazing implementation for it.
It is, and if you look at it, essentially what they do is they add a little handler that is basically a WebSocket proxy for Node.js Tools Debugger, and it just gets up and running. Now, well, we won't start remote debugging right away. I actually want to show you how to deploy first.
So that debug config, is that something you create? Is that something that is...
So it's created right away whenever you do a new project with a basic Node.js website.
Gotcha.
Let me show you what that is, because I don't think we mentioned it.
Yeah, no. So if you want to start a new project in Visual Studio, we opened up previous projects, so we didn't start anything from scratch.
But if you wanted to, you basically go File, New Project, as I did real quickly right there. And then you want to scroll down. I know, I'm sorry, I did a little too quick.
Fast clicking,
fast typing.
typer.
It's not good at all. Okay, so you want to go into Templates, and then JavaScript, and then Node.js. And in there, you've got a bunch of different options, and among them is a basic Azure Node.js web application, and even a basic Azure Node.js Express application. And of course, you can go online and find more templates, but these are the ones that you need to get started, and this will get it set up so that you can actually right-click on the project and be able to publish to Azure websites. And it will also include the web config files.
Perfect. So you don't have to worry about doing those from scratch or anything.
No, I mean, I wouldn't be able to remember it at all.
I know, that's why
no
I can't. I know where to go change things, but if I had to do from scratch, anytime I've had to do any kind of those server things like that, I never remember. I always have to look it up.
Yeah. So let me show you how to publish. Are you guys excited? Hopefully you are.
I like the way you said it. Are you guys excited? I hope you are.
I think it's toward the end of the day and my voice is slowly...
it's slowly going. But you know...
But I will try really hard.
Show me how. Show me how.
All right, enough talking, more showing.
Yeah.
All right, so
yes.
Let me do that again because I did it real quick.
I can mime it for you too. If you
I right-clicked on the project and I pressed publish.
Right.
This will pop up a really cool
awesome.
Wizard. I was gonna say awesome. I changed. I'm getting all of this attention to me every time I say awesome.
Most people worry about for you got to worry about awesome.
Yeah. All right. So you got different options that you could use. This is like the publishing target. It's where you want it to go.
Sure.
Now you can also import an existing profile for where you want to push a website to, but in my case, I'm just going to do it from scratch just to show you what the wizard looks like. So the way that you do that is you literally select Azure Websites. Okay, tells me I'm signed in. It looks up to see maybe there's an existing website that I want to publish to.
Yeah.
You never know.
Yeah.
But I'm going to create a new one because I like to do everything.
Yeah, you don't want to use my stuff. No, I get it. I get it. Not good enough for you. Whatever.
So I'm going to do test node MVA, and it's going to tell me, hey, this is available. This is good to go. I can choose which region I want to go. I'm going to choose the West US because that's where we're located right now. And
I always forget that. I was like, East.
We're actually both from the East Coast.
Yeah.
So we're always like default is like East US, but we're not there.
Hey, you know what I've been thinking about? This is just a random thought, but I've been thinking a lot about this. Sorry, totally rando, and I know that we're off track. Okay, I've been saying pop all day. I want to pop, okay? So I understand it's soda here, but where is it? What is it in other places? Please let me know. I will check.
Tweet at Stacy.
Tweet at me or let me know in the chat later. I will check. Let's go back to what we should be focusing on.
Awesome, cool.
Things in my brain. Awesome!
Yeah, so we can also create a database in case you ever needed one, and this is going to create a SQL server.
Okay.
But in our case, we don't need a database.
We don't need that.
Because we're going to use Mongo instead. So I can just set node database and press create, and the minute I do that, it's going to do a little progress bar at the bottom, basically saying creating the site. And
I'm working.
In
I am working.
a few seconds, it should be ready to go.
This is where we just
Anytime
wait.
now.
Yeah, we're just quiet and we wait. Because if you watch it, it will work faster.
There we go. So it's run, and the next thing it moves me to is this connection section, and this is going to be pre-filled for you. You don't even need to worry about it. You can just take a look at it. But just out of curiosity, there are other options and other ways to deploy to a website. You can use a web deploy package, FTP. You can just synchronize the file system. However you wish to do it, you can. And I'm going to press next because I do want to show you some of the settings. Now, the settings are interesting in the sense that you can change between debug and release. The minute you go to the debug option, it's going to use the web.debug.config option.
Right.
It's going to use that one. And if you want to use the release mode, it will use that one, and it won't have some of the extra WebSocket debugging tools installed. So just for this exercise at the moment, we're going to use release. Now, I would not recommend you click this because what it'll do is it'll remove additional files at the destination.
Yeah.
So things like Stylus that's automatically generating the CSS, you don't want to have it remove those.
Right.
And you certainly don't want to have it exclude files from the app data folder that you might need. So if you press next from here, what you'll get is this little preview window. And this is really useful to see what's actually going to happen.
Yeah.
So I press start preview.
I love that. It's amazing. Hold on. Before you commit, we're going to let you preview.
Yeah, well, because sometimes the web deploy does not use any repo or any source control. It just takes a look at what has changed.
Yeah.
And for some reason, our preview has failed. That's not good. Try it again. All right. Well, I assure you, normally it works. We won't dwell on it too long. If I press publish, it's going to start publishing, and you'll notice at the bottom that there's this web publish activity, and I believe it's actually going to fail, and there's a specific reason for that. There we go.
You predicted correct.
Awesome. I must be clairvoyant or something. Okay, so the web deploy tool web publish tool will fail a little bit, and the reason for that is because it needs to copy all the files to a temporary location before it can then copy them to the Azure website.
Okay.
Now the issue is that our node modules tend to have really long file paths because there's all these nested folders in each other.
Yeah.
So the issue
and version numbers, like that kind of thing. Yeah.
Exactly. So it takes so if you take a look at it, it's pretty long.
Yeah.
And tells you that it's a little too much.
Yeah.
So what you might want to do if you're planning on using the web publish tool is you want to actually close the solution. You don't have to close Visual Studio, just close the solution and move it to the root of your drive, and that typically will solve the problem. Because right now it's on this equally long path. So if I go edit it, it's pretty far up there.
Yeah, sure.
So one thing that I do that I find tends to work really well, I can just Control copy, go to the base of my disk, press copy paste. It will copy.
Get a graph.
Get a nice little cool graph in Windows 8.1.
Boop, 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 boop.
Yeah,
Needs sound effects.
It's doing work.
Everything needs sound effects. Be so much better. So just by copying it over, you're reducing the depth of your folders, and therefore, your whole path will be a little bit shorter.
Yeah, and then the web publish tool will
like you again.
It will like me again, exactly. Did it open the right? Oh no, it opened the wrong Visual Studio. Oh, apologies. I should not have double-clicked on things.
Give us a second. We'll just let this open and then get the right.
Again. You can use Visual Studio Express, actually. It will work.
But you've got the other one configured with everything that you need.
Exactly, and it's signed in. That's the key point.
Yeah.
It's actually signed in. So I won't be able to use a recent solution because it's changed location. I'm going to have to go open project solution, browse to the root of my disk, go all the way down, or not all the way down, and open it from here. Got it open. So you can see I'm logged in as my Azure account. That's the only reason why we are using this Visual Studio and not the Express version, because it's already set up.
I like the name. It's great. It's an ode to us both.
Yeah. All right. Give it a second. It's going to load. All right, everything seems to be functioning. Here we are again. Let's give this another shot. Now you'll notice the next time I do publish, it's actually going to take the existing settings for me. So in this case, it's going to take me straight to the end.
Yep.
And the reason for that is because all of these settings are going to be saved in this pub.xml file right here.
Oh.
And it's going to contain the name of your website. So you can actually have multiple websites configured, and it will publish every single time correctly. So if I go back and I go publish, I'm hoping that there is enough space on the file path for it to do everything correctly. And we should be able to get things up online.
You know what? If it does and it works, I'm going to celebrate for you with cake.
Awesome.
Yeah. Or pizza. Or both.
Or pizza. I think we're definitely going to have to go get cake afterwards now.
Oh,
and pizza.
cake. Oh, chocolate cake.
So you see it's working.
Yeah, there it goes.
Everything's good to go. It's adding these files. It might take a little bit of time, but there's a lot of files to add.
Yeah, you can see all the directories.
Yeah, and that's because there's a lot of modules being used. And you can see how the modules sort of tend to nest into each other. Like Express has its own node modules that it needs to install.
Yeah.
And then they also have their own node modules, so it can get really long.
Well, I mean, a lot of those modules might have dependencies that they use from other things. So, you know, they've got to go and pull that stuff and maintain that in some kind of a way.
All right, it seems like we're almost done deploying.
You can do it. Yes.
Awesome, cool. So we've got our test node MVA. Now, in theory, this should give me my chat window. There we go.
Nice.
Success, we've got it. All right, now I'm gonna close this, and I think it's time to show us GitHub.
Yeah, I think, so, you know, that's just one way to to deploy, oops, sorry, let me just open up where I should be. That's just one way to deploy a site of some sort. Now, we're not going to walk through all the exact things, but I just want to show you something really quickly because, you know, I tend to like to deploy things from GitHub. And so what I'm going to do is just to kind of show you through the examples very quickly is I'm just going to maybe create a new website and then kind of walk you through the steps that you need to do and then what it actually has. Or, you know what, one of these might, yes, I want to leave this. Okay, let's see. I believe one of these is hooked up for GitHub. So one of the things that's dashboard, configure, linked resources. Okay, one more check. Nope, it's gonna be this one. Sorry, guys. So one thing about GitHub is that, I mean, the way I like to work personally is I like to work locally and push a lot of things up into, you know, we'll use this one for example, but I like to push a lot of things from GitHub because what it means is that I can work locally and I can make sure everything works good and I know it's good, but then I can, you know, basically push my changes to GitHub, you know, my remote repository, whatever it may be, and then Azure will just automatically see that there is something new in GitHub and deploy it for you. And so it kind of creates that whole, you know, continuous, you know, deployment, if you want to call it that, for you. And you don't have to worry about going to, you know, moving anywhere out of your development space that you're doing whatsoever. So, you know, if you wanted to, set up deployment from source control. Once again, there's a bunch of ways to deploy. We showed Visual Studio. We talked a little bit about FTP if that's how you like to work. And you can also set up deployment from source control. Now, source control, very vague term, right? I'm talking about GitHub, but source control can be a variety of things. And here's what Azure sees as potential source controls that you might be using. And so we have, again, Visual Studio Online if you want to use that. We have a local Git repository. So maybe you're just working on something a little experimental or whatnot, and you're not ready to really you know, commit that to your remote repository. Maybe you never commit it to your remote. I don't know. Depends on how you work. You might just, you know, choose a local Git repository. You can go and, you know, there's GitHub. It also uses Dropbox. All of these things just go through and they go through the OAuth required for your credentials. And then you can just pick what you want to do. So if I'm doing GitHub, I'm just going to kind of show you here. I'm going to have to put in my username and my password, which is password. Kidding, I would love for it to be password. And I can start to see like what things I might potentially want to deploy. So it gives me the repository, and I can go to, Node MVA sample, for example, and I can say what branch to deploy. Now, I only have one branch, for example, in this repository, and it's master, so it's only going to deploy master. But like I was saying previously, if you're a person who likes to have a production and a staging environment, you could create 2 websites you could deploy from GitHub. And so you could choose master to be, your good to go golden kind of production version. And you could use like your staging be, your develop branch or whatever you kind of taxonomy you use for calling your branches. Also, maybe you just want to deploy a branch and see what it looks like. So, you basically go through, you do that. And then what's going to happen is it's going to link it. And again, I don't really have anything in the repository to necessarily show in terms of a site, but it's going to take a couple of the files that are there anyways and push it, because I just want to show you more of those files being pushed. And it says, okay, we've linked this for you now. And, if there are items, it'll show momentarily. Now, maybe you just created a remote repository, you haven't put anything in there, and you're just trying to do all of your kind of setting up your environment. And so, it will go ahead and do that. But what it does is you'll start to see now that we have a new item up here, and it's called deployments. Right, and so deployments, once again, it wouldn't matter if it's GitHub or if you're using Dropbox or any of those kind of things, they'll show up under here. And every deployment, every time you make a change, it's going to go ahead and deploy those things. And so we're waiting. It's it's going through. It's getting the files, and it's going to grab them from GitHub and deploy them. And so now I can see my comment. For example, I put new structure as a comment here. Who authored it? So if I'm working on a project with multiple people and something's been posted, I can start to see those deployments happen.
And the ID actually links, I believe, straight to the actual GitHub commit.
Yeah, completely. And so, you start to see all of those commits that are coming down the pipe. And, anytime you make a new change, you push it right from GitHub, and you don't even have to be in here. We just happen to be here now, but you don't have to be in the portal. It's going to show up, and it's going to show up as your active deployment is the one that is currently deployed and kind of staged, and it's out there. And you'll see all your other ones too that, that might have been deployed, the time they were deployed, etc. So, kind of deploying stuff from source control, once again, it's all on how you like to work, and there's a bunch of different options for you. But, deploying from source control is just a matter of, authorizing, picking what you want to choose, making sure that it's out there. And then, from then on, it's just going to look for any kind of changes, and it's always going to go ahead and deploy those kind of things. So, we're showing Node, but maybe you're working in WordPress and you have it under source control. For example, you might be working this way. Maybe you're working on something else along those lines. And so, one more option for you is just hooking into source control. And again, like I said, it really depends on how you want to work.
All right, so now I think the most powerful part of this module, which is remote debugging.
Oh yeah.
This is the
this is when you need a bug all over the screen. Yeah. Sorry, Barry. We're giving Barry just a run for his money today. But yeah, remote debugging. Yeah. Yeah.
So Barry, if you can switch to my Visual Studio. Now, if you remember, we deployed this Node project not too long ago. Now.
5 minutes.
Yeah, literally 5 minutes ago. So here's something that's really cool, and there's this tab called Server Explorer. Now, if you don't see it on your Visual Studio window, what you need to do is just go press View and press Server Explorer, and it will pop up. And among the different options that you do get is Azure. So now, if I click on this, it's going to give me all different services that are available on Azure. The one that I care about is websites. If I click on websites, it's going to go to my Azure account, and me and Stacy are both signed into the same account, and it's going to list the different websites that I have available for me. Now, the one that I had deployed with was this one. If I open this, I'll actually be able to see a bunch of different things. Among them, the files, folder and the log files folder. So we've been logging throughout the time, and sometimes we've been using the verbose logging. We can change that setting in the configure tab. Stacy showed us this. What we can do here is that we can actually expand this and be able to see the application logs. So if there's any logging errors, this will download the text file, and there we go. We can see that, in fact, we could not connect to Mongo, which is correct because we did not set the process and the custom URI. And that's fine. We won't fix it at the moment. But the other cool thing is that you also get errors that potentially happen with deployment using Git, and you can trace things and you can see things. Now, here's something that's really cool, and this feature I actually absolutely adore, and this is being able to see the logs in real time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to log files. I'm going to right-click, press refresh. That will get you the application, the logging errors again. Sorry, I went and right-click at the wrong place. That is not real-time, that is synchronous. The real-time option...
I was waiting. I was just like, come on. Come on. Show me. Oh.
So the real-time version is when you right-click on the actual website name and you go to View Streaming Logs. Now, if the minute I connect, it'll take me to the last logs, and you'll notice I had a user connected. Now, if someone is trying to connect to my application, I believe someone is, I'm going to, a few folks are entering our page. I can see this all live.
Yeah, we know what you're doing.
We know what you're doing.
I don't even know. Right here.
And the nice thing is that you guys, even if you posted messages on there, they won't be in the database, but we can see you logging in live, which is really cool. And this is all streaming live, so it will follow at the end. And if you press this button, you can download it as well. Now, that's one way to debug what's happening on your Azure website with Node. The other option is being able to actually attach a debugger to your actual Node process. And that will only work if you published using the debug mode. But the minute that you did do that, and let's say that we redo it, but we probably won't because we're running out of time, the minute I press attach debugger with Node.js, it's not going to be able to attach at the moment because the WebSocket debug proxy is not available. But the minute that we do deploy with debug, and you go and you attach a breakpoint to any line of your code, it's going to break inside Visual Studio. So you do not need to try to use your logging mechanism as a way to debug. You can literally debug and step through your code base live, even though it's on Azure. Now, this will also work for other situations where perhaps you've deployed to something other than Azure. You can still attach the debugger to any remote Node process, and the way to do that is by checking out our blog, and you'll be able to see that. See how to do that as well. And this is all part of Node Tools for Visual Studio. It's all available in Node Tools for Visual Studio.
Yeah. You get a lot of love out of the Node tools, from the templates
to
the debugging, the publishing, everything that you need to do. Yeah.
It's a fantastic tool set. So I think with that, we are getting close towards the end, as sad as I am.
Yeah. We definitely are. It's one of those... we covered a lot.
But there's so much more we could show you.
Yeah,
there's just
you guys got time? You want to stick around for a couple more hours? You can order a pizza and just get it done. So we've covered all ground. At least I like to think from the ground up how to work with Node.js. Maybe you have some familiarity, maybe you don't. You can go and try it out and see what's going on. We tried to hit a lot of those things, from Node to Express, Jade, Mongo. There was a lot that we put in and tried to jam into today. So thank you so much for trying to stick with us. I hope you guys had as much fun as we did. Awesome.
Yeah. Awesome.
Someone said we should have an awesome jar, which I thought was a really great idea, because I would be so rich right now. It would be just like,
and
ding,
I would be
ding,
poor.
Ding. So once again, just a quick reminder that there is a poll. I believe it's down here. Take a poll. We take this feedback very seriously. We try to make these things the best that they can be for you. So if you can take the time to do the poll, that would be awesome. It would be really great, because
awesome.
Because we utilize that info. So once again, thank you very much. Happy Web Wednesday. Hope to see you again soon.